Back in sunny Stockholm this morning, and it is Thursday, 3 days of play already in the bank, and it's going to be a big day. Albies Army, the defending champions and table toppers, they're undefeated, but they've got the day off, so a chance for the other 4 teams to play some catch-up, because only 4 of the 5 of them here in Group A will make it through to quarterfinals Friday in just over a week's time. I'm Mr. Maximo, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Stockholm, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to the European Cricket Network, and it's day 4 of this FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, and Stockholm is the location. The nation's capital has certainly turned it on for us so far weather-wise, and today another beautiful day. Really enjoying this weather. Hopefully it lasts, and we do have 4 T10 matches for you once again today, and we're starting with a big clash between Indiska and the Stockholm Titans. It's match number 13, and those of you that have been watching ECN will know that some funny things happened in match 13. I know the 2 captains are with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, turns the call. Heads. Heads the call. It's tails. Okay, good luck. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you.
So it was Indiska that have won the toss, and their captain Sanjay Kumar Sareen has decided that he wants to have a bat. I do like that move. I do think it gives them some confidence that they will have some runs on the board, but they do have to bat better, don't they? And that was their struggles so far that saw them not winning any games through the first 4, so they don't have any points in Indiska. And look, they are going to have to win at least one of these matches this morning, probably both, I think, if they are going to qualify for the quarterfinals in just over a week's time. And look, watch out for some of their players, which we haven't seen so far. I think there's a couple that could step up today. But let's talk about the Stockholm Titans. Well, they've had a very interesting journey so far, haven't they? But they did win their first game yesterday against Linköping. They kind of fell off a cliff in the last game. They didn't really compete, but they did get the 2 points. That puts them ahead at the moment. They're 1 and 3. And watch out, their captain Raju Yenagula, I think he's a really clever player. He has a key role to play in the top order. Also, his slower balls at the back end of the innings, I think it'll be really tough for Indiska to handle him. So I think they do need to be attacking early in Indiska and kind of try and get ahead of the game. Well, let's talk about the conditions today. Plenty of sunshine in Stockholm this morning. We're expecting a maximum temperature in the 20s again, either 20 or 21 degrees. Currently about 13. Bit more breeze than yesterday. Maybe that will factor in a little bit more about where the batters want to hit the ball. But yeah, I think it'll be really entertaining. And look, a really important doubleheader this morning for these 2 teams, like I said before. And Rico Full is a very important man as well. He's in the giant ice cube right now as we get ready for the start of day 4 play. And the news for the toss in match 13 is that in Indiska they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's get ready for some cricket here on a super Thursday.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, eyeball 1, and welcome back to the Nosberg Cricket Ground here in Stockholm. And it's day 4 of action, and action it needs to be. Indiska, a team waiting to register a win on their board against the Stockholm Titans, team making their debut yesterday and picked up a win. We look at the magnificent setting here in Stockholm, and beautifully surrounded by forests and parks. It's a lovely location and a lovely place to be, and today it looks just as attractive as yesterday with the sun shining and clear blue skies. And thank you to Mr. Maximo, who gave us some in-depth introductions to the 2 teams. I mean, Indiska, they are desperate to pick up a win. Sachin Sharma, Gurvinder Singh will be key for them with the bat, but somebody else needs to perform and score runs quickly with the ball. Their captain Sanjay Kumar was in good form yesterday, and the Titans, well, they started to get things back together, didn't they, yesterday? And I think Madhav Tula, he's certainly got to be the one to watch again. Had a fantastic win against Linköping, chased down the 79 required, and well, I mentioned one batter, but the captain as well, I think Raju Yenagula, I think he will be key. He made a fantastic 41 of 22 in that match. But they were blown away after getting a victory in the second match, even though they put 93 on the board, thanks to Pathasarara and Tigula. Linköping got them quite easy, winning by 9 wickets. So they want to go back to winning ways here. And I think this toss, I think it's gone in their favour. I think knowing how they won that match number 11, chasing, I think the Titans will be happy with this. Indiska, they have had issues with the bat. And they'll be hoping to try and put some valuable runs on the board. They haven't really been able to crack any big scores. And, the highest they managed to get, again, is around about the 80s or under the 80s. So they really got work to do. But they've got to make the most of the power play. I think that's what it all comes down to. The man with the ball, oh, he made a fantastic start for him and the Titans in the very first ball that they bowled in their debut. Took a wicket with it. But since then, he's had a spot of bother. Yesterday, he was certainly taken to town by Linköping in that second match. His 2 overs went for over 40 runs, so he's looking to bounce back. Good morning to umpires. The umpire on strike. At the strikers at the bowler's end, Syed Arif and square leg Samir Ali, our man in black. It's nicely played, looking to get it through the gap, and the fielder does well. Gets the dive in early. And it takes the pace of the ball. Arun Pandey getting down, and well, he's doing a bit of stretching now. Maybe he needed to do the stretching before he went down, but look, yeah, gets a hand on this. I don't think it would have gone to the boundary, but certainly stops one. Sharma plays this well, and this will go to the boundary. It's very well timed, very strong on the offside, Sharma. He's a good cutter off the ball, and he watches it onto the bat here beautifully. And this time, there's nothing that Pandey can do about that. It goes all the way through. 4 runs, nicely timed. First boundary off today in a match number 13. Yeah, a lot of funny things happen match 13, and maybe 13 is going to be lucky for Indiska. It is a lucky number in India, and Indiska does mean Indian in Sweden, so maybe it will be lucky 13 for Indiska. They desperately need points on the board. Good comeback from the bowler. Very good morning to the early birds in the YouTube chat. Lovely to have you with us again, and looking forward to some of your lovely comments and questions. Keep them coming, you know we like them. Sometimes they're naughty, but they're nice. That's what I say. But be kind and be respectful. That's all we ask. And also a very good morning to all our friends that are watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. A little bit shorter, gets a fair bit of bat onto it, but not able to find the gap. And that's well fielded. We've seen this field from a number of teams here in Sweden where they are very heavy out on the offside and just keep just the 2 men on the leg side, and it seems to work, but you are relying on the bowlers to get the line right. That was the end of the first over, and it's a tidy one from Nadal, who comes back well. Just 7 runs from it, that 1 boundary from Sharma. Rico for welcoming you all to this beautiful location in Northborough, the Northborough Cricket Ground, and alongside me, as ever, looking very dashing today in the blue, it's Mr. Maximo. Good morning, Maxi.
Good morning, Rico. Good morning to all of our viewers. Here's over number 2, and it starts with a boundary. And what a good shot that is. It's just a little bit short of length. It's Gopalakrishnan Parthasarathi. His first ball just dragged down slightly, and Diska, well, they need to get some points, like I said in the introduction, and they certainly have made a bit of hay while the sun's shining. First up this morning, Rico.
Yeah, GK goes short, and he goes the distance. And that was one of the issues with their bowling yesterday. They bowled a little too short in match number 12 against Linköping. And Linköping took them apart in destructive form. Rahul Halim, 51 of 17. He's the only man to have scored a half-century in this series. So congrats to him. He's also the leading run scorer, 133 to him. Followed closely by Azam Khalil on 121. And Shani Khawaja of Boshera on 101.
Man, wasn't he thrilled yesterday when he reached his half-century? Nice moment.
This is out wide of the off-stump fielder's got work to do, and it's a cracking effort. Has he kept this in play? He has. That is tremendous. Well, take a bow, that man. This is a superb stop. Diving like a goalkeeper, getting a hand to it, and look at the way the ball just travels down along the line, but doesn't go past it. Ooh. But just have a look where he touches this. Is he inside the field of play? He touched. No, I think he's okay there, you know. I think he's okay. That is a really good stop. Up in the air. This one won't be stopped. And it's cuatro carreras. Que guay. Que grande. It's a lovely shot. And just one of the organisers there. Aman.
He's a busy guy, Aman. So fair enough. That's what I will say. That's a great stop by Murugason. Because we talked a lot about the Titans and their fielding being, let's just say, woeful was probably a kind way to describe it on their first morning of play, but they have put a lot of effort into trying to get it right. Already saving a couple of runs, but some aren't savable, like the next ball, which went for 4. There's that man again out there. Now, they are going to get 2. That's really good running, actually, because he didn't really attack that. So just as they give him a wrap, they give one away, but still, you know, it's going to be really important. If they're going to kind of progress further in this tournament, the fielding does have to improve, and some signs of that this morning.
Yeah, I mean, there were signs of it yesterday as well. I mean, they'd pick up. They did take some catches, whereas the day before they weren't able to get any. So getting better all the time. And they're making hay as well of this power play. That's a nice shot again from Gosh. Just rocks back, picks the short length and sends it over that vacant area over mid-wicket. It's 4 more runs. This is a really attacking start. And, well, you've got to say that Pathasarathi is just a little bit too short. He hasn't got the ball right up there. That's better, you see. All of a sudden, instant results from getting the ball pitched up in the block hole. So finishes with a dot, but he does go for 16 in the over. And the score, a very healthy 23 without loss.
Yeah, let's have a look at the state of play here in Group A. Abhi Zalmi, who are top of the table and the defending champions, they do have the day off today. We'll see them playing the Titans tomorrow, in fact. But these two teams down the wrong end as far as they're concerned. Stockholm Titans did get a win yesterday over Linköping, and Indiska yet to taste victory. So these two teams, they'll play these 2 matches and 2 more tomorrow, and that's why I'm saying that Indiska, they need to catch that win up on the Titans. Even if they were to split the series, they're going to be 2 points behind going into tomorrow, which isn't where they want to be. I want to say a quick hello to Mahmood White, and I'd like to encourage everyone, if you're watching, to jump into our live chat on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network, and say hello. If you have any questions or comments, we'd love to answer them. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And here's another man with a lot of fame now. It's Sushi coming to the attack. Sushant Kadam to bowl the 3rd over in the power play.
Like this move. I do like this move. Let's see if it works for them. Oh, he gets a snick straight away. That's unlucky. And only the single. They've got the 3rd man back there, but I think he's one of those players that you want him to do well because he's been so unlucky up until now. Things just haven't gone his way. And if he was to turn around his fortune, something that would certainly be beneficial for the Titans as well.
I've been straight to a slip, but you don't often have a slip for a leg spinner in a T10 match.
Damn, this is travelling to the fielder, and oh, a fantastic effort diving forward. I think that's the captain there, Yanagula, and he makes a great effort, but just not able to hold on to it.
He's travelling so quick that it's hard to get soft hands, so he pretty much actually palms it quite a long distance. But this is his zone where he had some problems yesterday, this exact part of the field where he threw one away. Well, he just hates it when he lands on that 30-yard circle. Anyway, chance goes down, but a tough one.
Take another single, playing this behind.
He did well to reach that, though. You know, he attacked it all the way. And I know why you're smiling. You can tell everyone why you're smiling, Rico. That.
Okay, I will tell people. Just let me get me compose my thoughts. I just feel sorry once again for Kadam, for Sushi. He could have had a wicket. He should have had a wicket. He's still gone wicketless, and the next one has been hit big all the way over the boundary and long on. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, how about this? I mean, just goes with the spin. It wasn't really a bad ball. It's just a challenge delivery, and he was up to the challenge. Absolutely cracking that one. Well, I thought you were laughing because I spent a fair bit of time giving the Titans some catching practice.
I was.
Before.
I was giving you
and
that.
Raja was outstanding. He didn't drop one.
I was giving you that dirty look because you went out there and said, I'll hit a few for him. And while you were hitting them, I have to admit, they were taking them, and Raja certainly was the pick of the fielders. And then, first chance he gets, he spills it. It wasn't an easy one, but he didn't have his balance. I think he didn't have his balance because he had more time than he thought. He rushed into it and didn't get into a good position.
Perhaps. Yeah, you'd rather run quicker than slower than...
See, it's always easier when it's a Smurf that's hitting the ball after you catch him.
Fair enough.
I'm referring to Vinny's blue suit. Asking a question, probably going down leg and a fair bit of bounce there as well.
Yeah, not a bad over by Sushi though. He'll end up conceding 12. You include that last ball, which I think was a leg by. Yeah, I don't think there was any bat in there. So it's the end of the power play. And so the score at the end of it is a pretty healthy 35 for no loss. And yeah, just checking on that last ball. Yeah, it was given a leg by. So yeah, heading into the middle overs, in Disco, they have a bit of a platform. And we have seen the occasional innings where the bats have broken out, but it's been a lot lower scoring than I would have thought this week because the boundaries have come in a few metres from last year. So I was expecting kind of 110 to be the par, but at the moment it's something like 80 to 90. But I think it's also just a case of the fact that the bowlers have bowled really well and the batters haven't quite been up to scratch so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think we should let the viewers know that Andres, one of our production crew of Spring Productions, he is fine. He took one on the head yesterday. This is played away, and they're not going to stop there. So this will give us more of an opportunity to talk about Andres. Sushi reluctantly goes to fetch this one. It's not a good ball. It's too short again, and being put away from Vikant Goel. Yeah, I mean, Andres, he was minding his own business behind the ice cube when a big shot was played, and next thing you know, he's coming around the corner with a big bump on his head.
Yeah, we now think it bounced before it hit him, which is good. But yeah, Andres, that's just danger money. That's why they're on the big bucks, Spring Productions. It's yeah, we love our crew, and we're happy that he's okay. I mean, Disca showing 82% at the morning. Not like that.
Speaking of our production crew, as this one should be stopped by Raja, and it has been by the captain. I got worried when you thought you'll give some catching practice to the Titans because it was your catching practice that hurt our other crew member, and that's Andres. Because he busted his finger. What do you like?
Yeah, he's learned a good lesson from that. Just try and get it in the middle of the hands. But, it's how you earn your stripes. You must have taken a few balls on the fingers in the rest. Never mind that his job
He's got a
involves a lot
wonky
of
finger like you now.
Yeah,
I mean, look at your finger. You can show the people your fingers in a minute. Now Andres has one of yours. Good shot. And has he got enough of it to get past the fielder? Oh, my goodness me! What a catch that is. I'm going to give him that one. I reckon that is celebratory. You can't say he doesn't have control of this. That is sensational. That is epic.
Yeah.
That is epic.
I mean, it's an interesting one. I think...
You reckon not? No,
well,
I reckon he has... this is under control.
Yeah, but
this is superb.
But my issue here is... Okay, he throws it away before he lands. I think, to be sure, he's got to hold it all the way to the ground. I mean...
I think he celebrates because he doesn't want to hit the ground and the ball go out.
I want to give it to him, but geez, I wish he'd held on to that longer.
You got to give him that. That is a sensational catch. This is on another level.
It is, but I just wish he'd held on to it longer because I agree, he's in control of the ball. Problem is, the umpires have to be satisfied he's in control of his movements.
2-3 seconds, I think he has it. 2-3 seconds.
The issue
he lets go of it because he's going to bang the ground.
Yeah, but that's why you kind of need to show you can hold it through the impact.
Let's do a poll, quick poll. People in the chat, what do you think? Yes or no?
I honestly don't know.
I say yes. I find, yeah, yes, I like to see that. If I'm the umpire, I'm saying yeah. I'm saying it's not like the one yesterday. Maybe we can, if we get a moment at some point, somebody can compare the two from yesterday to today. I mean, yesterday was a good one, but that was magical. That was absolute humdinger of a catch.
I'm happy with the result, is what I'll say. I am happy with the result.
Here we go. We're going to see it again. Full speed, I think.
But this is the issue, right? That left shoulder, which the ball's in, is about to impact the ground, right?
Oh.
Here, bang. You see? So if you're going to be really technical, I think there's an argument to say you shouldn't be awarded. But if I'm going to be emotional, I'm going to say that I'm happy because it was a really good catch. The other issue is he was close-ish to the boundary, but he still had room to move. So I thought originally when he threw it away, he was worried that it was going to go over the boundary. But I think that's just his way of celebrating. But it's a dangerous way of celebrating.
It's a dangerous way.
And yeah, okay, I'm fine with that being given out. You know why? because it was such a good catch. It was so
You're just
so good in the
you're
first
just happy
place.
that after dropping one, he drops the easier one and takes a sensational catch. We've seen some brilliant catches here. Well, 2 come to mind now, and the other one was from Sudesh, of course. That was amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the last ball of the over. In fact, there might be one to go after this. And what I would say is, if you're not sure, all the kids at home, just hold on to it a bit longer. You know, you fought so hard to get it. Just don't throw it away so quick. I mean, I agree he was in control of the throw. It was just whether he was in control of his movements. And I think you can still be falling, but in control of your movements. But it's, yeah, it was an interesting one. As, this one will go out for 1. What an action-packed start today for anyway. That'll certainly get tongues wagging in the chat. And, you know, that's what I like sometimes. That there's these things that spark debates. Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo's score is 43 for 1 after 4 overs. It's great to have your company. Great to have you here. I like that
Thank
vest.
you
I like what you're doing today.
I like it.
We haven't coordinated on purpose. In fact, we're kind of a bit camouflaged with the background today. But, yeah, no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company once again. Yeah, and Rico, 2 teams, essentially they're in a bit of a fight for survival here.
Yeah.
It looks like with this double header, so crucial with the final standings in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be... I mean, this is like, for me, it's like Indiska playing the final. Yeah, because they know the importance of this match. If they can pick up 2 points here, well, 1, it sets them up for the second fixture against this side. But this is really them saying, right, if we want to get into the quarterfinals next week, then it starts here today. We've got to pick up 2 victories. They made a good start. And I think they'll be happy, or more than happy, that they got Thumani in the side again. He was really the pick of their batters when we first saw them. And it's a good time for him to come in at number 3. And I think also that Sanjay Sharma, he's shown that already, that he's prepared to hit straight and hit big. And he plays a cut shot really well. And at the moment, he's got to deal with Sushi. And flat batted to the man who took the amazing catch, the captain of the Stockholm Titans. What a catch that was from Raja Yanagula. And I know that the chat's gone wild, and I'm sure we'll have some of your thoughts on it in a moment. This one's down the leg side. It's a good length delivery. If it was straight, there was definitely every possibility that it could have been. It just strays down the leg, and therefore will not get that decision. It's a bit of a cheeky appeal, to be honest.
Yeah, it was always missing. Win predictor showing very, very even at the moment.
Nice looking shot through the covers. Looking to think about 2, but decide against it. May think again now, and they will. And nobody really backing up the bowler. A long way away is the fielders, but somebody's got to, especially, I think the man there in the inside the circle at square, just makes the initial movement. That's enough to put the batters off, but doesn't.
But even the outfielder probably has to hustle in there and get to the circle so that it does prevent an overthrow if the bowler misses it.
Sliced, and will be a single. Good bowling there from Kadam. I mean, looks like he's going to go wicketless. He gets one more opportunity, and he's probably thinking to himself, well, Raja takes an incredible catch. He just, did you see that signal to Raja? I don't think he wants to be doing it on air where the batters can see it as well. He says, I'm going to bowl this one. The captain gives him the nod.
Could be a fake out, you never know. Anyway, end of the over, halfway through. Very entertaining first innings of the day so far. It's 49 for 1. I like this comment from Maya Patel, who says, never seen that in my life. It's like, oh, I caught it. Better get rid of it before our fielding voodoo comes back to bite us. What I will say is this. You can have the laws and you can have them written in black and white, but there's still always going to be an area of interpretation. So the law says you have to be in control of the ball and your movements. Now, I don't believe that means you have to be completely still. I believe you can kind of throw it away while you're rolling, but normally that's when you've already hit the ground. I mean, but that's just my interpretation of it. You know, everyone's got different interpretations, and you're never going to have everyone agreeing in some of these areas, you know? Yeah,
the other thing is I think you need good match officials, and I think you've got 2 umpires out there, good umpires as well, in forms of Arif and Ali, and also the tournament referee. Sometimes you have to apply common sense. Watch out for your equipment, Vinny.
Yeah, I'm all good this time, and I think Indiska's good with that, and long off was a little bit wide. And so it was banged down the ground pretty straight. Vikrant Goel coming back into the attack. Just kind of a slot delivery, clears the front leg. Nice looking shot in Indiska. The bats are wagging this morning for the men who desperately need a victory.
Yeah, good shot. Brings up the 50 as well. Yeah, this is good. They're being positive. I mean, Goel's first over was saved somewhat by that catch on the boundary. Otherwise, he would have gone for quite a few. But he's coming back on again. The first ball hit for 4. Gives this one a bit more width. It's nicely played. The batters come and take the single. Now, this is where, for me, I think Sharma has to go. Sharma gets to around about this sort of score, 19-20. Then he sort of goes into limp mode. He can't do that here today. He's got to feel, right, I've got to 20 here now. We've got plenty of batters still to come. I've got to go to destructive mode. He has to press the turbo button. And, well, he may have pressed self-destruct instead. The umpire is going for a line caught. And the batter thinks he's been given out because the first initial from the umpire was to put the hand up. But they're going to check. But I think he's gone here. His foot is well outside. And just keep an eye on those gloves. Oh, Vinny, what are you thinking there?
I think he might just be okay. I mean, there's no doubt he hits him in time.
Does he get the ball in his gloves before the ball? Oh.
I think from this angle, it's not perfectly side on. I don't think it's conclusive. But see, here, slow here. I mean, he's already taken it by then.
I think he's okay.
So I don't know if we wind it back one more time, you'll see that slowing about here, does he break the plane of the stumps before the ball comes in? I think he's just okay when the ball passes the stumps. So it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say because of the angle of the camera, I'm going to say he's okay.
Yeah, and it is out. Remember, you can't actually break the back kind of edge of the stumps. You can't even be beside the stumps. But, you know, I think that the decision ultimately based on that evidence is fair. And I think it's a pretty good bit of wicket keeping from Tagula. But you do have to be super careful that you don't break the plane of the stumps before the ball passes the stumps or it hits someone's equipment or bat. But he was pretty quick to get there, and yeah, you see, he definitely beats the foot back.
Yeah, good work. I mean, I was saying that this is the time that Sharma has to go. He has to go play with the big shot. He hasn't done that. He's departed. I don't think that's a bad thing because at least that means that another batter can come in and take charge, play some good shots. I mean, we know that Tabani is still out there. He's a good batter. He probably should be thinking about batting through the innings and get the other guys that are coming in to throw the long hand or everything that comes their way.
What a good piece of work behind the stumps. Okay, now we've had a look at it. Vikrant goal. He's not slow. That's a nice bit of up to the stumps keeping from Tagula. I want to say very good morning to Mohammed Ashfaq, who said good morning to me. What's the projected score? Well, at the moment it's 98. I'd say they still will be looking for something around that 100 mark. They do need to do it with a new batter, but pretty good one coming in at number 4. It's going to Singh, who's off the mark immediately. And the other thing, final thing I'll say on the kind of contentious ones about interpretations of laws is that if everyone did agree, it'd be a pretty boring world. So I like the fact that we can debate these things. The next one is not a good bit of fielding. In fact, it's going to cost him 4. He went with the boot, and that isn't always the best way. In fact, it's rarely the best way. And that's GK. He'll probably be disappointed with that. Gopalakrishnan Pathasarathi. He just steps over this one, and the result is a boundary. Yeah,
that's not good for an experienced cricketer and a good cricketer. He knows better. And he just basically, Thamani, just plays a nice shot, but with the fielder there, that needs to be stopped. Should have been a single. So that's 3 valuable runs. They've got to keep tight here. Titans don't go back to their own ways. Played outside and missed. And that will be the end of the over. So it's a good one. It's a good spell from Vikrant Goel, and he comes into the side and has picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, they've got a couple of key inclusions and quite experienced players coming in, the Stockholm Titans. So yeah, it's good to see them. Yeah, just kind of things bolstering this lineup. And so yeah, at the moment, I think they're probably not too happy that Indiska are away at 10 and over. But we talked with the Titans yesterday, and they can turn it on. They just, I'd call them consistently inconsistent, Rico. Exciting team to watch, though.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you saw yesterday from them what they can do. And I think what we're seeing is that all these teams, and Indiska are the same, once they get into the groove, I mean, I had a good long talk with the Indiska boys this morning and also the Titans, and they said the same thing, that really they're getting used to this format. They don't play often. They play more T20s and 40-over matches. They're just getting used to it. And you can see with some of the batters we've seen already from both these sides, they are good T20, 40-over players, but just have to adjust to the quicker format, and they are starting to do it.
This one needs to be stopped, and it is. They've cut pretty well in this innings, haven't they, Indiska?
Yeah. And that's what I mean. You see, that's the sort of shots that you see a lot of batters play in the longer format, the cut shot, the sort of the bit of the paddle towards third man and towards final leg, but not too many aggressive shots, not until later in the innings, and they're just adjusting, finding their form. And well, Indiska at the moment, they made a good start. We'll get a single here. Goes for the wrong shot. He's played outside the off really well, Tabani, and this time he tries to drag it. I think that vacant area to mid-wicket is the one that they're aiming for, because that player out there, he's pretty fine, isn't he? For me, I think he needs a bit
big
wider.
gap at cover, which is where you should be probably trying to hit that straight over cover.
Well timed, but fielder does the tidy work, keeps the ball clean, and that's Jitendra Yadav. He's somebody that's the name I don't recognise.
Yeah, no, he's an experienced player as well that's come in. So they've kind of got experienced guys coming in that, you know, they're leaders in the 20 and 40 over aspects of the game. But let's see how they go in the T10.
Short, and he misses out on it. He tries to play it too early with too much power. It's not the best bit of ground fielding from Raja. Maybe it was an opportunity to press hard. That's another thing here they've got to do now. There's only 2 wickets down. I think you make a few sacrifices. You've got to try and turn those ones into 2. Try and hustle the fielders a little. Over pitched and hit pretty hard. This one will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona, Ginna Bada Shaka. Full toss being clobbered over the boundary there, wide off, long off. It's a big, powerful shot from Govinder Singh. Plays this one out onto the onside. He runs the first one quick. Will just be the one. Yeah, Govinder Singh, one thing we were talking about, myself and him, was that his style of batting, and he's very much aware of the fact that he feels that he stops his shot about mid-riff when he plays it, so he doesn't get the follow-through in. And nice to see in that one, he followed through all the way and got the height, the ball that he hit for 6. Well, this is where we are. Stockholm, it's week 1 of 2. And then, well, we go to the Czech Republic for a couple of weeks before coming to Budapest in Hungary and Austria in Vienna. And then, I know Vinny's looking forward to a long Italian summer, 5 weeks of VCS in
Can you imagine that? And, you know, okay, the first thing is the first 4 weeks of the 5 weeks in Italy will get qualifiers for the 5th week, the Super Series, and the winner of the Super Series goes to ECL. So that's pretty exciting. You know what I'm looking forward to?
Tell me.
Long days in Rome, sipping cappuccinos in the long evenings.
No, you're not. You're looking forward to the ice creams.
Oh, yeah, on the gelato.
Yeah.
You know, we are going back to Bologna, the home of gelato. Oh, they better be ready for me. Last year, I think I knocked over 1 kilo between the shop and the hotel. Oh, all right. That's still a long way away. I need to focus. Sweden's pretty nice as well, by the way. And here's Rajana Gula, very clever bowler to bowl at the end. Pretty good slow ball first up. See, I would definitely be up to the stumps now.
Of course.
If I was the keeper to Gula, because I think he gets the memo now, because he's going to bowl a lot of slow balls. You just have to be careful about the quicker one, that you're not late on it as a keeper, and you make sure you cover the line of it. But yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind that he stood up to the bowling of Vikram Gaul, you've got to be up here. Hit hard, and there is a fielder there who does very well. He's been tidy out there, the man with the shades on. Making sure that nothing goes past him. Nice shot from Gurvinder. Gets himself to double figures. And Tabani now. He's 13 off the 9 balls he's faced. He's reaching for this, gets lucky. It only goes as far as the 30-yard circle, but nobody in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, still kind of tracking that 95 to 100, which I think will be a pretty good score based on what we've seen so far in the series. But having said that, Titans do have a few extra bats in their lineup.
Oh, opportunity, and it's missed. And again, I think does the keeper go back again here? He's certainly not standing up, is he?
Certainly steps back to take it. I don't know if we'll get a good view thanks to Arun.
No, he's not in the shot there at all.
He's definitely back. There's probably no point being back a metre or two.
No, it serves no purpose. Gurvinder, maybe sensing that was the case, that's why he took the chance.
Maybe. I don't know if you should be rushing at that slower ball.
Firmly hit. Good stop, and it's a mix-up. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's not going to get back. He doesn't even try to get back. I think this is one that's really, I mean, it's Govinda makes a call. Tabani doesn't move. I think if they go straight away, they will get there. There was time.
And because Govinda's gone, you see, he just needs, I think Tabani, that's on him, to be honest, because it's not his call. He's not going to be in trouble if the ball's fielded cleanly. He's surprised and kind of startled when the fielder does knock it down, but he probably shouldn't have been looking at the fielder. He should be looking at his partner. Once he's going, should be going. You know, that to me is on Tabani, but Govinda is the man that'll pay the price. Yeah, he's run out for 11.
Look at Tabani here. He starts going, and then he just stops without even looking at where Govinda is. That is very bad, selfish batting, and I think Govinda and maybe one or two others will have a word with Tabani. Tabani now, well, he's the recognised batter, and he's got to make sure that he makes it count, that he's still there, because Govinda Singh was looking good, but he has to depart. 11 off 9 balls.
Well, in Australia, we do love a barbecue, and that's what we call that. He's put him on the grill there and sizzled him up. So, unfortunately, Govinda does have to go 72 for 3. 13 balls left in this innings. Let's see if they can just have a final push in disco. They certainly don't want a flat line now.
Now, they were going pretty well when they look at the halfway point. They were just under the 50 mark. So, they'll be very disappointed if they don't get anywhere beyond 90 here. They really will. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty from Inagula, the captain. And a great finish to the over as well. Just gets this one to move away. And Manish Jamwal had no answer to it. It's another new name that we haven't seen before, getting his opportunity.
So 72 for 3. Now they're back on 90 paces, pulling it back there. And Yanagula, that's what he does. He's very, very clever at the end of the innings. And now I think we're going to see a 6th bowler used. Ganesh Jasud is the man who is going to have it. He's had a bit of a rough time at the bowling crease sometimes.
Yeah, but yesterday he picked up 2 wickets. And it didn't go for too many, actually. And but the only thing is that in that last over of his, he just all of a sudden had some issues with the wides. Starts well with this one, so you can see he is aiming for those areas. But yesterday it just went a little bit wrong for him. As I say, he picked up a couple of wickets, he bowled pretty tardily, and then he lost his way. Yeah, took 2 for 12 in match number 11. Tabani's still there. I mentioned that he made a good start. I'll give you some of his figures. And he's got a nick on there, so maybe I won't bother because Tabani's gone. He's a good wicket to get because he was the man who scored runs for them in the first time we saw in this game. He made 31 of 20, but he departs, gets the finest of touches, and give credit to Tabani. He goes straight away. Well, you can see there it was a pretty big edge. And well, now
doesn't know who he's asking though. Tagula.
He's
yeah, it was a nice bit of keeping up to the stumps, and yeah, he's looking around. Whoever wants to hear about it, he's appealing to, but eventually, yeah, the bowler's in umpire. It's his job to give that dismissal, and he does. So Tabani can't go on with it. And just at risk of kind of flatlining here with 10 balls remaining at 72 for 4.
Somebody else is in the risk of being flatlined as well because Tabani will not want to be going back and facing the music from Govinda Singh. Govinda Singh is a big man, a big unit. And Tabani, he's going to go back there pretty sheepishly, I think. And to just throwing away the good work they did at the beginning of the innings here in Diska.
The other thing is, just 2 extras in this innings, as the man points out in the chat, and they're both leg byes. So no avoidables, as I like to call them. No wides, no balls or byes so far. So that's another reason they're still in the game here.
I know what that means now.
Hey, I'm just going to mention also that I've noticed that Manish Jamwal is out there. And he is the man that provided some of those fantastic photographs we've been using in the breaks of the games at the moment. So best of luck to him.
Is that the Manish, is it?
It is. And it's K.O. Patel who's on strike at the moment. This one probably 1.5 here. So it depends if they want to go for it. They don't. And I probably would have gotten away with it, judging by that throw. Patel is off the mark. Jamwal, well, he wants to face the ball at least. He could have been run out without facing one. Oh, he's faced one, I guess.
He's faced one.
It's, yeah, 8 balls left. Let's see what he can do with the bat. You know, he's good with the camera.
I think this one's going to be close. First of all, how wide was the delivery initially?
Yeah, well, thing is, he fumbles it first time, but he does gather it the second time here, I think. Does he have the ball?
I think by
the
that
bat's
time
back,
the
though,
bat's
isn't
been
it?
slid back, yeah. It was an opportunity, but they're not able to take it. He finds it eventually, but you see here, I think just at the next point, the bat is behind the line there, so he's okay.
Yeah, he is going to be fine.
Good work again from the crew here, from my partners, Spring Productions. Andres doing a great job, and well, Andres,
So there's
Andres.
Andres with the busted finger, and there's Andres with the busted face, and Dennis.
Dennis
so
is
Dennis
staying
better
away
Dennis
from-
better watch out.
Well, Dennis is in the tower though, I think, so he's got to be careful. This one would have been a well, what's that? He can't
Ouch.
run on that. He's hit it. He's hit it 3 times, I think.
Now it's backed up by the bowler, and it's going to be a run out.
Going to be run out.
How about this? This is a keeper to bowler run out, where the bowler runs him out from where the keeper, behind where the keeper started. I've
look-
never seen this.
Look how many times the ball gets hit accidentally. Watch here. Right,
One,
he misses
two,
it here,
three.
hits it there. Then when he turns around here, watch. He hits it
hits
again.
his bat again. So
Well.
this will be a keeper to bowler run out, unlike one I've ever seen, because it's the complete opposite end. It's like a reverse play. So that was one way to get a dismissal anyway. And so unfortunately, it ends up in a wicket. Patel's going to be run out for 1. Have a look at this. Bang. Almost lodges in his pad, which would be a dead ball, but doesn't. It pops out. Then it hits the bat as it goes back into the crease. But there's no question he's going to run. And unfortunately, Patel pays the price. That's just regulation cricket.
Oh, well, they're throwing it all away here, aren't they? I mean, it's been a good over from, well, it was a very good over. That is the end of the over. It's 73 for 5, so looks like forget the 90 we were talking about. But that's wide, and I think it's going to, there's the wide signal. Well, the stumps was taken again here. I mean, what happens here? Oh, he hasn't got the ball again, so that's the second time that it would have been out if he had taken the ball cleanly. It's always difficult because obviously he's reaching a long way to try and take the ball in the first place.
This is Saraswat.
I told you you shouldn't
He's
mention
out
the
there.
wides. Raja. Slower delivery. This time just over pitches it. Has he got the legs to go to the boundary, or has the fielder got the legs to stop it? Well, he's got the fingers. That's nice. Nice to see that. Uses the fingertips. That's Murgusan, and he makes the stop. Look at this. Just a good job. He's got long, pointy fingers. Just get the fingers onto it. Says, Aja, you're not going anywhere. Can they finish big? Those last 3 overs have been poor from the batting side in Diska. It's well bowled. I'm just having a look. I mean, at the end of the 6th over was a great one.
Yeah.
They got, I think they got 10 from it.
Even the 11th, the 7th
Even
was
the
okay.
7th
They
was
were
okay.
70 off 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, well, you can see what's happened.
They've got 6 since then. They really have hit a wall pretty hard in Diska.
Well, they've got to run hard. I mean, look, they're just trotting. You've got to be running, sprinting. What's this all about?
Yeah, because ouch. So they have runs to play with. That's true.
I don't know why the batter's apologising there. He's saying sorry to everybody. He's the one who's just been thumped.
I would have run twice and then said sorry after it hit me. But yeah, they've got the wickets to play with, even though they've had a bit of a mini collapse here. But they still got 5 wickets to play with, and there's no real set batter. I think they should be scrambling for every possible run at the end of this innings.
Goes for the big shot. Shot to catch it, and no mistakes. That's nicely taken by a man who's bowled very well as well, Ganesh Gusard. And no mistakes from Ganesh, and more smiles on the face of the Stockholm Titans. Can't blame the batter there, trying to get the big boundary in. Saswat. Well, Saswat took one on the side of his upper body first, and then felt the pain of being caught, going for the big hit. This mini collapse continues.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, now there's only 2 balls left, 77 for 6. So, I mean, they can still put 80 on the board. I think that's pretty competitive based on what we've seen this week. We know in Diska, they've got a couple of players into their side as well. Got the Barney back, don't forget. And now let's just see if we had another thriller, one of the Grady 80s perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's heading that way. I'm just trying to see who's come out there, whether they can give this a big wallop. I think it's Ashpreet Singh. And, well, that is a lovely shot. Is it going to go all the way? It is. Well, how about that? It's showtime at the Nosberg Cricket Ground. What a beautiful shot this is. How about this? Well, this is beautifully executed.
Yeah,
lovely
really
shot.
nice. Because he doesn't try and hit it too hard. That's the key here. And so that does take him up to the 80s. Just make sure he gets something on it.
Oh, how about that for your first ball? Well, that's
Ashpreet Singh. We know him more as a bowler.
Yeah.
He's batting here at number 8. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. Everybody buckle up and hold on to somebody.
Manish took a picture of that from the non-strike because when he's trying to do it again, that was
with 2 here. Why not?
Let's see if the umpire decides here. Here comes the throw. Oh, well, one of the... He doesn't... The wicketkeeper doesn't know where to throw it. The umpire's still going to make a decision here, I think.
Buys.
Yeah, just buys.
But that's exactly what you run, Rico.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
You've got the wickets to play with, and that wasn't a good throw for the keeper. So he doesn't get the 4 with a little deflection again, but he does get 2. It's awkward for the keeper when you see the batter shaping up like this. So they're going to finish with a score of
83,
83 for 6. That plays pretty well. They probably should have had, I'm going to say, 15 to 20 more than that.
Yep.
But it still runs on the board. When they won the toss, their captain Sanjay Kumar Sareen, that's what he wanted. He wanted to put a score on the board and defend it. And he's going to get that opportunity. And in this cut, they'll be searching for their first points of the board of this tournament in the second half of this game. But going back and looking at some of the highlights, we were ready for action, weren't we? And Nadar, he always throws up a few highlights, but some pretty good stroke making early on in Diska with a pretty handsome 35 in the power play, setting up the foundation for a competitive score here in match 13.
Yeah, I like what they did early on. I mean, that was a beautiful shot from Sachin Sharma. He plays the cut shot so well. But what about that stop? You say that the runs, there should have been more runs. With that stop, certainly made saved 2 for his side, and there was some more brilliant work as well. Well, look at this. I think this is the one that goes through. There's an amazing, absolutely breathtaking catch coming as well. That's the one that he puts down. Sushi was the bowler at the time, and then straight after that, as what normally happens, it was that big hit over the long off boundary for 6. And it was a big chase for Sushi. Sushi again not feeling too happy because he's thinking, well, how come you drop him off me and then you take a one-hander brilliant catch like that? And that's the captain, Raja. And you know what it means to him to perform. And that sort of changed things slightly because though he got another good batter, Thomani, come in, it meant that Sharma was the one that had to take control. He went. Gurvinder Singh, he came out. He got a bit lucky with that one. But he also got unlucky. This is a good shot. Powerful hit. He actually does get the bat to go all the way over his shoulder. And then here, this is the run out. And, well, like Vinny said, he got absolutely charcoal there. And Thobani wasn't able to then capitalise. He knew after being involved with that run out, he had to try and stand up and fight. He then edges one into the gloves of the keeper. And there was more of a mix-up here when Patel had to go. And the last 3 overs, they only scored 13 runs. It was quite amazing. And then Raja came on, and a good bit of catching. That's what it's all about. And Jasood, and he's the man who bowled that 9th over. That only went just for 1 run. So in this game, they started well, and they sort of finished on a flurry, I suppose. That was a beautiful shot from somebody that I do like the look of as a batter, Ashpreet Singh. Every time he's come out there, he has played some delightful shots. He is definitely not a number 8 batter. I can tell you that for sure. You'll see the scorecard coming up here, and it sort of reiterates what we said. It was a good start. Ajit Josh, 26 of 15, and Sachin Sharma, 19 of 13. Gave them a good start. That run out there of Gurvinder Singh, though, I think that started things and boiled over a little bit. I think that was playing on the mind of Thobani when he then edged behind of the bowling of Jasood, who Jasood bowled really well. After that, nobody else could get going, and it was just a bonus that Ashpreet Singh was out there and played a classy shot that went all the way down to the boundary. 83 they finish on. I think you heard myself and Maxi say that we think they should have had at least 15-20 more runs on the board there if it weren't for that collapse, but it's still a defendable score. And we're in the grady 80s. Have a look at the bowling. Well, I think Vikrant Johal, what an addition he is. to decide. He made immediate impact, taking 2 wickets. Just stood, for me, bowled brilliantly. That 1 over, just the 1 run conceded from it. Very different to the difficulties that he had yesterday. But, well, as Partha Sarathy was the most expensive. He just bowled too short again today. And I think when you look at the number of bowlers that they have available to them, I think the captain, Raja, may decide that perhaps Partha Sarathy is somebody that he'll only go to if he needs to. Certainly, the last 2 days hasn't bowled a good length there at all. We look at the win probability, it's pretty even, I suppose. Indiska 44% and 56% in favour of the Titans. And I think a lot of that is to do with the last 3 overs. And you can see the pattern there of that little chart. It's going up and down. It was crazy, and that's the sort of innings it was. And it's sort of flatlines there towards the end. I'm going to leave you with the mid-inning summary. So Indiska, they put 83 on the board, 84 required for the Titans if they can pick up their second win here of this series. A team making their debut, and if they can do that, well, they'll be thinking that they've done enough maybe to book their place in the quarterfinals. But we'll have to wait and see. Indiska, I'm sure we'll have a say about that as well. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we come back in around about 7 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 manitos. Hello, good morning, and welcome back to Sweden. We are in Stockholm. This is the Nospora cricket ground, and it looks absolutely delightful, doesn't it? This morning, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping in the background, and we are in nature, surrounded by the forest here. In fact, half of Sweden is actually forest, which is quite amazing. And here in Stockholm, 30% of the area is waterways, and 30% is Greenland, and you certainly do notice that. And I know when I travelled here from Landskrona by train, which is a 5-hour journey, and the scenery was breathtaking. It was just all greenery, pine trees, lakes, rivers. It was fantastic. And as you know, I do like to listen to my music, and right on cue came on the Earth song. I don't know if you've heard the Earth song from Little Dicky, and it's all about saving our planet. And well, when I was listening to that and looking at the beauty around us, I thought, yeah, you know, it's definitely worth saving. So, well, there's my deep thoughts for the day as we get ready for this match. And maybe another thought is maybe we could be going to a golden ball. Haven't had one yet. 83 is that sort of score, isn't it? As, I think the bowler's just not going to bowl because the umpire is not ready. The batter says, hey, what are you up to? I think he's just having a little warm-up. The openers will be Arun Pandey. So he's hoping to make a good start. I think Arun Pandey is the man that we had down as Arun Singh yesterday. It's the same guy. Just we've got the right surname here now. So we have seen him before. It's not new. And it's going to be GK as the non-striker. The first ball is going to be called a wide. So we went a huge period of the first innings without seeing any extras. But we see one quite early on here from the opening bowler, Ashprit Singh of Indiska. Came out and played a beautiful shot. The old dink for 4. That certainly helped to get the score past 80. Now he's trying to get the wickets, early wickets, required for his team, Indiska. That's nicely played in the gap, and he's going to get 4 for it, I think. Yes, he does. Despite the efforts, fielder ने अपने सबहम सासवात ने काफ़ी कोशिश की थी, पर चौका लग गया. बहुत अच्छी टाइमिंग सी. बॉल नहीं पैरी सीगी, but बैटर दी टाइमिंग अच्छी सीगी. चौका लग गया. Nicely played. I do like the action of Ashprit Singh. I don't think he's had, I think up until now he's probably only bowled probably 2 overs, no more than that. And I think he's got a nice rhythm. Probably just needs to, it's one of those bowlers that the more he bowls, the better he will get. He comes again. That one's really, he's swinging away. And I said this yesterday about him when he only bowled in 1 over in the first match, and I said he's one to look out for. The next ball ballooned out of his hand. I think it was the highest ball I've ever seen that actually came back down and landed on the pitch. Bounced twice and was called a no ball. But these things happen. Actually, I'm quite surprised that Maximo hasn't posted that somewhere. I do like Maximo's postings. I don't know how he remembers all these things that happen during the day. But check it out on our social media. Facebook or Instagram. Oh, he's got it. Has he taken this? Oh, I think he's put it down. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, Manish Jawal, well, he's the photographer. He'll be hoping that Diana Oroz hasn't taken any snapshots of this. It's a straightforward catch, and the bowler cannot believe that's been put down. Ashprit Singh has done everything right, gets the tickle. It's a routine, straightforward catch. And, well, he's got his gloves together, but when he looks inside, there's nothing there. The ball has fallen out. He looks like a chicken that laid an egg. And that's all you can say about that. Singh comes back. Gets that away, swinger again. And GK trying to get himself off the mark. Doesn't. He would have gone for a golden. And I think he was probably just think, okay, I've had my chance. It's time for me now just to look to be positive and play my shots. Bowler trying to compose himself. Certainly getting some good swing. Have a look. The amount of movement he gets away. if he gets this in the right area, if he gets this ball sort of going into the pads, starting into the pads of GK, I think he could have him. And that's exactly what he does. See that movement? The only thing is that it evades the stumps as well. So he starts wide, there's the movement. He just needs to go perhaps a bit fuller. Good start from Singh. He'll be hoping to finish well. Last ball off the first over. Target is 84. So they need to be around 8 just to keep up with that. At the moment, they're 2 runs behind. And, well, this one has got a thick edge. It's been well fielded there on the boundary, so GK will get off the mark. Once again, it's courtesy of the edge of his bat. And that's the end of a fine over from Singh, but it's going to be very disappointed that he hasn't got a wicket under his belt already. It's 7 without loss after the first over as we welcome back Mr. Maximo into the ice cube.
Yeah, nice to be here, Rico. And tell you what, unfortunately for Manish Jamwal, I think it's Nova he'll want to remember with that drop catch. I've got to say though, I mean, you know, a wicket kept for a long time. And, you know, I must have taken all these fantastic catches. I reckon there's 3 I dropped in my life that were like that. And I can remember every single one of them.
It's not something you...
Look, it'll happen to everybody. It will happen to absolutely everybody. You know, hopefully it just doesn't play on his mind too much. And, yeah, so now we'll see Govinda bowling over number 2. But it's a bit of luck for Gopal Pathasarati, who was dropped very first ball. He survives, but no real damage on the scoreboard yet. 7 for no loss. And the kind of pace they need to be going at, about 17 per 2 overs. I'm going to keep that kind of on my mind to see how they're tracking in this chase, the Titans. And in Disca, well, they're desperate to defend this total. This is a real opportunity for them to pick up some points and draw level with Stockholm Titans. Okay, let's dance.
And he's got to take this, and he does, thankfully. Otherwise, I was taking his headsets off, and I was going off for the day to the beach. And, well, it's all smiles from the captain because he does take the catch. And this one was as easy as they come. Hits high up on the bat and drops kindly into the hands of Sanjay. So to get that breakthrough that they needed. And it is JK that goes. He's... It
just bounced a bit more than he thought.
Yeah.
That's why he gets it high on the bat. And look, credit to Sanjay Kumar Sareen because he actually is in a little bit closer than you normally see at this stage at mid-wicket. And that's partly to save runs, but also does give him a bit more of a chance to catch those miss hits. And that's exactly what he does there. So 7 for 1. Sanjay Sareen coming up with the goods. And the first wicket for Gurvinder Singh gives us a chance to have a look at Madhava Tigula. Now, he really can bang the ball. We saw that yesterday. Andres, one of our camera crew, he certainly knows it because he had to cop one in the forehead yesterday.
And they just put the helmet on. It's deja vu time. If you're listening, where is he today? Is he in the tower or is he down below? Who's in the tower today?
Let's have a look. Who's up there? I can't quite see at the moment.
No, Dennis is in the tower.
All right.
Place this cautiously. Sanjay, the captain, will have to do the fielding. It's very... Do you not find it really... I mean, I find it really brave that when the likes of Govinda or even if it's Sharma that comes on the bowl and they bowl very similarly, that they stick to this field, that they're not tempted to put that man back at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think they're leaving it open maybe to try and encourage that stroke. They've got the long off back, so they're trying to say, okay, we want you to hit across the line and maybe target that mid-wicket. Now, the guy at deep forward square is going around a little bit to his left, so a bit close to mid-wicket. But yeah, I think I'd be looking for something pitched up to go straight down the ground or maybe over long on. Uh-oh. I mean, that's pressure though, isn't it? Because they haven't really had the start they wanted, and they're starting to look for runs where there aren't runs because you've got Sanjay Sareen there, nice and tight, so there's no chance of a run there.
Doesn't he look sharp, the captain, with those shades on? He looks the part, doesn't he?
Good stuff from Indiska at the moment, isn't it? Govinda seems unhittable here.
Yeah, I think. Do you think big shot coming here from Tigula?
Yeah, the pressure is definitely. It's not Tigula on strike, mind you. This is Arun Pandey.
He does shape up for the big shot, but sort of half stopped. They will come through for a single. But what
a bit of a Tortuga, Rico, and just kind of jumped on the fielder, but only cost them 1 in the end. So 9 for 1 after 2 overs. Very good start this for Indiska, trying to defend their total of 83. And you can see why this little mini-series this morning is so important, because these two teams, they are down the bottom of the ladder at the moment. But whoever gets to 4th will survive. Perhaps they could go even higher. I guess we'll have to see, particularly if the Titans win this one. But if the Titans can chase this, and they've put a fair bit of distance between them and Indiska, although you know, Indiska, if they win the next game, then they could pull within range again. But I think this is why this is not quite a sudden death matchup, but close to. And so now we're going to see the 3rd over beginning, and yeah, this, of course, is the last over of the power play. And I like the fact they're going back to Arshpreet Singh, who bowled a pretty good first over. He gets to have his second straight away.
Well bowled, goes for that fuller delivery again. I'm just thinking, with what Ashpreet bowls, and he gets the ball to move away, and he gets a fair bit of swing. Batters are going to try taking him on. I think there's always going to be that chance of that fine nickel off the bat or the pad. I think I would have the man on the 45. I'd have him go around to fine. Still inside the circle, but just get him go to fine.
Yeah. He's kind of a nothing spot there, isn't he? And that backward square leg, but quite backward. Here's Arshpreet.
Big swing and more problems for the keeper. And oh dear, that's not what you want. He's not having a good start, is he? The man behind the stumps managed Jamal. We saw him drop the catch, and this one just goes straight through him.
We've seen some good Yorkers, Rico. This is York the keeper, unfortunately. Jamal is probably a little bit too far back there. And so that one does cost him 4. Can happen.
Yeah, but 4 very, very valuable runs. When you think that they're struggling, they were on 10, 1 down, and not really getting bad onto ball. It didn't look like they're going to get a boundary, and then they get given 4 there. That's a huge let-off. Oh, well, this is what we're talking about, where we expect, if you don't get it right, it's going to go down to fine leg. Fortunately, this doesn't race away, and it's just going to be a single, but very unlucky. That was on middle stump.
Could have gone anywhere, hey, but just got a little bit of bat on it, and that's what he needed. I just have the feeling this has a thrilling match written all over it. That kind of score in the 80s, you know, they always get me a little bit excited. And the Titans, it's mostly the gift so far. They've got their runs from. Take a bit of time to get the ball back. And some discussion about the field, but you obviously got to kind of get through your overs quick enough.
Yeah.
So you don't avoid any penalties or anything like that.
I think there's some communication happening between the third and the umpire. I think we missed something here, Vinny. I think the umpire may have actually just...
There's a field thing? No, I don't think we're okay.
No, I think we're okay. Here we go. Sing. In the air. This is a good shot. He's hit it nice and straight. And anywhere, if it weren't straight, either side of the 2 fielders were waiting to pounce, but it goes dead straight.
Yeah, it does. Didn't quite nail it, but yeah, I mean, normally straight over the bowler's head, especially in the power play, it's a fairly safe place to go. I do like that intent, though. I think that's important.
Yeah.
You don't want to be kind of 1 or 2 down and have the rate climbing.
Yeah, he needs something different here now, I think, the bowler, Singh. He's bowled the same ball too often. I'd like to see this one maybe a bit shorter, just to try and outfox about it. And, well, he says, no, here's a different batter. I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to knock them over. And that's exactly what Ashpreet Singh does. Jug the Fatte style. Here we go. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra. 5 ball and smashes into the middle stump. And it's Tigula, who is a very dangerous and competent batter that has got sent back now. And it's just getting a little bit quiet in the dugout of the Titans, because he was a man that was in fine form yesterday. He goes. It's only the 1 boundary on the board so far, and that was from Pandey, and that was a sneaky one.
It's a good wicket to get, though, and justifies the decision to bowl out Arshpreet here in the 3rd over. Tigula can absolutely whack it. We saw that yesterday. But he's knocked over by a very good fuller delivery. So now we know if you're listen to what Rico says. If he's your bowling coach, if you just do the opposite, you'll have some success. So I want to say a quick hello to Taranjit Singh, who's in the chat now. He
Hello,
started
Tara.
for Romania in the Valletta Cup just a week ago. Seems a long time ago already, doesn't it? But yeah, Taran, congratulations to you and the guys. It's great to have you in the chat as always. Here's Arshpreet.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. And remember I said to you yesterday that I can't believe they haven't used this man more, and he didn't come back for his second spell because he went for 15 of his first over. And then in the next match, when I said looking forward to him come back and he bowled that, well, I don't know how to describe that moon ball he bowled that came out of his hand.
That's right.
But this is why you just know that he's got something about him, and he's proved it here today. Fine spell of bowling, 1 for 10. Quite easily could have been 3 wickets, but he just didn't get the luck and didn't get the support behind the stumps from the keeper. But fine bit of bowling, keeps the pressure on the Titans. Power play complete, 16 for 2, and that rate is climbing up. It's just under 10.
Yeah, so that was a real peach, that last one from Arshpreet, wasn't it? I want to say hello to Phil G, who's in the chat. He said that he's lurking. He's a lurking moderator. So he's a lurking spanner. Hello to you, Phil. I'll be seeing you next week, no doubt, in the Czech Republic. And gives us a chance also, maybe, to do a lurker call out. I haven't done one in a while. If you are lurking, what I mean is if you are watching or you're listening, and maybe you're not able to get in the chat very often, why don't you get in our chat right now, ECN European Cricket Network, and say hello and let us know where you're watching from, because we want to say hello to you, and thanks for supporting the European Cricket Network. And it's certainly unlike any other sports broadcast that I've seen, because we can actually talk back to you.
Yeah, I'm surprised with his change. I would have just bowled out Gurwinder as well. There's no point holding Gurwinder back for later, because you don't want him bowling when the batters are on top.
Yeah,
this
true.
is the time to bowl him.
That's a good point. And said they are going for Arjun Singh in the 4th. Let's see how that works out. So abandoning the spin plan and going back to the medium pace of Arjun.
Plays this down to the man at third. He's in no particular hurry to get to it. I think the batters will probably take note of that and the throw.
Yeah, I agree with you with that, but
yeah, look, I just want to say also, well done. Well, well done to all the teams that took part in that Valletta Cup in Malta. It was a fantastic T20I series, but particularly well done Romania. And especially, this one is nicely played, and Arjun does get a foot onto it, but it still will go for a single. But especially as I was in Romania, I know we started the that series together, and then you had to go to Desert Springs, but
yeah,
I was there, and the guys were really G'd up for it, looking forward. And remember, we had a good chat with the coach as well, Hatsu. And
yeah,
he had his ideas as well. This one has been pumped, and that's out of here. That's a big hit, and that goes all the way. Have a look at this. Gets into position, and boom, shakalaka.
That was absolutely smoked, wasn't it? He's taken a couple of steps down and just launched this one. Arun Pandey, making up for lost time in a way. That was right out of the middle. You always take a bit of a chance when you hit across the line, but you can kind of biomechanically generate a bit more power, just the way your body's built.
Yeah, gone a long way. Yeah, so congratulations to Romania, and particularly to Taranjit Tarzan, I call you. Well, you were Tarzan, weren't you? MVP as well. Well batted. And I'm sure it's a very proud moment for you and your family. I bet you're nice to be reacquainted back with your missus and your lovely son.
This is going to be one anyway, but he tries to get out of the way of this, Raja, and accidentally kicks it. So hopefully he sees him better when he's down the other end. It will be a single. Hey, I just want to say hello to Ian Johns, who's said that he's lurking in London, and to John Tucker, who is a big fan. Hello to you, John. It's always great to see you. He said hello to fellow ECN fans and lurkers. He's watching from England as well. Also, I think I saw Kai, who's lurking in Sydney, and he's loving the Stockholm Cricket Ground. It is beautiful.
Oh, risky, and he's sent back, rightly so, and they still think about it as this one pops over the keeper. Yeah, hello to all the lurkers, wherever you're lurking from, whether it's the UK, Australia. It's lovely to have you on board.
Yeah, so I know that there's a lot of people always telling me on my social media that they're enjoying it. It's nice to say hello to them, as this one is a bit of work for the man on the boundary. They may think it's two here. It's a long throw. They decide against it. And so it will just be a single, and it's the end of the 4th over. And Stockholm Titans, they are 26 for 2. And once again, a very, warm hello to you. And if you are lurking, well, hello. And even if you can't even hear what I'm saying because maybe you muted it because you're at work, that happens. It looks great to have you with us. And look, right now we're seeing a lot of sunshine, and hopefully it stays this way. I know there's some concerns about the forecast tomorrow, but I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, of
I think
course.
earlier in the week when the wind was in, we were absolutely freezing, but this is more like it. And beautiful long days here in Stockholm, aren't they?
Beautiful long days, yeah. You got to remember, as we said yesterday, to draw your curtains at night, because otherwise you're going to be woken up at about 3:30, 4 in the morning, because it is so bright. It's amazingly bright, and well, plenty of sunshine, plenty of light, plenty of good cricket. What more do you want?
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is going to be a really interesting phase of the game now. That run rate required, I don't think they want to see it going north of 10. Currently 9.66. Sanjay Kumar Sareen comes on to bowl. Over number 5 on the way. Cracks this, and this is going to be 4. Nobody back there. So it's a bit of a risky shot because he goes aerial. He couldn't afford a miss hit. Raja absolutely whacks it. Look at the back speed there. And the ball flies away to the boundary. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, top shot. Timed it beautifully. Yeah, Sanjay Kumar Sareen, the captain yesterday in match 10 against Albazami, picked up 2 for 14. And he did bowl particularly well, but that one has been smashed straight away. So this is going to be an interesting battle. Battle of the captains. And the captain with the bat, Nagula, starts well. And well, this could be curtains, but look who's under it. Can he take it? Yes, he can. Well, that will give him a lot of confidence. Look, you know that that's not an easy catch, because when the ball goes up in the air for the wicketkeeper, he's got to turn around. He's wearing a helmet. He's got to find it first.
That's exactly what I was going to say, and you've obviously heard me say that before, because you can lose perspective of this when you're under the lid, but he gathers it. He has to catch it kind of as he's running with the flight. So that's a real good confidence booster for Manish Jamal. I'm really happy that that one stuck for him. I don't think the Titans are so happy because they have lost another wicket, and this is a big one. Raji Yanagula just hit a very, very good boundary, but he has to go for only 6. Score now is 30 for 3. Just want to say a quick hello to Sundori, as well as Maya Patel and Maya Zakini, as well as Michael H. Hope you're well. Not just the lurkers, I want to say hello to everybody. We appreciate the fact that you are joining us. And yeah, well, I'm really happy for Manish, because I would hate for him to remember the first over and have that as the only memory of this match. But it's also a pretty good bit of bowling by Sareen to force the false shot. Just stood to the new batter, facing up. Just knock one out to the offside for a single to first up.
Yeah, he gets a single. And good win that. He's just having a chat with his own captain to say, come on, get behind the stumps. And Sanjay Sareen says, okay, bud, okay. This will probably be called a wide. It will be. So he does have the last laugh, doesn't he? And getting that Raja out after Raja, the captain of the Titans, heading for that big boundary, 4 runs. Oh, this is an opportunity again. And he's saying that, you can see, he says that ball just pops up on me. Let's have a look. He's sort of going backwards and then just can't gather it there, Vinny.
He couldn't. Just needed to stay still. Just panics a bit here, I think. Next ball is going to be a wide. But yeah, this is the next ball, which was that's actually a pretty good bit of keeping to get across there and block that. But yeah, just a couple of chances going begging here for Indiska.
Plays it out to the man at fielder. The batting camp is shouting for 2, and then in the end, I think they've just maybe pressured the fielder slightly there to get probably a harder throw in that he didn't need to. And the captain not able to gather it, and they will take the 2.
That's good running. They called 2 straight off the bat, and although it wasn't there when he threw it, when it bounced off the bowler, they were quick to react.
In the air, chance, opportunity. And, it spills, goes down. It almost looked like he was holding on to that, but it came out at the last minute, and that's, I think that's
Arjun Singh.
Arjun Singh out there.
I mean, it's pretty well bowled. Again, it's a challenge kind of delivery. He goes after it, doesn't quite get it. Had to go a long way to get there, Arjun Singh. And does get there. Unfortunately, he puts it down. It's also the end of the over. So now we are halfway through this innings. It's 36 for 3. And so I They want to be about 42 at this stage to be up with the rate. So just a little bit behind, but not too far behind. And I was using those kind of 17 per 2 overs. So using that, they'd want to be 51 after 6. That's very, very possible. But the man that just spilt that catch, Arjun Singh, he has the right of reply because he's got the ball in his hand for the 6th over.
Arjun playing with the outside line there. Arun Pandey just gets himself in a position playing to that. Probably would have been a wide ball there. Gets himself to 20, but keep an eye on that. He was dropped there on 19. That, well, 18 I think he was on because he got the single.
Yeah. Should get one here. And it's only going to be one. Govinda does the backing up. Yeah, I mean, plenty of wickets in hand, but you feel like someone has to take the car and drive it for the Stockholm Titans here. They don't want to leave it to new batters coming in. It's not easy to score that kind of 10 and over or so. If you're new to the crease, we know that. Just need a boundary and over at a minimum.
It's been struck, Sanjay. Oh, it's the captain's turn to put one down. Well, he's got the shades on, but they're not able to help him take the catch. And this one is one you got to take. So they're just dropping the key man at the moment. Look. It sort of gets his hands to it, then it rolls down his arms, and he's trying to then hug it onto his chest, and he can't.
That was a good effort. That was pretty much past him. He did get 2 hands to it. I think he used the correct technique. Just unfortunate. He just slightly misjudged it. This one won't be caught by anyone. Should just be one down the ground. K. Patel. Yeah, doesn't have the gloves today for this game anyway. He's down at long on. How many boundaries in this innings? Not so many. I'll check in a second. Oh,
this one. What's happened here to the bowler, Arjun Singh? Have a look at him. He totally loses his balance and ends up being a Gandhi ball. Here he goes. He just... Oh, yeah, you see there, he just totally goes. He's trying to get... I think he was trying to get that one out of the back of the hand.
Yeah, got it wrong, but only cost him 1.
Pushed away out to the fielder. Good running this time. They both batters got a good understanding between them to go straight away.
Yeah, 2 4s and a 6 in this innings through the best part of 6 overs. And there was a 4 byes in there as well. Yeah, just not the boundaries required to get to the rate required. That's why they need just north of 10 at the moment. Need to get a move on.
This is well hit, and that's a great catch. Brilliantly done. And we've seen some drop, but Tanzim Zobani, he comes into the team. Wasn't quite able to perform as he would have liked with the bat. Well, this one will make Govinda Singh happy because him and Govinda had issues. And Tabani says, well, how about that? Will that get me in your good books? Because I do take a catch. And Govinda will say, yeah, well done, Yard. Good catch. That is a good catch. Me and Maximo here, we're getting ready to protect our equipment once more.
Yeah, it was a really good catch because he has to take it slightly to the side of him, which is never easy to judge. And that could be a match-winning catch. I mean, it does take a crucial wicket. And, yeah, Tabani gets Jasud, who always looks good, but never sticks around too long so far. He got a fair piece of that. That would have been 4 or possibly even 6 if that wasn't taken. There was a real chance he could have dropped it over the line. But instead, not only does he save the boundary, but he does take the wicket. 42 for 4 after 6 overs. And now Sanjay Sareen is going to bowl over number 7. They're halfway to the target, but they've used 6 of the 10 overs. This is a pretty good stand-up sweep, and this is going to be 4. Really nice shot. And Pandey's not too bothered. He said, well, I'm still here. I've been here since the start. And he takes this pretty much off stump, but it's a very nicely executed sweep shot.
Yeah, beautiful sweep. And executes it perfectly. It's all about keeping the head perfectly still. So, what's the reply going to be from the captain? Draws him forward this time. That's well timed, and it may go all the way. It does. And we've seen 2 beautiful strokes there from Arun Pandey. First of all, the sweep shot, and then this one through the covers. That's a delightful shot.
Really nice placement as well as the timing. And he doesn't try to hit too hard as Tabani tries to pull it back from the beyond, but he couldn't. 50's up now. And Titans, yeah, just walking the tightrope here. Looks like they're just behind the 50% mark in the win predictor.
Does he get a hand on this?
Back anyway.
Yeah, there's no real appeal from the captain. But I think the batter is not really Yeah, he gets himself back in comfortably. He doesn't get the touch on it anyway. I think his bat might have been in the air.
Might have been. I think he saw it had gone past the fingers and wasn't touched, so he wasn't too bothered. Just one. So I think it's a very, very interesting game. I called a close one, and I'm sticking to it at the moment.
Yeah, 50 on the board. Vikrant Goyal is the new batter that goes out. Places firmly, and you can hear, probably in some of the mics around the ground, that at the moment the Titans are quite happy with these two batters straightening the ball around. I think they know that Arun Pandey is the key. That's a Gandhi ball. He gets away with it, and the wicketkeeper chases after it. Jamal and goes.
It'd be a wide, but it really should have been a boundary. Hey, it was very hittable. This is not a good one. It just misses out. Has to be rebowled though, so not a terrible result for the batting team. Next one's probably a wide the other way. Yeah, it is.
Well, Saran just needed to finish his spell well, didn't he? He would have finished it 2 overs, 1 for around about 19, and now it's a couple of wides here. And extra balls, extra runs, and it gives the opportunity also for Pandey to just take an easy single and go back on strike. 55 on the board, 4 wickets down. That's 7 overs now gone.
Yeah, so we've got 29 off the last 3 required. And as Phil in the chat has let us know, some toss news. It is the Titans that have won the toss. They'll be bowling first, so we'll have the same order of innings. In Disco, we'll get to bat first. They'll try and defend it. You can see fairly similar teams. Now, the funny thing about this, and you missed this, is that in Disco, their captain, Sanjay Serene, he wasn't sure about the team selection, so he actually tossed the coin once to decide who was playing, who was his 11th player, and actually he dropped his brother on the basis of this coin toss. Because he asked for the coin before, and we said, no, the referee will do the toss. And he said, no, I need to work out to see who my 11th player is, because he couldn't split them. So unfortunately,
did we film that? We should get that. Did we get that on camera?
Diana might have got it, I'm not sure. But anyway, the good news is that match 14 is on the way, starting in 35 minutes from now, right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, guess who? It's Sharma with some moon pies, and it might start with a wicket. No.
Oh, he backs away from this. He's got to try and catch this. That's a big moment. Arun Pandey is the man who's scoring all the runs. He's been dropped twice already on 18 and on 20.
This will be super interesting. I mean, it's a pressure situation. He's coming in. And let's see if he sticks to this tactic of tossing up really high with the occasional flatter one.
Straight out to the field there on the leg side. They've got to be key here now, because it's definitely coming their way. Well, if he didn't know what was coming his way, Arun Pandey, he knows now. How would he play this? Would he rock back, or would he come out?
Super interesting.
It's flatter delivery, good, well bowled. It's clever. He's chasing it himself. And here comes the throw. You can see the urgency from both teams. Indiska, they're desperate to register their first victory and get their points on the board and keep their quarterfinal hopes alive.
That was good fielding by Sachin Sharma, who is a lot quicker off his own bowling than when he's fielding off anyone else.
He's an ox, isn't he? He's an ox, I tell you.
All right, here we go.
Adios. And that's the danger. You come down, you commit. And, well, the thing about this from Goyal is what I not like about it is he doesn't even try to give it a whack. He gets into position, he says, look, it beats him, and that's it. I'm done for. And good work there with Manish Jamal. He's had an indifferent time behind the stumps, but he keeps his eye on this one, and also he stays patient.
Uh-oh.
He stays patient.
Bad news here. Bad news.
I think that's the angle of the camera.
No, this is going to be turned around, I reckon.
I don't think...
What do you mean? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the angle of the camera.
Yeah. No, that's clearly in front. He's going to be called back here. I'm pretty sure. Wow. I thought he waited nicely, but, well, maybe it might have been missed. Can you believe it? I mean...
Benefit of the doubt, camera angle.
What are you talking
bowl
about?
Bowl the ball
doubt?
Quickly. Bowl his next ball. Bowl it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, well, this one, is it going to be caught? No, they don't catch it. And there comes the throw. He's had a bad day. Leave him alone.
And that one, I think they're not. Well, it is going to be.
Is that been called?
Yeah.
Surely not. No, that is never. Sorry, the way these balls come down from Sanjay Sharma.
I think it's not. I think
no
I think it hasn't been called in yet. I think it's been. Yeah. We'll clarify.
Is it
that
or
in a
isn't it?
second. So, what over is this? It's not the 9th at all, is it? This is the 8th.
This is the 8th. Struck well. And watch the bounce. That's really well. Tobani, he's a class act here in front of us. So, well, that's the end of the over. And it's interesting because Sharma just goes for 5 runs, picks up that wicket as well. It's all on Pandey here. Pandey has to go big.
Oh, my word. So, I don't know who's lucky and who's unlucky in that over. It had a bit of everything. Yeah, I do agree with you. If it's close, then the angle can mean it's, you can't call it. That wasn't close. That was a good hand span in front. And that was the one he didn't have to reach because the batter was nowhere. He didn't have to rush at all. Could have backed off, if anything.
There's me saying he's done well. He's had a difficult time. And there you are, trying to put more misery on him.
He's made his own bed there.
But surely, though, that's got to be the
right.
hardest. Hang on, what's happened here? Okay.
So we've got 1 ball to go.
Well, so there you go. It's played out. So that one obviously was called a no ball. That's why the extra ball. Here comes the throw. It's a good arm, but he's thrown it to the wrong end. It's got to go to the keeper's end, this throw.
Yeah, so they'll get 2. And the score is 63 for 5 after 8. I want to say hello to Sarab Dalpuri, who's watching from the Netherlands. Says, "G'day, Vinny. Hopes I'm doing well." He says Sharma has some serious hang time on those balls. Yeah, he does. That's his tactic. What he does really well most of the time, not all the time, is he gets his length right. So if you're going to bowl that slow, you have very, very little margin for error. But he also has this kind of flatter one, which, yeah, the flatter one at least keeps you on your toes, so you're not certain what you're going to get. So let's see if Sharma gets another over in the last. That'll be interesting. 5 wickets, 5 different bowlers taking wickets. Guruvinda, we haven't seen him since the 2nd, but we're going to see him in the 2nd last series. He is going to bowl the 9th. They're keeping the pace off. What a game this is, with 21 now required off the last 2 overs. It's all going to happen in the 9th. Crucial over in this contest. Match number 13. Is he going to throw up yet another spooky surprise, Rico?
Yeah, Arun Pandey. He's the man. They're going to win it. He's got to stay there. Outside the line, you've got to be thinking about the ball, and this is a major play, and I think he's out. Oh, this is what you don't need. What are they doing here? Why are they even taking this on? Arun Pandey gets out, but I thought Govinda Singh was, well, involved in an unnecessary LBW appeal rather than focusing on the ball. But luckily, he does turn around. He takes the ball from the keeper and gets the run out. Well, that's Manish Jawal. Isn't he having a change in fortunes?
Wow. He's had a very interesting time back there. But yeah, to lose your set batter like that's
crazy.
That's not what you needed at all. So now we'll see Nadar out there. And he was actually a bit of a specialist at the end of the innings. You see, it was actually Pandey that calls that. And he says, yeah, come at me, Aja. But yeah, it wasn't a good call. Nadar was really good yesterday. This isn't him facing. This is Yadav, who wants to come back for 2.
Oh, it could be the repeat of what we've just seen, and he's got to deal with this easily. He does. The bows haven't come off as yet. They do now.
Wow.
It's 2 wickets in 2, and it's all about the nerves.
This is a battle of wills, and it wasn't going to end well for Yadav, who wants the 2, but Nadar doesn't think it's on. He says no, but look at the eyes here. He puts the big stop sign up. He's not even looking. Even now, he hears the footsteps. Even now, he didn't know where he was, and he was past him. But even though he runs past him, the fact that Nadar never leaves his crease means that he will survive. And unfortunately, it'll be Yadav that's got to go. So the wheel's really falling off here for the Titans at the moment. And with that one, it is 65 for 7. And disastrous. 2 run-outs in 2 balls. And that's a classic case. You know, I talk about eye contact. You've got to have an idea where the ball is. But you need to look at your partner. You need to look at their eyes and their movements.
Yeah.
And Nadar, okay, he put the big stop sign up. He wasn't watching, but Yadav should have seen that he wasn't running at all and just not been so stubborn. And now another wicket. So we have another one.
Team hat-trick.
Well, it is.
Team hat-trick there.
Oh, 64 for 8. What is going on here? So Govinda does the trick. They held him back, and Yeah, the Titans, you always know they're going to be an excitement machine. At the moment, they're exciting for the wrong reasons.
You say excitement machine. What does it take for Gurinder Singh to get excited? I want to see a smile on that man's face. Give me a smile. Thoda has. Give me the Kalia Karo, Gurinder Singh. Well, he's serious. He wants to win this match. But look, sometimes, Vinny, you've got to play smart cricket. The first 2 balls of this over was not smart cricket. And if you don't play smart cricket, well, you're not going to win matches. And Indiska now are all over this. Surely is now theirs to lose.
I mean, here's the thing.
Team hat-trick.
Runs on the board, holding up. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Indiska probably should have had 100 on the board, but they had 83. But, yeah, chasing. You see, it's doing funny things to these Titans at the moment.
Corner ball. Oh, it's 4 wickets on the spin. And there's a smile. Gurvinder Singh. Well, he's smiling now. Well, that's what it takes to make him smile. Caught and bowled. Well, it's all happening here. And now maybe we can see something spectacular here on the European Cricket Network. We have seen 4 wickets fall in 4 balls. And now this is a genuine hat-trick ball coming up.
You know what? He was so surprised when that ball got hit back at him. He was in no position to catch it. And it wasn't in the middle of the hands. And he's getting a little lift up there. Well, I'll tell you what.
That's his back gone for the mound. He's a big man doing it.
Must be spending a lot of time in the gym because he executed that no problem at all. He lifts him up. And now here comes Sushi, who we saw batting number 1 yesterday. He's batting number 11 today. And, oh, look, what do I need? 20 off 8 now.
Sushi. Oh, wow. Look, we don't want him in the record books for the wrong reason. Sushi, hat-trick ball. We've had 4 wickets in the first 4 balls of this over.
Well, here we go. Strap yourselves in. Hat-trick delivery.
Ooh, just plays this down. And
this is why we love the European Cricket Network, Rico, because you never know what you're going to see. And at the moment, the wheels have fallen off, the roof's fallen off, the doors have fallen off in this chase. And they still got to go for it here. It's not impossible.
Sushi plays this down and... Gurvinder Singh says, come on, get it to me. Well, Sushi gets in okay. He's going to be back on strike. What an over. What a spell of bowling from Gurvinder Singh. And, well, yeah, it's...
All right. Are we going to see Sachin Sharma to Sushi in the last over? Maybe not. I think maybe Tabani's going to bowl. But I was going to say, what about Sushi just to whack 2 6s and 2 4s and to walk off? That'll be an all-time. Yeah, Indiska. Haven't been perfect in the field by any means, but it does look like they're doing enough to edge out this contest, and that will draw them level. But what about Gurvinder Singh? 3 for 4 off his 2 overs, and with the 2 run-outs, which he kind of made happen. A good return catch as well. Murugason is out there. He's at the non-striker's end, and it will be Sushi Kadam on strike.
I'm just glad we saw him smile. That's all I wanted. Just give us a smile, and the caught and bowled got the smile from him. It was hit pretty well, wasn't it?
Mayur in the chat saying that if Sushi wins the game for the Titans, that they'll be working overtime. Well, could we see it? I mean, what do you need? If you need 19 off and over, you basically need something like 16 in boundaries. All right, so
it's Tabani that's coming to bowl. Hasn't bowled as yet. So
can bowl though.
Yeah, of course he can bowl.
Here we go. 10th overtime.
Where's this going? It's racing away. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras.
Here we go. There's one of them. You need 3 or 4 boundaries to win.
Well.
Not convincing. Effective. Sushi, sometimes an opener, sometimes a number 11, but always entertaining. And that makes the equation 15 off 5.
Yeah, just straying. I mean, one good ball will do it, but a couple of bad balls.
Come on.
Sushi will put them away. Sushi
Big 5
on charge. This one's played into the ground, so that's just a single. That takes it to 14 now, or 4.
Murugason hasn't faced yet. 14 off 4. How can you do it? A couple of 6s. 3 4s. Maybe scramble a couple.
This one could be sailing over the boundary. What do you reckon?
Needs to go to the boundary.
And he goes for a big shot. It will go to the boundary. 4 carreras más. And this game is being kept alive. That means there's 10 required of 3 deliveries. That's right. You heard it. 19 was required of the last. Now 10 off 3. They can't afford to lose a wicket.
Shot. What an amazing shot. And Murugas, I'm not even sure exactly when he came in because there were so many wickets in a row. But let's just say...
Somebody's sweating.
Towards the start of the 9th over.
In front of us, he's sweating big time. Here we go.
All right.
Tabani in again.
Another one of those.
Murugan. Oh, there. That's it. Chuck the putte. Game over. And it was good while it lasted. The hope there. We thought we were going to perhaps see an amazing finish. And in the end, it's done in spectacular style by Tabani. I did say one good ball will do it. Well, this was a good ball. It was right there. Just held it back slightly. You knew there was going to be a big swing from Murugan. Well, he does swing hard, but he loses his stumps, and it's all over. And what a thrilling and entertaining game this was. And Indiska, well done. Congratulations to them. The team that ate the Methi Parontas for breakfast again. Well, it's Paronta power. That's what's led them. They had that little blip with the batting, didn't they, when it looked like they were going to score, probably get to the 100. But they're still, thanks to some good hitting there towards the end, got to 83 for 6. And then with the ball, well, they were on top, really, Vinny. You've got to say all the way through, didn't they?
They were. And look, the wickets really tumbled at the end of the innings. 4 in a row, in fact, 6 in the last 2 and a bit overs. But I think it had to do with the fact that they had pushed the rate up. As we go back to some of the highlights, I think Arshpreet Singh bowled pretty well early. That was a nice little cut shot to get things going. A lot of the batters did cut well today. He did come up with a couple of good deliveries, and that one really should have been held behind the stumps by Manish Jamwal. Well, he'll be a relieved man as well. Despite a couple of little clangers, he gets away with it. The batter didn't get away with that. That was Parthasarathi, who just offered a simple catch to Sanjay Sareen. Meanwhile, as the nightmare continued behind the stumps for Jamwal early. So Arshpreet says, look, I'll do it myself. That one crashing into the middle stump. That was the end of Tagula, who is dangerous. Yeah, all through it. We saw the occasional big shot, and that one doesn't get much bigger than that. And Raja, well, he thought that maybe he would have another day out. He looked good with that boundary, but then he fell soon after. Jamwal did hold on to the one. That was the turning point, really. And from there, Indiska, he looked pretty good defending this total of 83.
Yeah, that was the turning point. One man that still was leading the charge was Arun Pandey. He was dropped on 2 occasions on his way to 35, 26 when he finally went. Dropped on 18 and 20, and I was thinking, well, that could have been the key. And this time it was the captain that dropped him there on 20. While he was there was always hope. This was a sensational catch there in front of us from Tabani. That got out Jasud, who's a good hitter of the ball.
Pretty important when you think about how deep this game went. He potentially saved 6 there, takes a wicket, and Sanjay, he kept going. This was one of the best shots for me. He just leaned on this, and Tabani ended up the wrong side of the rope, couldn't pull it back. But then Sachin Sharma came in, all hell broke loose. This one was given stump, but the replay speaks for itself. Given out.
But this over, well, this was crazy. This was absolute craziness. I mean, that was when the match went. That was when the match went. There's no need to be running there. And this is when we saw 4 wickets in 4 balls.
Yeah, look at this. 21 puts his hand up and he says, no, thank you. And then he looks to try and find him, and he hears footsteps behind him. So, yeah, these were just unnecessary ones at this stage. It's just a bit of a lack of match awareness, I suppose. But pressure does funny things. It does different things to different people. And Govinda said, I'm going to grab a couple for myself as well. Nadar, who was so good yesterday in the chase, he fell to a fairly straight delivery. And then the very next ball, whack. And Govinda took that in the right hand, and he was almost raising a full smile by this stage.
Well, he gave us a smile. There he goes, Govinda. Give us a smile, I said. It finally came. Well, maybe he needs to be hurt before he smiles. And then here we go, Sanjay Sharma. Okay, aja, balle. Well, I'll tell you what, you need to eat your aloo parontas. You're going to be picking up Gurvinder Singh. He's a unit.
Sachin Sharma showing that he's been spending a bit of time on his core strength. And then we thought maybe we would have another turning point as 2 boundaries came in the last over. But ultimately, Tabani had the last laugh as he knocked over Murugan. And that was the end of the game. They were out of wickets. They were bowled out for 74 with 2 balls to spare. And in a very entertaining match number 13, it was Indiska that got over the line by 9 runs. And we'll get to see the same order of innings coming up in the second match of the day as Indiska. They've been sent in by the Titans. So the Titans, it's funny because the wheels kind of came off chasing then, and they've basically elected to chase in match number 14, which is beginning in around about 15 minutes. You can see some of the players to watch out for there. for both teams and their fantasy points. There are a few new faces to this tournament today, but still a smattering of experience. And well, I think we can expect another very close game, Rico. And what I would say is now that these two teams are level on points, this could be the game when we look back that determines who stays and who goes at the end of day 5.
Yeah, very good point. Level on points, but it's going to be interesting to see just how that victory has helped Indiska as well. I mean, think about net run rates as well. Could be really important as we go through. But yeah, I mean, this next match could be key because there's not going to be any easier matches coming for either one of these two sides. To try and get the advantage in this one will make a huge difference. I mean, the way that the coin toss goes, I think both teams were happy. I'm going to say it was the same as with the first match. I think the Titans, with their display yesterday in chasing, would be happy to chase. It didn't go well for them today. I think a couple of key wickets there that went at the wrong time for them. But they've certainly got Arun Pandey there. He's pretty good. I think Tigulu, he's one that needs to perform well, and Yanagulu as well. Those two didn't perform. If they did, I think they would have got those runs quite easily. But that scorecard tells you just how important that that innings from Pandey was. That was the man they were relying on, and that run out, that was absolutely crucial. Nobody else getting into double figures, so it was the extras that was the second highest scorer with the 6 wides, 4 byes, and there was that one no ball as well, which was look, that could have been a turning point as well. That no ball for me, that was a tough call. But then maybe it works both ways, because you were talking about the one with the keeper's gloves.
They had a bit both ways. I think in the end they just weren't up to the chase. 3 for 4, Govinda, best of the bowlers, and 5 other bowlers shared 1 wicket each, but all of them pretty good with the economy. Kate Tabani, he went for a couple of boundaries at the end, but he did take the crucial 10th wicket. Got to say, Arshpreet bowled pretty well, only conceding 10 off his 2 overs. And those 2 run-outs as well. The wheels just falling off. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th. Well, in this one, it went run-out, 1 plus run-out, wicket, and it all happened in the 9th. That's why we say it. We can take a quick break, back in about 15 minutes with the second match of the day. It'll be Indiska batting first, Titans winning the toss and bowling in match 14. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you've had a bright start to your day. Plenty of sunshine here in Stockholm. Join us for more cricketing action and excitement when we return. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm on a beautiful sunny Thursday, and we have one game already completed, still 3 more T10s to go, and it's going to be a rematch coming up between Indiska and the Stockholm Titans. Well, this is a real crucial game, really. It's going to be last roll of the dice time, really, for Indiska to knock over the Titans. And the Titans, well, they've been playing some good cricket at times. We kind of learned to expect the unexpected from them. So we're all set up for the toss in match number 14. Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Tails the call. Oh, look. It's heads.
We're gonna bowl. Okay. Thank you. Good work, boss.
So it is Raja from the Stockholm Titans that has won the toss, and he's decided, look, we want to bowl first. Interesting, so it will be the same order of innings that we saw in the first game of the day. He's obviously backing his batters this time to chase down whatever Indiska can put on the board. So I think all these guys, they'll fancy this as kind of a mini final in a way, because it could determine ultimately who stays and who goes at the end of tomorrow night's Group A fixtures. Of course, after match 21, team from Group A will be eliminated from the running as we get ready for the first ball. Rico Full is in the commentary box. I can tell you the Titans, they've won the toss. They're going to send in Indiska. Let's get ready for the first ball of this match.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu as we have a look at the aerial view of where we are. This beautiful Nosburg cricket ground. It looks absolutely stunning. And see the players' zones there, and the, as we call the PMO area as well. Don, referee, and his umpires are in the marquee there, the big one in the middle. And just to the left at the top of your screen, you see some of the lakes surrounding this beautiful location. It's absolutely fantastic, and on a day like today, you really do feel that you're right in the middle of nature. And I know a lot of people on the chat have been commenting on the superb ground that we have here. There's 2 grounds as well, and one big change there is Sajid Ghosh. He's going to take the stumps. In other words, he's going to be the wicketkeeper for this match. Manish Shawal will be out there in the field, but it's going to be an exciting contest. I think it's probably going to go very much the way the first match did in terms of runs. And there you go, just as I speak, that's exactly what the bat versus ball says. And it couldn't get any closer, could it? This time it's picking the Titans to do it just by 1 run. I think Indiska, they'll be pleased to be given the chance to bat again. Remember, they won the toss early this morning and wanted to bat first. So I think both teams getting what they want here. Indiska, though, they'll be hoping to build on the good start that they had and go on to get bigger runs on the board. That certainly is the plan. Just having a look if there's any change in the batting lineup. It's the same 2 going out, so that's good. They're being consistent. And Gosh made 26 of 15. And he was supported well by Sachin Sharma, made 19 of 3. But then they had the blip, didn't they, with Tabani, Gurvinder, and also Manish Chawal getting out very early, Patel as well, and then just weren't able to capitalise. Remember, there was a spell of 3 overs towards the end, and it was the 8th, 9th and 10th when they only just got 13 runs. That's what they need to try and iron out. And if they can, then they'll get themselves to a score around 100. Remember, last time around in that last game, that 83 was enough to win, but they left it a bit nervy towards the end, didn't they? So I think they'll be believing 15, 20 more runs on the board, and they can make it 2 from 2. Huge match. Both these teams on the same number of points. We'll see the tables come up a bit later at the end of the second over, so keep your eyes pierced on the screen, because that will give you an idea, and you'll be able to appreciate just how important it is as we're coming to the end of these Group A matches. This is Group A, and tomorrow will be the conclusion of the matches in Group A. Before on Saturday, we welcome 4 new teams from Group B. But who from the 5 teams of Group A will make it through to next Friday's quarterfinals? That is what the question is, and that is probably what's at stake here, as there's going to be no change with the bowling. If still going to go with Ramraj Nadar to open up. Bowling to Ghosh. And that's hit well, but straight to the fielder. Good backing up from Sanjay Sharma. Sanjay Sharma, I'm pleased to report he is okay after lifting up Govinder Singh at the end of that last match. He hasn't done himself an injury. Mind you, he's a pretty strong man himself, Sharma. Nadar. Just checking his field is correct. They've got the man out there for the cut shot that Sharma likes to play. And, just guides this out onto the offside just to get himself off the mark. They'll want these two batters to give them a good start, maybe once again to get them to around about the 35 to 40 in the power play, and then build on it this time. A little bit too wide here. No, the umpire's happy with that. He's going to nick to the keeper, they say. He's going to nick. Well, maybe. We shall see. And now once more. And this time he goes too wide. And it is called. Getting that swing away movement. See, he's swinging pretty late. You just think if he gets that one further up, sort of started on about the middle and off stump, then he'll probably get better rewarded, a better outcome. It's a nice shot. That will go. One bounce for 4 runs. Beautifully played. Picks it up beautifully. It just waits on this, doesn't he? Doesn't try and hit it too hard. It's a clever shot because you're inside the power play. You see there, the last minute, he really puts a bit of effort in to get that ball to go upwards. He's looking to get it over that inner circle. That's where the fielder is, and once it goes over there, it's going to go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Good shot from the batter. Ghosh, Harjit Ghosh. Field remains the same. This time he goes wider. That's a nice looking shot. That's where all the fielders are. There's a very tight cordon there on the offside. That goes straight to Jatinder Yadav, who makes the stop. Sharma. I think Sharma's the guy that you want to try and get the ball straight and pitched up to. I'd like to make him drive. And that's a good delivery. That's not a bad one either. That's where Sharma usually prefers it, but a little bit shorter. Doesn't like the ball full, Sharma. He likes to be able to play on the offside, out on the offside of the back foot. And Nadar doesn't give him that. 8 of the first. Very similar to the way first match started. It was 7 off Nadar's first over. It was the second one that was expensive, and this is where I think they need to make a change. It doesn't look like they're going to. They're going to stick with their plan. So GK is going to bowl this one, Parthasarathi, and he's not been at his best. He's been just a little bit too short with the line that he's been bowling, and this was the issues that he had yesterday. And the umpire's just adjusting the stumps, and while they're making that adjustment, we'll make an adjustment in the commentary box as Vinny Sandhu comes in.
Always happy to join you here, Rico. Gopal, see if he can come up with something. You're right, he's just a little bit below where he was earlier in the week. That's a pretty good start, getting some significant movement into the batter. It's Arajit Ghosh. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Fair bit of banter flying around in there. Also want to say hello to Charlie Hunt, who's joined us in the chat. Great to have you with us, Charlie. Once again, I hope you're resting up after the mountain of work you did for us last week in Malta. This isn't a good ball at all, and it's going to cost him 5. This was when the movement gets away from you. And they have changed the keeper. Arajit Ghosh has gone into that position, but he needs go-go gadget arms. He's just a little bit late to move as well, to be honest. He swipes and gets nothing but fresh air, and there's 5 bonus runs for Indiska. Yeah, it was a Gandhi ball. Gandhiest of Gandhi balls, as Andrew Ryan would say. And hello to Andrew Ryan as well. It was lovely to have his company, of course, in Landskrona. Yeah, hello, Charlie. Charlie did a magnificent job in Malta for the Valletta Cup. Well done indeed. I hope you're getting your voice back. But doing it solo, it was a top effort. Yeah, next one's just pushed into the point area. Yeah, so on this one, I'm going to think about a second run. That's really alert running, and they might get even more here. Oh no, 2. I got 3, and it's going to be
Oh,
I think that's hit the line,
that's
hasn't it?
touched the line, I think. Well, I think the foot, when the foot is making contact with the ball.
This will be 6 if it hits the boundary.
Touches. I think it, look, we're going to have to see this again. I mean, the fielder probably doesn't know. I think when the foot goes on the ball, it touches the line.
I thought it wasn't so much an issue of that. I thought the ball genuinely touches the rope, but I can't see as well as the fielder. The fielder really will be the only person that has any idea. They all mess each other up. I think this is going to be a Dorothy Dixon. I don't see how this won't look like it'll hit the rope. Are we seeing any blades of grass in between them?
Oh, it has to be. That's the rope.
Because yeah, you're right.
I think that's the rope.
You're right. It's going to be 6. It'll be because this is the shot here that's incriminating because he's definitely stepping on the ball and the rope. So that'll be 6 because they'd crossed for their second run at the time.
Can we have that again with the Benny Hill music? Can we do that? You think we can arrange that?
So we talked about 5 bonus runs. That'll be 6, including 4 overthrows.
That was such. I mean, the backing up there had a lot to be desired, didn't it?
Well, speaking of 6s, this could be another one. Or is it? It's going, it's gone. Great effort by Raja, but he can't pull that one back. Maximo. Well, we had the non-Maximo 6, and then the Maximo flies out of the ground, and it's Indiska that are flying early on here in match 14.
This is a nice shot. He just leans into this, doesn't he? Beautifully played by Sachin Sharma. And the bowler, I was surprised they were going to go back to GK. They're just sticking to a plan. They're sticking to a motion that they go through rather than making the changes. Just hasn't worked. This one is bowled outside the off, and it's bowled to Gosh, who is not. That's not his favoured shot. Whereas I think if it was Sharma certainly would have put it away. And, apologies, I'm giving Sharma credit for the 6 down the ground. It actually was Josh. Just got the batters the right way around now on the screen.
Right, here's the next one. And Raja's got a bit more work to do. He's going to have to try hard. He won't get there. He put in the big ones, but he wasn't able to get across. And it's Arjit Ghosh that's flying here in the first over. Takes this one from outside the off stump. So a mixture of good batting and pretty wasteful fielding at the moment has caused this. Scored a balloon. Doesn't look like the same Indiska team that couldn't win a game in their first 4. At the moment, they're 29. We're only 10 balls into this innings.
Yeah, it's following the same pattern of match 1. The second over finished on 23, so they're going even better than that.
Well, this one really could be a chance. Yeah, he's going to have to come in a long way. He just gets his fingertips to it in the end. That's Murugason, who's one of their better fielders. And, yeah, I think they all kind of stopped and looked at each other for a second when this went up.
But Vinny, just count how many bodies there inside the circle on the offside. If nobody gets to this, which they haven't, that is criminal. It's bad field placement. Well, one of those men have to be in. And look at them. How can you not catch that? It's just bad field placement. And it happened. And I think that they've been guilty of this, the Titans, several times. I like the idea of packing out the off stump, but the offside, sorry. But if you're going to do that, you've got to have players in close as well for those catches to stop those singles. They haven't done it. It's been a magical second over. It's a score. It's 30 without loss after 2.
What I would say, if it was criminal, then a few of these Titans are going to be spending some time behind bars. Anyway, here's the start of a new over, and it's Sadutam that is bowling. And this is going to be a boundary as well. So he just takes this off the stumps and cracks it through the leg side. At the moment, Arjit Ghosh, well, he's made kind of light of that close call last over. And oh my gosh, they are up into the 30s.
Yeah, Sadutam has been brought on to take the pace right off. But the first one goes to the boundary. We're still inside the power play, so he's only got 2 men that he can move out to those areas that he wants defended. Up in the air again. This one, if you got that man in close, this is a catching opportunity. They're all on the ring. It's very defensive from the onset, and that just means that when you do get an opportunity, and we probably have seen 2 opportunities on the offside, they don't get taken. Hits this fairly well, and Raja gets away from him, and they're taking on the misfield. I would like to see this again. I think the wide direction the batter chooses to take, I think if it's a direct hit or a better throw, he could have been in trouble.
Yeah, he certainly didn't take the most direct route there. 2 seconds, 0 seconds. Next one's a wide. Wide +1 coming up. But one thing you would say is that there's been a lot of excitement, considering we're not even out of the power play yet.
It'll be called wide.
Yeah, it'll be another extra. There's been a few of those contributing to the total. You can see Sadutam doesn't really leave the bowling crease, does he? He just kind of stands there after a while and cranes his neck round to the umpire to see what's going on.
Sadutam is probably thinking, well, if it works for Govinda, and also the man he's about to bowl to Sachin Sharma, then maybe it should work for me. He's trying to float them up.
He'll play this one to point, and they will get one. So they're on the same page with the running that time. Very good power play this. But if you remember Diska's innings this morning, they were in a pretty good position. They were 70 off 7, I think.
Yeah.
And then they just had trouble finishing it off as the wickets tumbled. So I think that'll be in the back of their mind during this innings. Gets across and just dabs this one away behind point. Just kicked from one fielder to another. It'll be the end of the power play. And it is 43 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, it's we've seen some changes in the way that the Titans have gone about the fielding. There's been some and better changes. There's been improvement, but they still go back to the old ways. And when we saw that 6, as in the one that was run, and with the ball also going to the boundary overthrows, I mean, the backing up was terrible. Players going with it with their feet. And that's what they've got to change, I think. That's one thing that they've got to change going forward, is saying, right, okay, come on. I mean, whatever the reasons were for fielding with the feet, we've got to stop it. We've got to iron it out.
Well, here's my order, Rico. You know what I ordered?
You ordered some sushi.
I did. Here it is. And so, sushi, 117, which is probably 117 krona here. Probably doesn't get you that much sushi.
That's
probably
probably,
about 12
probably
euros.
what the menu number is. The 1117 is sushi.
Sounds delicious. Oh, this one goes straight through, slides on, gets away from the keeper. And so it is Tagula, of course, behind the stumps for the Titans. Did pretty well to cover the line of that, but just couldn't hold on. Bounces away.
Yeah. If I was sushi, I'd be happier bowling to Sharma, because Sharma doesn't like to hit straight. I'd force him to hit straight.
Sharma's happy to take one here and hand it over to Gosh. But now, of course, they do have the protection of 5 outfielders. I want to say a big thanks to all of our mods in the chat as well. They're keeping busy, trying to keep the chat nice and clean and respectful. So to all of you guys, we appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Here's Sushi, still searching for his first wicket in ECN cricket. It's pretty well bowled. I think that's, oh, well. Remember, it's when it passes the crease. I mean, they have been pretty consistently harsh. Maybe 0.1% of the ball grabbed the line as it went past the crease. The next one's driven down the ground. No real damage. And so, the win predictor is giving Indiska a very good chance of this. 94%. Well, I'm not as confident as the supercomputers with this.
Yeah,
I mean, to say.
It's all what happens in the second part of the innings for Indiska. This is a lovely time shot. What a beautiful shot this is. Up and over. And that man, Arjit Ghosh, is timing the ball beautifully. Look, it's all about the distribution of the weight into the shot as well. Lovely shot over the inner circle. 4 runs. That's a classy shot from a batter that seems to be getting better and better.
The thing is, they've got at least one boundary in every over, and that's just helped this score up to above 50 now in just the 4th over. At the moment, they're on 139 pace. Let's see how long they can keep this up. That's pretty good bowling. He's bowled some good balls, Sushi.
Yeah.
Just can't get that elusive wicket. He's got one more ball in this over. I'd love to get rid of Sharma. He's come of age with that lofted cover drive earlier in the over. This time he's happy to play it down fairly sensibly, and why not? Because they're looking pretty good at the moment. We'll take them up to 52, and it's the end of 4. 52 without loss. Hope you are having a good day so far. I certainly am, and I'm here with Rico Fulvin, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu for the European Cricket Network. And well, these 2 teams, they are now locked on 2 points apiece. One of them will go above the other for going into the last 4 games of preliminary action. So this could be the game ultimately that decides who stays and who goes come quarterfinals Friday. Yeah,
it could do. It's also, I think, it's all about form as well. You know, if Indiska win this one as well, the 1-2 in the 2 the spin, that will certainly set them up well for going into their final fixtures as well. So, yeah, this is a big match for both these teams.
Here's Vikrant goal. This one's played right off the stumps. He's lucky he gets some bat on that, otherwise it would have been a dead duck. Now he wants the 2, but you got to at least phone a friend and ask first. As I don't know why Gosh is rushing away from the strike, because he's been batting so well. I do like the urgency, but luckily he's turned around. And will just be a single, and we'll see Arijit Ghosh facing up now to Vikrant Goal. He's been an inclusion to the side for the Titans, bolstering them.
Nicely played away, so they will take at least the 1. Yeah, the bowling, I mean, Sushi bowled the 3rd over last time, and it was Vikrant Goal who bowled the 4th, and it was a good over. So I just think, really, on 2 occasions, the skipper has, well, he's been let down maybe by GK as Raja. But when you've got a bowler that's not particularly in form, and you've got other bowlers then you're then relying on to bring things back, I think he just changed it up slightly. He didn't do that. I would even back myself the way he's been bowling to bowl that 2nd over. So he has options, but he's just not deployed them very well, I think, in this match. And he's given Indiska a very good start. Firmly struck. Work there to be done by the fielder. Does well. Gets down well. They've made that change to the field out there. And so far it seems to be working for them. Gosh, he's played some nice shots all around the ground, hasn't he? Played on the onside and the offside, played some nice straight shots. This time he goes for that gap in between the backward point and 3rd man, and he gets it perfectly. Once again, just demonstrating the pace of the outfield. Really lovely touch there, and I like these shots because to me it's like the best way to describe him is the ball goes exactly where the eyes and the bat are looking.
Yeah,
lovely shot.
I like the way that the batters seem to have gotten with the program now, and they're willing to hit the ball 360 a bit more, so they're not just kind of targeting that mid-wicket at all costs.
Starting to follow the ball here now, which is not a good sign. You can't have him out there. There's too many out.
Yeah, actually, no, they got 4 in the circle, so that's okay now.
Who's coming? Oh, 3rd man's come up.
3rd man's in, but there's like a guy pretty much right behind him. That's on the boundary. All right, last ball of the over. Lifts it into a big open space. It's going to be 4. So smart batting, manipulating the field. Arijit Ghosh, he's exploded to life here in the first half of match 14. He moves to 41 off only 19 balls. It's the end of 5. 63 without loss.
Yeah, what clever batting that is. He sees that the captain is starting to follow the ball now. So whenever there's that movement, the change is being made. And Arijit Ghosh, you see there, and the screen's 41 off 19. Really has played a marvellous inning so far.
And some batting to come as well, as you can see there. 10 wides in this innings. It's something that hasn't been an issue as much. All right, Sushi's back. This is the over, I think. This is the over, Rico. Yeah, Sushi gets on the board. I'm pretty happy to play him straight down the ground. Just a single. That is Jitu Yadav. That does the fielding. Yeah, the Titans, they're not in great shape if they lose this game. Push through and just deflected away into the offside for 1. Sharma's played a good role here as well. Yeah. He hasn't used up too many balls, played the occasional aggressive shot, but he's just happy to score and get Ghosh on strike because Ghosh has got the hot hand going at better than 200 strike rate. Yeah,
just been very intelligent batting, Vinny. I mean, when the ball's there to be played the shot they have, when it's not, they've taken the single. There's been very few dot balls.
This one won't carry to point. It's well picked up. But once again, see the batters on the same page. They're going with the hit.
Yeah.
And those fielders, they're pretty much right on the 30-yard circle. So there's always one there if you go straight away.
Yeah, and quite often you hear us talking about partnerships. Batters need partnerships. And this is what partnerships do. And it's not just been blazing. It's been clever batting as well. You know, they've manipulated the field. They've run hard. They've taken the opportunities. They want 2 here. And he backs himself to get there, you see. And that's really good. That's excellent from Ghosh. Ghosh knows that this 2 is on. He knows he can get there, and he says to Sharma, I can get there, don't you worry about it, go.
It's been a feature of Ghosh's batting. His running between the wickets has been good. Well, he's certainly sucking in the big ones right now, as we'd say back home. Trying to get the oxygen back into those lungs. And he faces up again. He moves to 44. And this one might take him all the way to 50. Well, not quite. It does get over the fielder. It's Arun Pandey out there. I think this will be 4.
Well, if this is 4,
yeah.
well, what's he doing out there? He needs to be on the boundary. What's he doing out there?
Yeah, you're right. And it is 4 pretty comfortably by about a metre or so. And yeah, that's one of those things. Maybe just misjudges the flight of the ball. Maybe comes in slightly after the hit. But gosh, with that one moves to 48. Good batting. Will he bring up a half century? There haven't been too many of them. We'll move to 49 with this one. This will also be the end of the over. 6 overs down. It is 73 without loss. And Arjit Ghosh has been excellent so far, making all the running. You have a look at this score. I mean, 73 after 6. 73 has been a score, we've seen defended before. And they still have 4 overs. But let's see if they can make more of the end of the innings, more than they did last time in Indiska.
It's interesting you mentioned the score. 73, when you have a look at Indiska's first 4 innings up until before today, that's what they've been scoring. They haven't got, in an entire innings, they haven't got to scores beyond 70 when they started off the first 4. Yet here today, the first innings they scored, in the first match, they scored 83. And here they're looking to go better than that. So they are improving all the time. That'll help, and that's well left also by the man who's searching for a run. That'll bring up a very classy and well-deserved 50 for him. We've only had just the 1 in the series so far. And that came up yesterday. That was from Rahul Halim.
He was so happy to reach 50 as well. It was a lovely reaction. Let's see what we get from Ghosh, who misses out on this one. Well, it's a bit fortunate to survive. No little feather through to the keeper, Madhavatagula.
He's feeling it. He knows what he's on.
Yeah, I think he probably does. Anyway, he just has to keep going the way he's been going. Hasn't had too much risk in his batting. He's got the reward. And this one's in the air, and it will be his 50. Well, not the most convincing stroke from Arjit Ghosh, but it does bring up a memorable half century. His first of the series, and he brings up his 50 off just 25 balls, 6 fours and a Maximo in there. Well batted, Arjit. And he set up Indiska for the chance to get a very, very competitive total here in the first half of match 14.
बहुत बधाइयां अरिजीत घोष ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली. Well batted. Congratulations.
Sharma just whacked this down the ground for 1. So like I mentioned, he's playing his role. And they're making a few.
I don't like that.
I just think it's a bit.
That's not the way to play the game. Sorry, if I were the umpire by now, I would have had a word with Sharma.
Right,
He's been doing that too often.
All right, this one should be 1, but it's going to bounce straight over the fielder. Well, that's almost taken his head off. And what it will be is 4 runs. Well, speaking of funny noises, there's a few funny bounces out there as well. As Ghosh gets this one to just jump off the service. Cuatro carreras. And well, what can you say about that? How do you deal with that kind of bounce, Rico?
Well, that's the old Tortuga. That's Jeffrey out there, our ECN Tortuga. The tortoise, as we say, Tortuga in Spanish. Well, we just leave him to roam free, and every so often, the Kookaburra finds him. You get that sort of bounce.
I suppose you're right with what you're saying with making noises to try and put off the fielder. Because they were definitely noises only intended to put off the fielder.
Of course.
And you couldn't do that, if a catch went up in the air, for example, you couldn't do that. I always think that the fielders shouldn't be put off by any noises anyway, because they should be focused. Easier said than done. Just leans back and plays this one away. This will be the end of 7 overs. 81 without loss at the end of 7. And one thing that we are all looking forward to here on ECN is the 2nd ever European Cricket Championship. England were the winners last year, and it's grown from last year. Now it's 21 nations. We'll see 20 of them in the group stage. England in the championship week, which starts on the 10th of October. Plenty of interesting groups there. I mean, I've talked a bit about Group C yesterday. Today I'm going to talk about Group D. Italy and Germany, they were in the same group last time, had a really interesting battle there in Group A. And then you see Norway. They're going to be in there as well. So some more from the north. And Switzerland. How about that? They're in there for the first time.
You saw a bit of Norway. I know it was T20 back in Desert Springs.
Yeah.
Any players there you think to look out for in this format?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one that comes to mind, as we see another bit of foot fielding, it's going to result in a 2. It's alert running by Ghosh.
What's happened here to the fielder that makes the stop? He's gone down. He's not getting up. And Sushi, he's just saying, come on, get up. Don't be a wuss. And he is get up. He doesn't even offer him a hand. Sushi says, you can do it by yourself.
The stern parent style of teammate. Yeah, the one man I would say, Mohammad Shah Sahak.
Oh, yeah.
He was brilliant at the the Spain Tri-Series that I covered just earlier this month. Slower ball. Raja gets pumped. And is it going to get over the fielder? It is going to be 4. Wow. He drops it and then it bounces and goes over the line. That's normally where Raja fields. It's Ramraj Nadar that's there instead.
Man.
It's pretty well executed, but the Titans, the ghosts of their first appearance, coming back to haunt them. He was in a pretty good position. I suppose he saves 2 if you want to look at it one way. Another way, that's a catch that really should be taken. Still wicketless here in match 14. Yanagula puts the pace back on and gets the dot ball next ball. Yeah, but Norway, going back to them, they've got a lot of talent. They're probably hampered by the fact that with the weather and the conditions, their season's a bit shorter. So when we saw them in the Tri-Series, they hadn't had a lot of cricket at all. But I'm looking forward to seeing them. Raza Iqbal's another one. He's getting on a bit now, but he's a very clever left-arm spinner and does like to open the batting normally. And finally, the wicket, Yanagula gets the leg-cutting slower ball through Gosh, who has to go for a very well-compiled 61 off 31 balls. And we saw almost a wicket earlier in the over, but this time, no mistake. Gosh just early through the stroke. Nice bit of guile from the Titans skipper, and it's 87 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, the wicket, it's at this point in the last match is when they crumbled. That's when they only managed to get just 13 runs in 3 overs. But you'd have to say, I mean, I've talked about some of the field placements. I've talked about the way that the bowlers have been utilised. And Raja Yanagula, I just do not understand why he comes on to bowl so late. He's a good bowler. He always gets wickets. He knows that there's been issues at the top end. When you know that your team are under the cosh because you've got that partnership going, you've got to bring yourself on a bit earlier.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. He does like to bowl the 8th and 10th, but I think I take your point. If the innings is going kind of off the rails, I think he probably needs to bowl probably 4th or 5th just to, even though, you won't have him at the end, but you need to turn things around, and he's certainly the bowler that can do that for the Titans. New batter coming to the crease now, and it's Gurvinder Singh. He's facing up. Similar kind of delivery. Gurvinder pushes away. He likes the idea of 2, but I don't think he's physically going to be able to get there. It'll just be a single. Of course, we saw Norway. Final point on Norway that we were talking about. We saw them in the ECC last year. And, they didn't really have the results early, but they did come good. They hadn't really played any T10 cricket, but I think once they got the taste of it, they looked pretty competitive. Unfortunate not to progress from Group A. Raja gets this one past the bat.
Well, I think this one must have taken a little bit of something on the way because there's a big, that takes a bit of edge.
It does. You could just see a little bit of a deflection off the toe there. And the keeper wasn't able to hold on. It's just about a metre further back than what I'd call actually standing up. Maybe that would have stuck if he was a bit closer because it wouldn't have deflected as far. 88 for 1 off 8 overs. So 110 pace at the moment. Surely this time Indiska are going to lift the score over the 100 mark, something we haven't seen today. You see that Panasarati didn't have a great day at the office with the ball. 22 off his over, went magical. Sadutam, not great either. Everyone else in the...
there was that
economy.
6.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And the 6 that followed.
Well, it should have been, 1 and then the 5. That's a very good point you make, actually. But still, we are going to see Ganesh Jasud bowl over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. Well, it was earlier on today. Gets a little edge. It's going to take some chasing. I don't think it's going to be caught by anybody. It's going to be 4. So fortune favours the brave, and he backs away. Tries to slice this over the offside. Just gets a little edge. No third man in place, and that one races away to the boundary. Down the hill for 4.
I'm just going to make this point one last time. I promise I won't bring it up again. Vinny, you mentioned, I'm talking about how Inasula, he has to bowl higher up. Jasud bowled the 9th over, only bowled the 1 over in that last match. He went for 1 run, took 1 wicket. I say no more.
Yeah, we'll need to get Rico to write out the bowling order maybe and hand it to Raja. Anyway, here is Jasud. Third man in the circle now. This one will be pushed away too far, so wide coming up. And the Titans, let's see if their batting clicks. I mean, could be the chase that determines whether they stay alive in the tournament or not. Of course, both these teams will still have 2 more games tomorrow to take some points away. But the Titans have a couple of tough clashes against Albi Zalmi.
To get to the 100 on the mark, and bowler just has to stop there as I think the captain Just shouting some instructions out to one of the fielders.
Disc will play Butchirka tomorrow in their last 2 matches. On the walk, gets a fair piece of it, but I don't think he's going to get past Raja. And this time he holds on long enough. I think there's no controversy about this one. And he's got a good pair of hands, the captain, Raja Nagula. Bowled a good over in the 8th. This time, this one's flat batted from Guruvinda. He doesn't get the elevation to get it over the Titan skipper, who holds on to a good catch. Second wicket down now. 10 balls remaining in the innings, and Indiska are 93 for 2.
Yeah, and wicket goes down. Jasud, the bowler, continues what he does. He always picks up wickets. I think he also needs to be the key player with the bat here. I think when he gets the opportunity to go out there, he's a clean striker of the ball. They need him to get quick, valuable runs.
This will be Tabani coming to the crease. Tanzim Tabani. It's a pretty solid cricketer, if you ask me. Coming out in the number 4 position. And so, let's see if Jasud can grab another. What you mentioned, he has been a decent bowler this morning, but because he's bowling the 9th, this will be the only over that he gets. Waits and cuts this, and yeah, absolutely does Sushi. But no problem there. Might cost him 1 run, because they will come back for a couple. Just gets done by the spin there, doesn't he, Sushi?
Yeah, shake of the head of the umpire. He's pretty confident that the batter has got in, and yeah, he's absolutely right.
He has, for Sushi, just thought he was in the right spot, and then it spun away past him. Still searching for that elusive wicket, isn't he, Sushi Kanham?
Yeah, he's been very unlucky in both the matches today. He's bowled well. There's been chances. The fielders have let him down.
Waits on this, punches it. I think they'll only get a single here. So yeah, I mean, whatever this score is, it looks to be, 100 plus. The Titans are going to have to bat positively from the get-go, aren't they? If they're going to get there.
They'll have to bat the way they did in match 11 against Linshopping. Linshopping put 78 on the board. And the Titans, well, they were in blistering form as they knocked them off. This will be called a wide. This won't help from Jasud. And that was the captain, wasn't it, Raja Nagula? He made 41 of 22. That's what they need. They need that sort of knock. He needs to be positive, bat himself up the top of the order.
Yeah, I agree. A couple to go for Jasud. His over's gone for 9 so far. Uh-oh. Pretty good keeping there. He saved extras. It's not a good ball because it's a wide, but pretty smart footwork from Nagula to at least block this one.
Yeah, it wasn't a good delivery, and again, he wouldn't have seen it until pretty late, so does well.
It's all about anticipation, that one, because you lose the ball in the batter and you've got to know where it's going to come out. It's going to come out the other side. Back straight. Will take some stopping. Well, that's one way to do it. I don't know if Jitu Yadav has ever played centre-back in the Premier League, but this is a pretty good stop. Just not offering the hands at it. Watch this. And
it's one way to do it.
And then goes back and clears the ball. Anyway, 100's up now. Last ball of the over. Goes for it. This one isn't going to carry. And they are going to get through for a single. So entertaining stuff. Jasud goes for 13. Does pick up a wicket. And at the end of 9, Indiska, they've broken the ton barrier. It's 101 for 2 with an over remaining.
Yeah, Jasud gets the wicket. He won't, as you said, be able to bowl the second over because this will be the last, and it will be bowled by Nagula, the captain. Bowled a nice tidy one the over before, picked up 1 wicket for 7 runs coming off it. So already though, you're looking at a score at 100. Not too many teams have posted a 100 score. I think, top of my memory, Vinny, I'm going to say 2 teams have scored over 100. I think that's probably, maybe 3. I think Al-Bazami in the very first match, then match number 4, Linshopping, put 100 on the board batting first. And I think it was one other time, I think Butchirka 107 for 4, batting against the Titans. And in each occasion, once the runs were on the board, it was the team that batted first that put the 100 on the board that went on to win. So it's not looking good for the Titans. This is hit pretty well, and this will go to the side of us and behind us. And this, watch out, I hope you're okay. Manos arriba from the Albitro. And eso es grande. Mickey Bra, good shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot. Just waited for that nicely. That's the thing. And this one apparently almost hits Andres again, but luckily it didn't. So Yanakua, another slower ball. This one gets him, I think, in a nasty spot. It won't be a run.
Yeah, that's it. Well, but I mean, look at him. He's made of steel. Nothing's going to hurt him. Look, he doesn't even flinch. The Sharma.
Saw a minor flinch there. Here's the next one. Gets across. This is good keeping. Goes pretty much right over the stumps. And so it's an awkward one for Tagula, but he does well. So after the 6, Raja coming back with a couple of good ones. Just needed to get this a bit fuller and it would have crashed into the stumps instead of going over. So we've got 107. 2 balls remaining. Love to get one more big one away. He tries. How much has he got of this? Well, it's a pretty good shot. It sneaks away down the ground and then races off the surface. So there is another boundary. It's a good finish in Disca. This time, they are kicking a bit towards the end of the innings. Last time, they really fell flat. It's 111 for 2. Last ball coming up. And Sharma has batted through the entire innings. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, but he's certainly doing a good job here. He's moved to 28. So 111 is the score. Last ball coming up. Yanagula. Let's see if he can finish strong. Goes short. And yeah, well, not going to run here. So decides to roll the dice with the short ball. Gets away with it. Interesting last over, wasn't it? In the end, it goes for 10. Just a 6 and a 4. And 4 dot balls. But it will be 111 on the board for Indisca, and they're hoping to sweep this series, basically leapfrogging the Titans. If they do, they will have 4 points. But the Titans, well, they'll be hoping that they can chase this 112 down. But it's not the kind of score we've seen chased so far this week, Rico.
No, it's certainly not. And like I said, each time a team has got to 100, they haven't been beaten. So Indisca will be very happy with the performance. And you nailed it. You were absolutely right. Where they let themselves down in match 1, even though they didn't go on to win that match, when they got into the 80s around about the same time in that 7th over, they weren't able to get any acceleration. And this time round, they didn't make the same mistake. They kept up going at a pretty good pace and finished on 111. That's a very competitive score. And again, it was down to the openers. But, well, Gosh, he was just in super form, wasn't he? And supported really well by Sachin Sharma, who batted all the way through the innings. 18 balls he faced, but he played his role really well. He knew what he had to do, and that partnership was crucial between these two. And what I liked about it was not just the way they were prepared to play the shot, as this was the 6 that was, well, it was the 2 runs and then the overthrows. And it was, things just didn't get any better for GK. Just another expensive over, that second over, and the ball finding its way to the boundary on a number of occasions. This one eluded the captain, Yanagula, and there was no way coming back from it. There was a few opportunities, a few went in the air which they weren't able to take the catches on, and there was some indifferent fielding as well. Sushi, he came on, but even he couldn't do anything. That was a beautiful shot from Sharma. Didn't play too many boundaries, but when he had the opportunity, he was able to. What a lovely shot that was again from Gosh. He played some lovely shots. It was great to see him bat out there. What a good partnership these two did put on that first wicket. 87, which was absolutely tremendous. And here comes the celebration with a 50. And felicidades to that man out there. Arun Gosh, he's only the second player in this European Cricket Series to pass that landmark of getting an individual 50. He kept on going, and they got a little bit of luck there as well. It's another catch that went down from Ramraj Nadar. He certainly hasn't produced the sort of form that we've seen from him earlier on. And Nadar also didn't bowl a bad first over, but didn't come back to bowl another. And that's what I find really frustrating. I mean, if the Titans go on to lose this match, they will surely have a look at the way the bowlers were utilised. Nadar bowled one, didn't come back, and you saw the captain come on really late to bowl these 2 overs, and when he does bowl, he takes wickets. Jasud as well, he came on just to bowl the 1 over again. He bowled 1 over just for 1 run and 1 wicket in the match before match 13. So yeah, just following a pattern regardless of what's happening in the match. And that's what it came across to me that the captain of the Titans, Roger Inagula, was doing. And sometimes you've got to be prepared to make changes if circumstances change. We'll have a look at the scorecard, and we've seen that it was a great knock from Enkit Ghosh, 61 of 32. And Sachin Sharma played a very important role as well, just backed him up all the way, scoring 28 of 23. Just accelerating there towards the end as well. He was getting more or less at a run of ball after 18 deliveries. And Govinder Singh, well, when he came out, he was just there just to try and hit every ball out the ground. He did get 1-4 before he was well caught, and it was a good catch from the captain, Inagula. And Tovani, who's a very good batter as well, he only had a couple of balls to face, ended up the not-out batter. There's the scorecard. So 111 on the board, 14 extras, that will hurt them. All of those in wides as well. So it's not with the extras, not just the point, especially wides, that you're giving away 14 runs, which is almost 2 overs. And it is 2 overs, over 2 overs, 2.2 overs you're giving away. But you're having to bowl those balls again, and quite a few of those went to the boundary as well. Bowling figures, it's not going to be a good one to look for one or two of the bowlers. You saw there was quite a few expensive ones. Apart from Sarathi, things just not going well for him yet again. 22 he went for. I think there was also more expensive overs there from one or two of the others. I think Sushant Kadam, he's the unlucky bowler, just cannot pick up a wicket. Two overs he bowled, 19 runs conceded, but the wicket's coming from 2 men there who came on too late to bowl for me. Inagula, he just picks up 1 for 17, and Jasood 1 for 13. Jasood only bowling the 1 over, but the other man who also bowled the 1 over as well was the opening bowler. Just can't understand that. He bowled a good first over, he just went for 8 runs and it wasn't brought back again. So win probability is highly stacked in the favour of Indiska. They're 93 to 7% to go on to win this, and that's all because they've got that score on the board. So 112 required by the Stockholm Titans if they are to level this mini-series. It's a win that they desperately need. It's a win that Indiska definitely want, because it means that well, whoever wins this match will have a 2-point advantage over one another, and that is going to be crucial going into the closing stages of this group tomorrow. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, as we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Hasta pronto!
Hello and welcome back to Sweden. We're halfway through this match. It's match 14 between Indiska and the Stockholm Titans. It's a Group A clash, the second last day of Group A matches before 5 becomes 4. The top 4 from this group will be joined by the top 4 from Group B that we'll see from Saturday in quarterfinals Friday, which is a week tomorrow. And right here in Indiska, they played themselves into a winning position as they batted pretty well in the first innings. They scored 111 for 2 off their 10 overs. Stockholm Titans, they've got a bit of a task ahead of them. They need 112 off their 10. And I think it'll be a pretty entertaining finish to this game and the morning session before we see Botkyrka and Linköping this afternoon. And themselves are in a bit of a battle, probably for second place in the group. But Stockholm Titans, they'll be certainly optimistic that they can make a fist of this chase. They certainly do have some good batters. But I think the key here, you can't wait too long to get going. You need to play your shots early. They probably need a power play of something like 35 to 40. They can't kind of stagger to something 15 to 20. I don't think that's going to work out at all. Rashpreet Singh is getting ready, going through his final motions. And so I think the opener's out there, about ready to get going. Arun Pandey out there, and they've sent Tagula up to open the batting. I like that as a move. He can really give it a whack, and he's the kind of player, if he comes off, he is able to score at this kind of a rate. So here we go with the reply, 112 for victory. Reaches for this one, punches it out to the deep point. Rashpreet bowled some really good deliveries this morning.
New batter just taking his guard. Looks like he's taking a leg stick. And Taguli, yeah, I agree with you, Vinny. I think it's a good idea. You've got 2 attacking batters out there. Arun Pandey, remember that first match, it was all about him. He was the only one that really got any runs, 35 of 26. So he's seen the ball pretty well. And these 2 batters doing very much the same that the openers did for Indiska. Remember they put a very good opening partnership together of 81.
Yeah, just looking at the average power plays. This was before this morning's game. Just looking at the Titans, their average power play hasn't been good at all, averaging 15. And this morning they were 16, so it really hasn't moved the needle too much at all. That just shows you they need to get moving and get moving quicker. I think that's what's all about Tagula being there. And, well, unfortunately, he's going to be knocked over right here as this one was pretty full. And it just gets chopped back onto the stumps. It's Arun Pandey, the man that's going to have to go. So how has he managed that? I mean, you have a look at this. It just swings out. And he's just dragged it back on. So, unfortunately for Arun Pandey, it's a short time this time as he becomes the first wicket to fall. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah, disappointment. I mean, I said he was the main lifeline, wasn't he, in that first match? He kept things going. He was the one that they were all trying to build around. He goes early. That's a major disappointment. After a fine 35 of 26 deliveries, he goes. And he goes to a bowler that I believe is getting better all the time. And I was saying that the more Rashpreet Singh bowls, I think the better he'll get. He's going to cause a few problems for a number of batters. And he gets strikes first in this one. It's 2 for 1.
New batter comes out, and it is Arun Murugesan. Oh, wow, that's pretty full, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And so this was just a full task. You thought he was going to work it round the corner, and I think it might straighten a bit. We'll have to see it from straight down the line. But although he's a long way down the pitch, which is what he'll say, I don't see what that's missing. I mean, you see it does hit him maybe half a yard outside the crease, but he's dead. And so 2 wickets in 2 balls for Arshpreet. It's just one of those ones, you know it's not going over. And I don't know if it's going under, but I think it's crashing in the middle stump. And Murugesan goes for a golden. Suddenly, Titans on the back foot. It's 2 for 2.
Yeah, it's one of those, unfortunately. We've seen a few. And that's not what you needed. Look, I always say, and I'll say to all bowlers, it's better to be full and straight than short. And, well, that's what Singh did there. He got this right up there. It was straight. It was going to crash into middle stump. And the batter just playing right all around that, and that's disappointment as we see 2 in 2.
Well, on a hat-trick then. Here we go, Arshpreet Singh. You won't get it. This is Ganesh Sud that's out there. He looks like he's capable of putting an innings together, but hasn't stuck around long enough so far to find out. I want to say a quick hello to Rupam Swapnil, who's watching from Australia. He says in Australia T10 is a bit unknown. Well, that is true actually, although I've got a lot of people when I go back there, which isn't very often, but I did have a vacation fairly recently. They were telling me that they enjoyed tuning in. And let us know what part of Australia you're from, Rupam. Perhaps I know it. Helix, of course, in there as well. He's also an Aussie. There's quite a few of them that do like to watch. A ball by Arshpreet, but angled away intelligently and just run past the first time. But doesn't cost them a run. Just a single. Very good first over. Arshpreet, he's been bringing it with the new Kookaburra today, hasn't he, Rico? Very good first over. It's 4 for 2. 2 early wickets going down for the Titans.
Yeah, Arshpreet Singh, gets ball in the right areas, doesn't he? He gets that swing as well. I think certainly likes to have the new ball in his hand and create a few problems for the openers. And he's, he's got rid of the number 1 and number 3 batter already.
Yeah, pretty good bowling, but it's the thing as well, we're playing a cross bat shot early. I mean, we were always warned off that when I was growing up, because if you misjudge the height of the cross bat shot, you can be in trouble. And if it's a ball that's going to hit the stumps, so below stump height, then you're going to have problems. And that's exactly what happened to Murugasan halfway through that over. Second over coming up now, and it's Govinder Singh. Bowled a very good first one earlier today. Picked up a wicket very first ball and only conceded 2 in the second. He'd love that to happen again. Here he is bowling to Tagula. He won't be taking any nonsense as the first one goes down the leg side for a wide. But this should be an interesting battle, because I think Tagula, he wants to take him downtown, and especially after that first over went for so few runs. He's going to be hyper aggressive, I think, against Govinder.
Yeah, they've got to be, haven't they? They've got to get a good power play in.
Not this time though. Just has respect for this ball. It's hard to see them, surviving unless they get, let's say, at least 25 or so in this power play. Tagula is looking for anything above his eye line. He wants to come down the ground and bang it straight out of the ground. Let's see if Govinder gives it to him. Throws down the challenge. Instead, he goes leg side. It was ill-directed. And this is going. I think that's gone. Maximal. 6 runs. Slightly offline. And
the Hulk. What is the Hulk doing?
It just shows you you're not safe to have a jog around the Stockholm area without a Kookaburra flying your way. This is the line that creates the shot. He gets down and fetches it and gets it up and gone. 6 runs and just what the Titans needed. This time, waits on it and punches it. And this could be 4 as well, It's pulling up, but I think it's still going to win the race. So 6 and 4 hungry for more. Tagula, we knew he'd be attacking in this over. And he gets in a good position to play that one all the way along the carpet for 4 more.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there that Singh Govinder is getting that man really close. He wants him close, Arshpreet Singh.
He's not stopping here either, Tagula. Wants to go again, but can't beat the bowler this time. So just have a look at that run rate required. 11.4, it'll go up a bit after that.
This is really good from Govinder Singh. Look, he moves really quickly. He says, I'm not giving you anything for my bowling.
This time the challenge is on, and this one is out of here. Well, watch out, Andres. That's straight over the giant ice cube. That's our home. It was under attack, wasn't it? And this is what I was talking about. He's looking for something he could take down the ground, and he does. And so Govinder, who only conceded 2 off his first over this morning, it's a very different story right now. And with that one, now he's given up 17, and there's still the ball remaining in the second. So Tagula batting the Titans into contention.
That was a big shot because it wasn't quite in the slot. To hit that straight was a huge hit.
Huspor, the over, wants to go again, gets this one even better. This is out of here. Maximo, back to back. That looked like a drop catch. Was that Fletch?
I think it may have been the Fletch. Oh no. And it was a lovely shot. And it was worthy of 6. But
let's have a look at this.
Who is that there?
That's Fletch that's put it down. And zoom right in on that man.
Oh, Fletchy. He disappears quickly. His highlights on ECN haven't been the best, have they?
And he'll be so disappointed if the camera caught that. Anyway, 27 for 2 as the second goes magical. 23 come off Govinda's over. You see these two teams, even their net run rate is so close to each other, just about 0.1 between them. And so whoever wins this is in the box seat to qualify. Whoever doesn't, they're going to have to spring an upset tomorrow against higher ranked opponents. Arshpreet coming back for his second over. I like this move. So game on, 27 for 2. Drags it. And this is going to be 4 as well, I think. Well, no. Has made the stop. I thought that was going to run away, but of course that's up the hill in that region. So will just be a couple of runs. And Hunter, he's liking it right now. He's wanting the Titans to show some fight. And yeah, it's exactly what Tagula was doing.
The bowler, Arshpreet Singh, goes back to his mark. He knows he's under attack from Tagula. Tagula is the one that's doing all the talking at the moment.
Yeah, Jasud's facing up though now. I think they need Jasud to stick around a little bit this time. Oh, he's beaten all ends up, but they will get one. Pretty fine third man, almost like a second man there in the circle. Jasud does get off strike. Tagula, well, this will be an interesting contest now. It's the kind of contest that could determine the outcome of the match, actually, Rico. And that one tries to play the leg side, gets a little edge. I don't think he'll be as attacking to Arshpreet, but I think he'll still be looking to get a boundary somewhere along the line here. Still 4 balls left in the third over.
Yeah, Arshpreet Singh, he needs to get that Yorker length delivery in, sort of just moving away, but not give too much width. It's got to be full, it's got to be straight.
Tagula just works it away. We'll get one to the man in the circle. So you just think about some of the runs they threw away in the first innings. We had a big filthy 5 wides. We had a 4 overthrows. I mean, maybe you could argue they should only be chasing something in the low hundreds, not 112. Despite that, I mean, they're pretty much where they need to be with the rate at the moment. Thanks to that magical second over. Jasud on strike. 3 balls left in the power play. And so this time dabbed away and Tagula sends him back. And Tagula 25 off 9. Let's see how long he can stay on the ride, Rico.
Yeah.
If he does stay there, deep to the innings, say the 7th or 8th over, and keeps batting like this, they could be in really good shape.
Be interesting also for me to see whether they go with... I mean, they didn't in the first match when I thought they should have gone back to Govinda. They changed it. This time round, they definitely shouldn't.
Well, they won't. They didn't go back to him when he, when he conceded 2. I don't think they will when he's let 23 go. This is a big wide down the leg side. He re-bowled.
Yeah, good work from Ajit Ghosh. Gets himself across, makes the stop. Yeah, a bit disappointed with that one. Singh he's had his radar pretty well up until now.
All right, 2 to go in this power play. Full, but he hasn't quite got this. He's looping towards the fielder.
Wow.
He just cannot judge it at all. That Sanjay Kumar Sareen. Well, I thought it was over him to start. Maybe he thought it as well because he just doesn't take the right route to the ball, does he?
He didn't want it at all, did he? Well, maybe he needs to take those shades off. How does it go? I can see clearly now.
It did seem to bounce pretty close to him, didn't it?
That's a catch, and he's bottled it, really, the captain. He didn't fancy it.
Yeah, you can't drop him if you don't touch him.
Yeah, that's
Smart,
what he's thinking.
smart
Can't
cricket.
pay the fine. I didn't touch it. I can't pay a fine. It's not a drop catch.
And intelligently deflected down to the boundary where it's fielded. That's the end of the power play. Well, I said they wanted something like 35 in the power play. Well, that's exactly what they've got. It's 35 for 2. And far and away, Rico, that's the best power play that they've had in this entire series in 6 games. Yeah, next best power play was 17. They've better than doubled that, and they've needed to if they're going to try and chase down this fairly hefty target of 112.
Yeah, they've got, just having a look here at the bowler. So they're going to go here now for Arjun Singh. He's already, he wants to tidy up that corridor there where he feels that a lot of the shots are being played. I mean, look, if you're the Indiska here, you're not worried about the singles, really. The singles are not going to hurt you. That rate is around about 11. You want to get a couple of good overs in where you stop the boundaries and That's all. That's all you're playing at here. You know you've got the runs on the board. It's the boundaries you've got to try and stop. And he's just trying to set the field to that shot that Jasud has played a few times where he just paddled the ball down to third. In he comes.
His first delivery. Edged and just out of the grasp of the keeper. And it is Arijit Ghosh back there. Well, he's had power of work to do in this game, Ghosh. He's taken over the wicket-keeping duties as well. And so, little edge does get Tagula back on strike. Let's see what his approach is. He hasn't been as aggressive to the seamers so far. He just tries to nurdle this one. Misses out. So yeah, just have a look at 11 and over. That's what I'd be trying to track at. So they want to be 44 after this over, 55 after the fifth. It's hard to get there without a boundary and over. Or at least a boundary and over. This may help, but the fielder is there patrolling that region. Pretty good result for Indiska, as it's just one run. It's a different sort of Indiska side. I know they had a couple of key players coming back into the lineup today, but they're in very good position here still to take 4 points out of the morning. They started the day on 0 points, and whoever loses this, like we said, Rico, they're going to be on the back foot come tomorrow in the last Group A matches. Hit back hard, misses the stubs, does hit the ridge, which kind of slows it down a bit. It will just be one. Oh, Jasud. Well, this was what Shycat should have done. This could have been a repeat.
Oh dear.
Let's have a look at this. Well, it just shows he must have seen the footage of Mohammad Shycat. Pretty much everyone has. Shycat, instead of using his hands, he just let it hit him there, and that wasn't a good result. But the next one will be pulled out for one. Of course, you are allowed to use your hands, like legally. It's going to be no overthrows. As long as you're genuinely defending yourself, you can use your hands, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good. This is a very, very tricky and important play here now, because obviously runs are needed and needed quickly. But there's been a few dots.
Last ball of the over. Goes down the ground but goes straight, so it'll be safe. Who's going to cut this off? Well, both of them want to. Actually, taking the edge of the pitch. It's all happening. 4 overs down, and it is 40 for 2. That's pretty good fielding by Tabani in the end. Vinny's down to him, Mr. Maximo. Now, Cameron Rashid, he's a pretty good fast bowler. He's also just given us some of these pastries out of nowhere. So thank you, Cameron.
Yeah, thank
we'll
you
see
very
him
much.
Turning out in this afternoon's games, and I'm looking forward to seeing him with the new ball. But yeah, we would share it with you if we could. Maybe one day that technology will exist. But for now, we'll eat them and we'll just describe what they're like.
We certainly will.
Thank you very much, Cameron.
Thank
Lovely
you.
guy.
He is a lovely
And
guy.
we won't even talk about the fact that he dropped the easiest catcher of the week. We'll even
That's why he's trying to sweeten us up,
Yeah.
I think. Talk about me
You know
catching.
what, Rico? I reckon you're up to this. I tell you what,
Yeah.
first ball, if it's an even number, then you can eat first. If it's an odd number, then I'll eat first.
Okay.
Okay.
We're with that first ball. Okay.
So you want an even number. I basically want a 1. And
Yeah.
oh, yeah. That's Andrews, our director in our ear, said if it's a wicket, then we have to give it to them. Well, just so he's the sort of guy that can get 1. Nothing fancy.
He's been paddling at the moment towards third, hasn't he? But,
Well, the wide, I mean, that's technically a 1, but you know what? So I think whatever's off this ball, so I think now you're a 1 and I'm the even.
and now you're complicating things. That was a 1, so just do it.
All right. I'm off then.
Go.
All right, Rico, describe what's the action for us.
Small
It's definitely
ball.
a 1 then. Right. Thank you.
A couple of, you've got the wide in there, then the dot ball. Dot balls is what they need. Dot balls will hurt them. This is short, it's Gandhi, and he gets put away. And the captain, Sanjay Saran, he's done this a few times. He sometimes bowls pretty well. Then you see here, that left shoulder drops early. He falls away, he drops it short. And Jasud is going to make no mistakes there. The two batters, they have a little talk about this while the fielder has to go and fetch it. Huge partnership between these two. Absolutely huge. Two good batters that can hit the ball really well. That came together with just 2 on the board. 2 for 2 it was. Captain will be feeling the pressure. And this is hit straight down the ground. It should be taken clearly on the bounce. It is. And gets the throw in early as well. Good bit of fielding from Kayur Patel. Wonder if we're going to see him with the ball today. There's that little dab. I won't mind that so much. I mean, that only comes into play if, say, one batter is just taking singles to give the strike to, say, Tagula, who's smashing the ball all over the place. Then you try and stop that single and get the other batter to play the shot. But for the moment, both batters are pretty capable. And when the ball's short like that, should have been punished. He doesn't quite get the swivel in the shot, which would have taken it fine off that man out there. And that's Ashpreet Singh. He just needed to get a little bit more swivel on the shot and it would have gone to the boundary. Nobody behind square. Looking to finish the over well. So far, just 8 from it. That's not too bad. Can he finish it well, though? And it's been dabbed. There's a bit of work to be done from Sharma. They do take 2. And it has been backed up, so not the worst of results, considering how one of those balls was a Gandhi one that was sent to the boundary. 10 come off the over. And the 50 also comes up in the 5th over. So, as you can see, well, you times 50 by 2, that gives you the 100. So they're probably just a tad behind. And with those last couple of overs, and not a bad one from Arjun Singh, and also that one from the captain, Sarin, they've taken that rate up now to around 12.5. And it's going to be Arjun Singh who's going to continue. And he's just been concentrating and keeping that ball just outside that off-stump corridor. And somebody's coming back with sticky fingers. You're back.
It was really good. Quite a lot of cinnamon in that, which I like. And knocked it over in less than an over.
You did pretty good there. I probably won't finish mine as quick. I like to chew my food.
You want to keep yours for after the game, do you?
No. The ants will have it. I'm not letting the ants get it.
You can go. I'll give you to the end of the 7th. Come on.
Yeah, I'm going.
Come back, because I'm picking a big finish, especially if Tagula's there. Thank you once again to Cameron Rashid. Here's Arjun Singh. A little noise, but I think he's hitting the ground there. It's still a valuable dot ball. Pretty good place to put it. No real footwork there, just reaching with the hands. Tagula is unleashed on their 2nd day of action, the Titans. First ball, hit him right between the eyes. He's been good since then. Once again, clever lines from Arjun. Maya says she can taste that cinnamon. Well, not as well as I can. It was very nice. And I think that she's saying she's a lurker worker today. Not chatting too much, but watching intently. This one is drivable. It should be stopped by Govinda. Does well to get across to that. Just the one. Let's see if Govinda does get a second over, considering he did go for 23 when he bowled the second this time. They're so nice and clear on this cricket ground. Don't think the pictures even do it justice. This one's a rare dot ball. And that was pretty well bowled by Arjun Singh. I would have thought maybe it's worth trying for a run there, but I suppose you don't want to run out Tagula at this stage. Just have a look at that run rate required. It's getting real now. It's up over 14 and over. You need another big over from somewhere. Rico, halfway through your pastry there, how are you feeling? You liking it? Yeah. Says he's got a banana one. Oh, a bit jealous actually. Last ball of the 6th, going down leg side. I think they will get a leg by. They might even get 2 here. Jasud spotted that the fielder was taking a long time to get there. But it will be a leg by to finish the 6th over. 53 for 2. And Jasud, I mean, might have been a good one to take on because it would have meant, regardless of the outcome, that Tagula would have been on strike. As it is, it will be Jasud who is facing up. 6 overs to go. It's, well, 6 overs down. 4 overs to go, I should say. It's 53 for 2. And Helix was asking, are there 2 pitches here? And yeah, to the right of screen. Actually, they do have a second field, which is pretty cool. We often see the juniors training there. Sometimes they'll have 2 matches at once going on. It's a really nice facility here at Northsport. All right, here we go. And it's Sachin Sharma with his moon balls, and he gets the first one past the bat of Jasud. Oh, I can't wait to see Sachin Sharma bowl to Tagula and see how that goes. Rico will have even longer to eat his pastry because these balls hang in the air a long time. Comes down to, he's going to be stumped, or is he? I think either he's missed, he's walking away, but I think he might want to go back. Because let's see what happens here. I think it may be a wide. It may not. Oh, this is definitely, that's a huge no ball. He's taken that almost in front of the front line. And Jasud, he's happy to walk, but he can walk back. That's going to be a massive no ball. I don't think I've seen a keeper go as close. And look, you might say, why don't you try and like rip the stumps up? But I think then Jasud's now leaving on misapprehension of being dismissed, so wouldn't really be on. So, wow. And look, it actually is relevant there because it does take extra time for the ball to get past the stumps when it's going so slowly. And I don't think I've ever seen that far. This has gone far. Is when he does get it wrong, it's very hittable. Maximo! And I was wondering what would happen when we saw Tagula. And that one goes to the other cricket field. Well, Helix was asking about it. And there you go. If there was a game in play over there, the fielders would have been under attack. This one lands a long way, pretty much hitting the boundary of the other field. So, just hold your horses here. Wind predictor will be updated. I feel like Titans will be a bit more than 6% after that. This one waits on it, hits it pretty well and gets 4 more. This is really good batting by Tagula, keeping his team in the contest. He moves up into the 40s. Stockholm Titans 65 now. 1/3 of the innings remaining. 47 off 20. Sharma, does he stick with the slow stuff? Does he put in the quicker one? There's the quicker one. It's pretty good fit. Good wicket keeping by Arajit Ghosh. Get down, block that one. Not an easy one. What's he going to do? Is he going to hang it up there? He does. And gets down, gets on the full. I think that's smart. You're less likely to miss it if it hasn't bounced yet. Tagula just gets 1 here, moves to 42. 1 more ball before we get Rico's analysis of the pastry. One last thanks to Cameron Rashid. This one, well, let's have a look at this one. It can be called a wide, but you can still be stumped off a wide. Again, let's just see the keeper. Oh, might get away with that. I mean, he's fine there, but he almost goes in front of the stumps again. And the thing is, even if he doesn't touch the ball in front of the stumps, he's not allowed to break the plane, but I think he might get away with that. It'll be a wide nonetheless. It's really tough. Maybe he needs to stand back further, so if he reaches, he doesn't reach in front of the stumps. There's the quicker one to finish the over. And so it will just be a single. And so 16 come off a highly entertaining over. Quite a strange over from Sachin Sharma. It's 69 for 2 after 7. Welcoming back Rico Full.
Thank you. Good to be back and looking forward to this match as well. But I certainly can tell you that pastry was absolutely beautiful. A bit of banana in it. I did choke on it though with that stumping. I mean, that was incredible. But thank you to Cameron Rashid from Lynn Shopping. There he is with a fair number of fantasy points to his name as well. Well, I'll give him a few more for those cakes he bought us.
I agree. And have a look at Tahir Tara up the top of Pochuka, 275. He can go big with the bat. They've got a top 3. They can shuffle around their positioning. And now I think they're thinking about a retired out situation here. I think that's what we're going to see, you know. And you can, of course, you can do this anytime you like. But Raja looks, as we just give you one final word on that match 15, it's coming in about 40 minutes. And I think they're going to do it. And so, yeah, I think this is a good move. I mean, they've got only 3 overs left. And Raji Yanagula wants to get out there. And look, Jasud's done his job, but he's just going to run a ball. But now you're in a situation where you need 14 and over. So Raja Yanagula, and he offers So Jasud's retired out for 19 off 20. And Raja goes to give him a fist bump, and Jasud just keeps walking. So, again,
I don't think it was a united decision, then maybe.
I think it's the correct decision, if I'm honest. I mean, you don't want to die wondering. You got a lot of runs you need, and Raja has been the kind of player that's been devastating.
This is a brave, bold move because both the slow bowlers haven't bowled well. And Govinda does come back. This is trying to get this in the gap. Oh, they have fielded it. They'll come back with 2. And twos at the moment are, well, I suppose they're sort of 50-50. They're not going to hurt you too much. I mean, 2s off every ball takes you to 12. They're needing 14.
I think it's a good move. I mean, it's a gamble worth taking. Raja starts with 2. Facing up to Govinda, who is getting a second over. And this one goes straight between the body and the stumps for a valuable dot. I mean, Jasud will make the argument that, maybe he was just about to launch, but he wasn't.
Didn't play badly. He was giving a strike. He kept.
But the days of being able to take the one are gone. You got to have both batters attacking from here, and that's exactly what Raja does here. But he might be caught. No, he's dropped, and we'll just get one. Has to hustle. Gets there in the end. It was a tough one for Sachin Sharma. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Jasud did his job.
Sorry. I just want to say that was very important. It would have been a great catch, but he saves the boundary. You know, he does really well there to save that boundary. Stops it going over the boundary.
Pretty good field positioning as well, because he's pretty straight for a deep cover. Guarding against the drive, so 4 of the outfielders are pretty straight. Now this one will go pretty much straight to Sharma. It'll just be another single. But the reason is, Jasud, did a good job. He was able to rotate the strike and get Tagula up there. But I think with only 18 balls left, you need a bit more out of your second batter at the crease. So Yanagula. And I think that is the captain's call. I was thinking about this, and there's no real protocol for retiring batters out, even though it is completely legal and completely fair. This is miss-hit. Go into the gap. But it will be knocked down. I'll just get one. So good outfielding from Indiska. And, well, he's lucky that doesn't hit the glove, because that'd be 5. But he's fine. Gosh. Yeah, so I think the protocol for me, I thought about it, and the captains choose who's bowling, so they should also get to choose who's batting. They're the ones that set the batting order. If there is a batter they want to retire out, I think it should be completely up to the captain.
Yeah.
All right, Yanagula faces as he watches his partner Tagula strike long and strong, and this is a big hit. Maximo Govinda just tossed this one up a little bit. Tagula got to it on the full, and he made him pay. Good hitting from the big keeper batter, and he takes them up to 80 now. And hasn't he been good? In fact, he moves to 49 with that stroke.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. It's the only one in the over that Govinda decided to go to the stumps. All the others he deliberately bowled got wide. In fact, 1 or 2 would have been called wide, but the batters are just, at this moment in time, they just want to hit every ball. But the one he puts on the stumps is the one that gets dispatched. 80 on the board. And that rate is now at 16. This is the over. This is the one, and it's the captain that is taking the responsibility of it. His first over wasn't the best.
They got the batters to do it here, for sure. But they need 16 off this over, you feel. And it's going to start with a 6, so a really good start as Raja goes boom, boom. Maximo, 6 to start in the 9th. He takes down Sanjay Kumar Sareen.
Yeah, well, we've seen this before, haven't we? The battle of these 2 captains. And Sareen was hit for a boundary in the last match of the first ball. He bowled to his opposite number, but then he did get him. Though it was a bit of a loose shot, and the catch was taken by the keeper. What's going to happen here?
Yeah. And the thing is, some people say, it's not the spirit of the game retiring someone out. But you are giving up the wicket. It's not like Jasud can come back now. So it's a calculated gamble. This will be a wide.
Yep.
And so effectively 7 off the first ball. Yeah, so that's why it's not out of the spirit of the game. If you were to try and fake an injury and retire hurt and try and get that guy to come back if the new batter doesn't work out, that's definitely not the spirit of the game. But when you're retiring out, it's an out. So it's just about using your resources in an intelligent manner. Raja goes bang again, and this one's got the legs as well. Maximo Yanagula. The gamble's paying off at the moment. And once again, this one sails over the rope. 6 carreras.
Well, it's 13 of just 2 deliveries. And, well, one man that I cannot believe hasn't had a bowl yet is Tabani. He's fielding to the left as it's on the boundary. And if he does get a bowl, he'll just get an over. This one should have probably gone to him. And I think the captain here just holds this one. I think he's been told by the umpires, hang on a minute.
It's a good point. I mean, I probably would have bowled him in the 8th, Tabani, and at least give him the option of a second over. As it is, this one gets through the keeper. And it'll just be one by, I believe. Yeah, because you keep your options open that way, don't you? Yeah. And Govinda, who hadn't had a good game.
When you get spanked as a bowler, you then start doing funny things. He's holding his arm now, saying, oh, I've got a lot of pain in my arm. Well,
miss hit, and this could be trouble. It doesn't quite carry. Tabani does well to block it and throws it from his knees. That one almost went all the way. In fact, now they are going to get a second run on the overthrow. So Serene just had to try and stop that. And in fact, with that shot, Tagulak goes past 50. What a good innings from him. 51 off just 23 balls. It was a mountain of runs to chase, but it seems to have woken up the Titans.
Yeah.
And they're right in this match.
Batted.
Yeah.
Well batted indeed, and it looks like he's trying to get his team to a victory. This is wide, goes up in the air, and it's just one bounce. And this time they hold on to it. Oh, this would have been called a wide. Didn't have to be playing at this at all. It wasn't a good delivery. That's a superb result for Soren, the captain. Oh, this is going to be a very, very close finish, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I said they needed a 16 off this over. They've already got 17. I think it's going to be just okay. So Sanjay, he's just working on his stretches. And this one well inside the line. Expansive stroke by Raja. The finishes with a dot. 17 come off the 9th. That means there's 15 left to get in the 10th. Last over cliffhanger coming up. So red alert. Get on to the European Cricket Network. Tell your friends, tell your family. Golden ball possibility here. If we do have 14 off this over, it'll be a tie at 111. We will go to a golden ball. One extra delivery the Titans will face. They'll need 2 or more to win. Otherwise, the fielding team will win. And we haven't had one for a while. We had a bit of a glut of them. And this is the story of the golden ball timeline. See the batters, they're all over it at one point. 7-3 the first year. But since then, for some reason, the bowlers seem to have woken up. I think the fielding's improved a lot. There's been some good run-outs on the golden balls. We've had 29 of them. We've been waiting a long time now for golden ball number 30.
Tabani will bowl. He will get that over. Oh, here we go.
Yep. Strap yourselves in. 15 off the last required. It starts with a bite. I think this is the thing as well. You see now Raja's there. He's a genuine attacking threat as well. So Jasud, no disrespect to him. He does look like he can bat, but he just hasn't found the attacking strokes, the boundaries often enough.
Question for you. Would you be standing up here with so many runs needed as a wicketkeeper? Would you just
maybe
stand
not.
back?
Maybe not. It would depend if I thought I was going to get on the second bounce. That would make it pretty awkward myself. Me, probably. This one is almost a run out. And they are thinking about 2. They're going to come back. Should be out, and it will be out. So how about that? It is Tagula. This run out coming back for the second. So the set batter, if you like, is run out. They were trying it on. They forced Indiska to make the play. I don't know exactly how I feel about that one. I mean, he could have been out here because the ball bounces off the fingertips and just missed the stumps.
How close was that?
They do get one extra run, I suppose. Yanagula gets the run, but unfortunately it's the end of Tagula as he becomes the 3rd wicket to fall, the 4th in fact, including the retired out. So 98 for 4 and end of a good innings.
Doesn't Tabani do really well there, the bowler? First of all, it's not so much him getting his fingertips to that. I think the way he took that throw, it was a difficult one to handle when it was thrown in from Patel. Where's this one heading? It's going to be stopped. That's really good work from Patel. And sometimes, this is why fielding is so important. I mean, they keep running, and the ball is still loose. That was not the intelligent thing to do from the keeper.
Here's the thing with Raja. He ran so hard to get back and get the strike back, but then this time he stands and he ball watches. Look, he's worried about getting out. And then about here, I'm thinking, well, there's no way I'll get back for 2. This really should have been out. I mean, look where he is when the keeper takes this ball. But luckily for him, the throw was so wide.
And then he throws it, and they could have taken another.
I think that Raji Yanagula's got to face most of these, or if not all of these, if they're going to win. So now, 100's up. There's still some work to do. Swings and misses. Almost. Well, he's sat down, isn't he? So what are we now? It's 101 for 4. They need 11 off 2 deliveries. That's what I've got. 11 off 2. So now you need a 6 and a 4. The Titans leaving their run very late.
Yeah, keeper still, I mean, you're the wicket keeper here. You just go back. You don't want anything to go past you.
Well, this one doesn't have the legs and it should be caught. Really should be caught. It is. So, big moment in the tournament. And Kaya Patel, he spikes it. He's happy about that. And he pulled off a good stop earlier in the over. Yenagula came and he did whack it. But this one just off the toe of the bat. He'll be caught for 19. And that one, well, barring something crazy happening here, it's going to be the final nail in the coffin. Indishka look like they're going to defend this. And the score is 101 for 5.
Amazing stuff. Well done to Patel. Look, he was involved with the throw, with the run out. He got his fantasy points for that. Then I think he was involved in making a superb stop on the boundary. Look, action is happening so quickly. We haven't appreciated that. Fielding is so important. And that's what both of these teams are learning. Indiska, they had their problems in the field, and so did the Titans. And now you're starting to understand just why it's so key. If you can take those catches, you stop those balls going to the boundary, you make sure that you end up the winning side. And that, I think, is what Indiska have done here with their fielding.
Yeah. I go back to the start of the over where Tagula gets run out and what I would call a suicidal run.
Yep.
I want to take one that's iffy, but I wouldn't probably take one that feels kind of 90% or more that he's going to be run out. Anyway, as long as this is straight, it'll be the end of the game. And it'll be a wicket that'll finish off. So, well done to Barney, who closes things out. What a good last over that was.
Yeah.
Only 4 runs coming off it. One of them was the bye. And so, the final score here, 10 runs between these two teams. It's Indiska 111, the Stockholm Titans 101. Indiska looking like a completely different team today. And they have shot themselves into contention. They've shot themselves up into the top 4. And, well, if they do qualify, it's going to be all about this performance this morning that has got them there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And just to remind you, forget your cereals, forget all the healthy options, have your parontas in the morning, methy ones. So that's what Indiska have been having, and it's got them 2 wins here today. 2 out of 2. They're going to be very happy. Once again, I think one thing that both the captains can learn here is how to use your bowl as well. I mean, to Barney, if they ended up losing here and it was only by a couple of runs, not giving him 2 overs would have been absolutely criminal. Bearing in mind that you gave Govinda his second over. For me, the 8th over should have been Tabani. Then the captain could have bowled the 9th, and then Tabani to finish off. So they got a bit lucky with the way they used the bowlers. But Tabani, well bowled.
Couldn't agree more, actually. You've got to keep your options open. As we saw early on, Ashpreet, he got one through Arun Pandey. And then the very next ball, it was Murugeson, who was out to a full toss. And they felt at that stage they had absolutely no chance. But then, particularly with the bat of Tagula heating up, it was the Titans that stormed into contention.
Yeah, this was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? I mean, he played that one down the leg side first. That was the big hit, and then the classy, elegant stroke outside the covers. He batted really well. He fully deserved his 50. He certainly showed other teams maybe how to play the slow spin of the 2 spinners, Sharma and Gurvinder, because they certainly weren't able to perform. But, well, this one, what happened there? That was, well, no, you don't. He says, I need those. I'm still producing some more babies. You're not going there. And that's quick reactions. And this was pretty quick reaction, but too quick. I just love, this is when I choked on my cake, because I love the reaction. He knows straight away what he's done.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, and you know what? If he was back behind the stumps, he wouldn't have stumped him, because the batter almost gets back as it was. And then, yeah, well, Sharma, with some of his offerings where he throws them up into the clouds. And it was effective sometimes, not all the time. This one, I guess you're right, does stop a boundary there. Govinda came on, was given a second over. Before that even gone to, comes in Tabani. So that surprised us a little bit. Sanjay Kumar Sareen had the 9th, and he disappeared. Bang, bang. And we were all singing the praises of Yenagula here, saying it was a genius and that stroke, and maybe it was, to retire out the previous batter so that he could be there. And this one didn't quite carry to the Barney. But yeah, towards the end, this is the one that I'm not so sure about, because Tagula is run out. I think I would have liked to have seen him take strike to see if he could win the game for them, but he didn't get an opportunity. The bat plugs. That was the end of him. And then you knew it was over when Raji Yenagula disguised this one. It was well taken by Kaya Patel, who spikes it. I tell you, I quite like seeing that, but that's only because I'm a big American football fan. Tabani finishes off with a bang. Unfortunately, Nadar couldn't get anywhere near that one. So only 10 runs between these two teams, 111 to 101. highly entertaining morning of cricket, Rico. Bachirka taking on Linköping in the afternoon session. This will be starting in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Linköping, they won the toss at 10 and they have elected to bowl first. It means we'll see Kamran Rashid unleashed on the Bachirka openers, likely to see, well, 2 of these top 3 will open, either Tahir Tarar, Shani Khawaja or Zishan Mahmood. They do tend to kind of mix up their top 3. But whatever we see, it's going to be interesting because both those teams, you see, they've won and lost the same amount of games, so they're very even. It's the last 2 matches for Linköping, and it looks like these are the 2 teams that are in contention for second place on the table.
Yeah, it certainly does. And first of all, I just want to say congratulations to both the teams that gave us such an exciting start to match day 4 here. I mean, Indiska and the Stockholm Titans, excellent 2 matches from them, thoroughly entertaining. Either one of those matches could have gone either way. But on today, the day belonged to Indiska. They probably, I'm not saying they wanted it more, but things just worked better for them. The little changes that they made, and I think the main thing was the key thing, and we'll see this on graphics later, is that they got good power plays in. You get a good power play in and you get yourself set, you put the pressure on the opposition, and you normally go on to make the big score. Excellent batting from Tigula, 52 of 25, but yeah, I think you're right, you're spot on. I think that run out there, they shouldn't have been trying that risky 2. He should have been on strike, and things could have been different.
Hindsight's 2020, of course. I mean, maybe the fielding side messes it up, but it just seemed like quite an easy one for them. You can see that Jasud, he came in at number 4. Maybe with hindsight, would you have batted Raju Yanagula a bit higher? Maybe. They end up with 2 19s. And 10 extras in the innings, so a bit par for the course. And they end up going down by exactly 10, 111 to 101. Looking at the bowling figures, I think they've got to get Tabani into the game in the 8th. They always leave him to the last over. Comes up with 2 for 3, defending 15. The other 2 wickets went to Arshpreet Singh. The other wicket was retired out. There's also a run out in there. Also, shout out to Arjun Singh, who only conceded 7 off his 2 overs, so pretty good effort from him. Rico, we had a very exciting morning, and I think it'll be pretty hot stuff in the afternoon as well, as we'll see Bachirka and Linköping fighting it out for second place, which is important because if you can finish second instead of third, you get an easier quarterfinal. You also protect yourself if rain intervenes on quarterfinal Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I say, when the weather hots up, it gets hot and spicy out in the middle as well, and it certainly did those first 2 matches, and expecting exactly the same in the next 2. And well done. Congratulations to Indiska. They really needed the victories. They were a team that hadn't won a game before the start of today, and they picked up 2 victories. And, when we see those tables again, they're going to look, a lot more happy about where they stand, and probably hoping that they've done enough here to get themselves into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they sure will. We're going to take a quick break. Back in 20 minutes with the afternoon session. Match 15 on the way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Join you shortly for more action on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to day 4 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden Stockholm edition, and we are halfway through the action. Looking forward to this afternoon's matches. Matches 15 and matches 16 are on the way still to come today. And Botkyrka, well, they are pretty fresh after a day off. They are here and they're taking on Linköping. Should be very interesting. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains for match 15. Coin toss.
Linköping the call. Heads. Heads the call. It's heads. Good ball first. Okay. Good luck. Have a good game. Thank you. Okay.
So Linköping have won the toss and elected to field first. Interesting for me that they do want to chase. It's a bit of a risky strategy. It means that we will get to see Botkyrka first up and likely to see Tahir Tara at the top of the order. He is so dangerous, but he's a bit volatile. We know he can go early, and I'm sure Linköping will hope that maybe Kamran Rashid can get rid of him because he is a pretty good fast bowler, and I think we'll see a good contest first up between him and the opening batters of Botkyrka. Let's talk about Linköping though. They were a bit Jekyll and Hyde yesterday, weren't they, against the Stockholm Titans? Well, these guys, they both have a 50-50 record going into day 4. So look, they could be fighting for second place essentially. And look, the thing with finishing second versus finishing third is you do face a lower ranked opponent in quarterfinals Friday, and you also guard yourself against the weather intervening. So should be very interesting. Let's get ready for the start of the afternoon session. The news from the toss in match number 15 is Linköping. They've won the toss. They're going to field first. Over to Rico as we get ready for the start of play.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo as we take a look at this beautiful pitch at this lovely ground, a lovely setup here in Stockholm. It's the Norrboya cricket ground. Looks absolutely delightful. See all of the magnificent scenery and the woodlands and the forest behind the ground. And to the left of us is where the lakes are. Great work also there from our crew from Spring Productions. Andres, and also Dennis doing a fantastic job. And they're doing even better when they can avoid the cricket balls that are coming their way. These two teams, Botkyrka taking on Linköping. Botkyrka, we saw them in match number 5 and 6. They had 2 good wins against the Titans. They won the first one, 107 to 57 by 50 runs. And then chasing a small target of 59 for victory. They did that with 14 balls to go. Key players on their side, certainly 1 or 2 of them absent. I was seeing from that list there, but certainly the man that were in form against the Titans was the Zishan Mahmood. And he's there. I think he was in great form, scored 48 of 20 deliveries. He was supported well by Shani Kawaja. And those two will be expecting to be opening up. And then it was also good bowling, of course, from some of the top bowlers in the side. Yesterday we saw good performances also there from Linköping. They came back strong against the Titans. The Titans did win the first match, which was a bit of a shock, really. And despite Rahul Halim's 19 of 17 and Ali Raza 18 of 9, they couldn't get to a big total, 78 for 7. Those were knocked off with just 2 balls to go by the Titans. But in the second match, where they came very much to their own, thanks to the excellent batting of Rahul Halim, 51 of 17. He was the first man to score a half century. They knocked off the 94 runs required pretty easily and winning that one by 9 wickets. And they're hoping that they're going to be in the same sort of form here today. I think that's why they've elected to field first. I think they would have been boosted the way that they batted against the Titans yesterday. Titans, of course, we saw earlier, unable to pick up a win here today. Kamran Rashid, well, first of all, Kamran, thank you very much for the lovely cakes. And in he comes to bowl the first ball. Oh, it's a good delivery. Yorker length right into the block. Bowling to Tahir Tara. He's a man who doesn't like to hang around. He's an explosive batter, likes to hit the ball well. This one is doing just too much, and you can see there the experience of Rashid. No appeal from him, though there's plenty from these other players in different parts of the field. Just getting that one to do a little bit too much. time goes outside the off. A little bit of excessive appealing there, which the umpires don't like too much. See there, it was Simonat just getting a little bit excited, appealing. This one does take a bit of the gloves and it goes through everybody. Well, 1, 2, 3, and it's cuatro carreras. Well, the 1, 2, 3 are the 3 fielders it goes through. Just a bit of glove. The wicketkeeper, well, you can't blame him. It was a good dive from one man there and it goes through everybody. That's 4 runs and it will go down to the batter. Tara gets himself off the mark. The wicketkeeper Halim looks behind and says, "Yeah, तुझी 2 जने हैगे, तुझी ball नहीं फाड़ सकते." Oh, look at the bounce on that. And umpires will just communicate to each other. Say if that was the one or the over. I haven't seen that as yet, so they're just saying that that one is probably okay. Short. Well, this one is, that will be the first one. And that's also the end of the over. And you see Cameron Rashid saying, well, okay, if you're not going to call me for the first, I'll bowl another. And he does. 4 of the first. And Rashid is certainly the man to watch. Whether they'll go back to him in the third or not, I don't know. And they normally tend to bowl him the first one and the last one. And that tends to be the pattern. Shani Khawaja will now be on strike. This one is played into the ground. No run there. Look at this field, I do like it. It's got the 2 men in close either side. Basically not wanting to give away any loose, easy singles. Oh, that's well bowled. Good bit of pace there from Siddharth Saminathan. Over pitch and absolutely thrashed through the offside. And it needs a fence to stop it because it was still going. Made a lot of room for himself. He made up his mind early that he was going to play this shot. And it was right there in the slot and blasted away. Beautifully hit. Get another boundary. That's what they need to be focusing on here, I think. Just pick up the odd boundary or 2 every over. Get the rotation with the singles. Get themselves a steady start, a good platform to build on. It's a short one and it's been called a wide for the height. The bowler's sort of gesturing. I'm not sure what that's been called for. I'd like to see this again side on. He is ducking here, but yeah, I think that was, it's got to be based on the batter standing upright in his crease, and I think if the batter there was upright in his crease, Khawaja, that would have gone over his head. So not only is it a wide, it will also be the one that he's allowed to bowl in the over. So if he bowls another short ball that's over the shoulder height off the batter, it'd be called a no ball. Attacks and gets it just right. Good shot to play in the power play. Uses his feet really well here. Look, comes and he comes straight, charges at it. Oh, he's like the bull charging the matador. Goes all the way over the captain, Saad Khan, who tries jumping up as high as he could inside the 30-yard circle, but sees it sail over his head. On bounce 4, good shot. Oh, this is glorious. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona. Ginna bada shaka. Well, this is fantastic batting. He does the little dance down the track and then he hops back because he knows it's going to be short, and then he clubs it over the point boundary. What a fantastic hit that is. Really is going after the bowler here. Saminant needs a reply. For me, he just needs to try and get the Yorker length delivery. Forget about the movement that the batter is making. Just go back to your basics. Go back to what you've been taught to do. Get a full and straight aim for the stumps. He goes down the leg side this time. That will be called a wide. All trying to encourage the bowler. 16 off the over, ball to go. And this time he comes down the wicket again but misses out on it. And that will be the end of an over. It doesn't quite go magical, but 16 come of it. And after such a good first over, just 4 runs were given away by Kamran Rashid. The next one from Siddharth Sivanathan goes for 16, and that brings 20 on the board. So back where they want to be, but Khawaja, isn't he in attacking mood? This is the table, so Indiska, they've done themselves a big favour. Their 2 wins, they go up to 4th place. They're on level pegging now with the team that's out there at the moment for Shurka. But it's the Titans. They've got ones that are going to have all the work to do tomorrow, you would feel. Now, a bit of a conversation here, and I thought for a moment, as the man involved with it was Kamran Rashid, that maybe the captain was thinking, okay, Rashid, I probably need you to come back earlier than later, but that's not the case. I think they are going to keep Rashid for later. Maybe they will stick to, well, I suppose it depends how the next few overs go. They will go with Saeed. Hits the pad. Now, is this straight enough? They've got the wicket. It wasn't, well, to me, it didn't look like the best of deliveries. I thought maybe it was just drifting perhaps down the leg. Be interesting to see this again. It's probably very foot. He shuffles right across. Where does this hit him? And yeah, I think that's, you think he's inside his crease. It probably hasn't got a long way to go. And disappointed Tara goes to a full delivery, and the umpire has decided that that's going to go straight on and hit the stumps. So the first wicket of the very first ball bowled by Sibir Ali Saeed. He certainly is somebody who's always going to be in the action. Picked up 3 wickets the last time we saw him, so he is a wicket taker. They get the wicket, and well, it's probably right on cue, because normally a wicket goes down when this man enters the commentary position. It's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, watch out, Maximo's about. But yeah, I think that looked like a pretty good decision to me. Look at the replay. He's probably going to catch some of that leg stump.
Well bowled again. Full. Certainly that length where the batter can't get a big swing at.
You always take a risk, don't you, when you get that far in front of your stumps. You're trying to open up the leg side, but the risk is you're playing across the line, and if you get it wrong, you're a sitting duck for that LBW decision. But tell you what, my favourite shot of the first couple of overs, Khawaja's jump cut for 6.
Oh.
I mean, that was absolutely pure. Right now, here's Saber Ali Saeed. Driven and well fielded. So, yeah, give us your thoughts in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. We do appreciate how many of our viewers choose to spend their day with us. If you haven't already, make sure you like the video and also share it with your family and friends. Let them know there's plenty of live cricket happening on ECN.
She's played out. She doesn't quite time it, but we'll still get a couple. The fielder does catch up with it. Sebroli Saeed, as I was saying, he took three for 22 in that incredible match. Match number 8. Al Bazalmi 71 for 10. Lin Shopping 70 for 7. They needed 16 off the last and fell 1 run short. And that was quite amazing because apart from Sebroli Saeed 3 for 22, 2 other bowlers took 3 wickets.
And that was crazy.
Now there he is again. He's knocking him over. It's a very loose shot from Khawaja. He'll be very disappointed to get out in that way. You can see he's bitterly disappointed with himself. It was a ganda shot. Shot Maria ganda. Bapas Agya Banda. And Sabar Ali Saeed is right on the money once more.
Yeah, and he's bowled both openers. And what an over this is. Just look like things might get away from the fielding side a little bit. In Sheping, but yeah, Pachuca just kind of, I've got to say it, that's just kind of throwing one away, isn't it?
Yeah, it
wasn't there to hit that way. Gets carried away. Anyway, it is the second wicket, 23 for 2. Very good third over this for Lin Sheping, and this brings Gurupal Randhawa to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, now what comes in? The other 2 bowlers that picked up the 3 for us was Asad Javed, 3 for 11, and also it was Naveed Akbar, 3 for 17.
I don't think we'd ever seen that before. You're right.
No.
I don't think we've ever seen it. The other thing about that game is that Albi Zumba were bowled out but won the match. I think that's only the 5th time that's happened. It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
They got bowled out actually in 9.1 overs. Anyway, here's Randhawa for the first time. Last ball of the power play. Just plays it out, and so it is the end of 3, and it's 23 for 2. What a good over that was from Sabar Ali Saeed.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, when you consider this match started off with a great over from Rashid, and then we saw that one from Samanathan. Wasn't the best of ones, but that was all to do with the way that Khawaja really manipulated him, got into bowl where he wanted him to bowl, and he dispatched him away really well. But a good comeback from Saeed.
Power play over by over, telling the story. It was a big second over, wasn't it? But bringing it right back in the 3rd. Over by over scores 4, 16 and 3. Not the greatest start for Sid Saminathan.
He's the other man that was in the wickets. Mentioned his name already. He's coming on to bowl this, the 4th over. Now it's all about getting the field in the right place. Shadawan. Just played out gently. And on the offside. So I think both these 2 batters, knowing that those 2 wickets have gone pretty early, will be pretty keen to try and just steady the ship slightly. Well, but it's still going to play his shots, and that's good to see. This was almost like a golf tee-off. Really makes good, clean contact, and that ball flying across to the boundary there, mid-wicket. So it's an area which they've left open at the moment. I think it's all about the bowler one saying, no, I'm going to keep it pretty tidy. But that means keeping bowling to this field. He's got to be bowling outside the off stump. That was too short. Bowling around the wicket as well. If you're going to bowl around the wicket, well, that's the line he's got to bowl. That was better. Good reply.
Yeah, it was. Just trying to get that angle across. That's what he does. Shadow 1. Typically do see him bowling the 3rd or 4th.
And this is clipped away as well. And it's going to be 4 more. Not the best of deliveries. That's the problem when you're bowling around the wicket. You either constantly have to get the ball going right across the right-hander. If you're not able to do it, you're going to bowl it in that area, and it's so easy for the batter just to clip it away.
Easy pickings outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
And there's normally, well, you can have maximum 2 fielders behind square leg in that quarter of the ground. At the moment, there's 1. So there's a very good chance. There's gaps. You don't even have to hit it that hard.
Yeah.
So Mahmood, he's a key now, especially after they lost those 2 wickets in quick succession.
Well, he goes big, and this is going balle, kinna sona, bada shaka.
Can't find terra firma here at the moment, can he? Arshad Awan as that one is launched. That's a long way over the ropes. So once again, Zishan, who we know can be destructive, he can hurt you and hurt you quickly, and he's in the mood to party.
He certainly is. That's gone a very, very long way as they have to wait for this ball to come back.
This midfield is so fast. I mean, sometimes you see balls kind of plunking and just plugging in the surface, but this is so hard underneath the initial kind of layer of grass. It's so hard underneath it. Just bounces and bounces and bounces. Some of these balls are ending up, 100 to 130 metres away from the bat. Anyway, here's the last ball of the fourth.
It's nicely played and chase on for the fielder, and he does pretty well. He ends up lying down as he takes it. The batters take two. But he does well. Look, sometimes you've got to throw yourself at these. You've got to get dirty for your team. And that's exactly what the fielder does out there. It was a nice shot as well. Bags it into the ground. And in comes the fielder. Good work.
Yeah, really, really nice work. So that's the end of 4. And at the moment, it's 39 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. We're here in the inflatable commentary cube. And it's great to have your company. Look, we had quite a low scoring tournament so far, but we have seen the scores slowly rising. I think we saw that almost a chase above 100. We had both teams scoring triple figures this morning. The daily run rates, something that fascinate me because I thought they'd be a bit higher this year because the boundary's a little bit slower. We did have a bit more production yesterday, 9.2 and over. Overall this week it's 8.4. This is to the start of today. I just got a feeling it'll rise. I just got a feeling that... that we will see get close to that 10 as the tournament goes on. Anyway, here's Asad Javed, who will bowl, and he might start with the wicket. I'm not so sure. It'll carry, though, to Sad Khan, captain. And so just a dot to start the 5th over.
Yeah, just ends up being a single. I think he probably, fortunately, doesn't hit that as well as he would have liked to. And this is just easy pickings, isn't it? It's just clipped away off the pads, 4 runs. There's no protection over there at all. It's ill-directed delivery, and it's a shot that Mahmood plays so well indeed. He now gets himself into the 20s. Nice shot. Got to start bowling it outside the off stump to him.
Yeah, so... say Asad Javed having a pretty good tournament. He's just to try and find a breakthrough here because his partnership's looking dangerous.
Pushes that away. Quite happy just to take the single.
Got to say a quick hello to Liam Day, who's in the chat as well. Hope you're well, Liam. And I know that a lot of people from all around the world enjoy watching the European Cricket Series. Not only those in Europe, but across the Asias and Australasia. Slow ball hangs up in the air, but he just drags it out. One hopper to the boundary rider, just a single.
Magnificent day, Vinny. Absolutely.
Really is.
Day.
Let's enjoy this.
Gentle breeze. Nice bit of sunshine. Short. And this is through the gap. It's going to be 4 more runs. A really good shot. And Zishan Mahmood is, well, he's in the mood, isn't he? He's in the mood to play some shots today. He's playing them all around the ground, and I like the way that he's coming at number 3. Once it was Tara that went, and once he saw that Khawaja followed, he thought, okay, I've got to step up to the mark, and it's me that's got to do all of the main hitting at the moment, and he's done it. He's done it in some style. Look at that strike rate. Fantastic.
Good comeback, eh? As Mahmood has a hairy moment, but he does survive. 50's up now, end of 5. And Bochirka 50 for 2 on target for that 100. Let's see if they can make it. These two teams are expecting a close contest. Both of them had won and lost the same amount of matches heading into today. And it looked like Khawaja was just getting away when he was knocked over by Sabir Ali Saeed. Both the wickets falling in the 4th over. And now Zishan Mahmood. I think that he will be the key. Randhawa, though, he can whack the ball around. And so we're heading into the 6th over. Looks like we'll see change of bowler because they've got this man coming back, and he's been very good so far. Sabir Ali Saeed. I think it's a smart move to bring him back straight away because he's got the hot hand, and I bet they'd love for him to get rid of one of these, particularly the dangerous Mahmood, who's already moved to 26 off 11 balls.
Yeah, definitely. We want him to get a breakthrough. Picked up 2 wickets already in the first over. Hit firmly. And it's captain, Sadkar, that does the fielding.
Yeah, let's see if Linköping can put the strangle on here in the middle overs. Not going to be easy. At least with Mood now, you can protect the boundaries a bit better with 5 outfielders.
Goes down the ground once again. The fielder makes a stop, and they're taking him on. He's got to hurry. Oh, he had to hustle. Direct throw definitely would have had him. I'd like to see if the bowler was able to take this cleanly, if he was in with a shot as well. I think he would have been.
Would have been close, but I can tell you what Randhawa was thinking there. He thinks, I'm going to the bowler's end. He just saw how the fielder fielded that, and Sasha Darwan, who's down at long on, he thought, okay, I think he's on the ground. I can't see him whistling a throw in, but he almost ran himself out there.
He heaves at this one, but doesn't get it to go where he wants it. Just, I think, so Brazilians say he just held that one back ever so slightly, and that's why it was mistimed by Mahmood. So, Randhawa back on strike.
Got to say hello to David Bain, who's giving us a shout out in the chat. He says, hey, it's David Bain here. Just back from my paper run. Had a bit of cleaning up to do, and now settling in for a bit of European cricket. Well, that's great.
Hello, David.
Welcome, DB. Hope you enjoy it. This should be a very good contest. Halfway through the 6 over at the moment.
Good delivery. Excellent Yorker. And it was just as well that Randhawa was not looking to attack this one too much. Good bit of cricket. Nice Yorker, nicely played out by the batter as well. Good pile.
Yeah, that was the kind of ball that got him wickets. I think smart. He's got 2 balls. I think he knows what's good for him. These will both be crashing the stumps as well.
Edge, third man in play, and puts it down. It was an opportunity. Sebaruli Saeed is very disappointed. Fielder Ali Raza threw himself forward to it. It was dipping on him quite sharply. I would imagine there was a fair bit of spin on it as well,
Yeah.
the way it's hit.
Probably never carrying. Oh, get close though. Ali Raza does block it. I don't think he blocked it with his hands, but I think he's okay. Last ball of the over coming up. And last ball of Saber Ali Saeed's spell. He's been excellent so far. 2 for 8.
Firmly struck. Fielder does well. Anticipates the bounce. Gets the field in. It's just going to be a single. Nicely done by Atif Mohammed. And a great spell of bowling. When you have a look at the score, and it races on to 56 for 2 at the end of 6. Well, Saeed, he's only gone just for 9. And he's picked up 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, for sure. So 6 over check-in time. You can see how neck and neck this contest has been so far. Weaving in and out of favouritism, these 2 teams. At the moment, Bachirka favoured. And that's probably on the back of the fact that they have built a decent score. You know, 93 pace, but that's hardly batting Linköping out of the game. And Linköping, particularly yesterday afternoon, really put their foot down. Ruhul Halim batted very well for them. He's behind the stumps at the moment. And now it's going to be Ankit Naik to bowl the 7th over. A crucial 4 overs coming up. I mean, if they get 2 a ball from here, that takes them up to, what's that, about 104. That'd be a decent effort from here. But yeah, even 10s from here get them to 96. So I mean, something like the 100 is still on here. I think it all depends for me on how long Mahmood stays there and how much the strike he gets. So here is Naik to bowl the next over.
Bowling to Mahmood. Oh, he's pretty patient with that one. I think it's a good line from Naik, just to keep him Mahmood inside his crease, with that ball just pitching just short of a length outside the off. Wonder what will he do here now? Will he decide that he's got to play for his shots? He certainly has a go, but it's going in the direction of the fielder, and it's a very good catch taken. So well done. I did suspect that Randhawa would decide that he's got to go for a few shots now. He's been there a while. He needs to also penetrate the score. Hits it fairly well, but he finds the safe hands off the fielder. And he does really well, Azhar Javed.
Because he's trying to go leg side. to a ball that's way outside off. But maybe there's better percentages if you go over cover there, but he tries to go fetch it. And it was a good catch taken, wasn't it, out there? And so, yeah, Randhawa just couldn't find his mojo during that innings. But I would say that's also Javid that takes the catch. Did a very good job to hold on to that one low down. So 57 for 3 brings Imran Merchant to the crease. As we're heading into the last 3.5 overs of this innings. Taking wickets will just help Linköping's cause a little bit, particularly if they can get rid of Mahmood at the other end. But you say Imran Merchant, he looks like he can hit a long ball. And see how he deals with the spin of Ankit Naik.
It's fairly well struck. They don't really hustle to try and take the 2, settle for 1.
This will be interesting now. Let's see if that wicket slows down Mahmood at all. I don't think it will. He's going to hit better than 2 a ball. Especially if he drops short, you better be careful.
He flat bats this straight down the ground, but doesn't really get any power in the shots, which allows the fielders to field it. Arshad there, picks it up and gets a throw in.
Yeah, anytime you're Linköping now and Mahmood only gets 1, you're pretty happy with that result. So 2 to come in the over. Naik's bowled a good one here, 1 for 3 off his 4 deliveries.
Yeah, just saying to both these men straight, yeah, you're okay where you are. He wants them straighter, doesn't want them so wide. That's really well bowled. It's good delivery. Merchant, he allows this one to go through, and that's a very valuable dot ball. No, it doesn't attempt to play it at all.
He had a lot of going through his head, and the moment had passed, the ball had passed. He was just kind of locked up deer in the headlight style there. Last ball of the over.
He goes for the up and over. Remember that move was moved very straight, and as a result of that, this goes past to his left on the boundary there at long off. So just gets enough off this, and you see there desperate attempts from the captain, who was thought to be pretty straight. It falls quite heavily on his shoulder there. It seems to be okay, so it's always good to finish with the boundary. And that score moves on to 63 now.
Yeah, great shot to finish the over. You see, we're in Stockholm at the moment for a 2-week series. 2 more weeks coming your way from Prague. It'll be good to see a mixture of familiar teams and a couple of teams we haven't seen for a while coming your way in the Czech Republic, starting on the 30th of May before we spend a week in Hungary and a week in Austria before we start our 5-week ECS Italian summer. There'll be 4 different locations, and then the Super Series in Rome, which is coming your way all the way through July. Join us for summer adventures here on the European Cricket Network. Right, here's Asad Javid coming back. It's going to start with, should just be a single. Out to deep mid-wicket, so yeah, they've done pretty well bringing it back. Particularly, I think Naik needs a lot of credit there. But when you consider they were 50 off 5, the next 2 overs have gone for 6 and then 7. And so suddenly that 100+ looked on. Now they're on 90 pace.
Yeah, what they've done well is they've managed to restrict. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'll go back to what I was going to say, because they've done some things well. What they didn't do well here was the fielding. This was a calamity. Look at this. What happens here?
Well,
I mean, this is just poor, and even poor at the other end. Look at the other end. Well, I don't think we got all of that into the shot, but no, that's not good at all.
It's not great, is it? I mean, it looks like the over 80s league there. It's, that one does get through the boundary. Merchant will take it.
Slowed ball. I won't mind that. It's a single. It gets Mahmood on strike. That was what I was going to say. Every time Mahmood has gone on strike, they've only given him a single. He hasn't been able to get a boundary. And then it means the other batter comes on. But when you gifted Merchant with that 4, well, that hurts you.
A few questions in the chat I'll come to in a second. First, let's look at Javid.
Firmly struck. Watch the bounce. And he's not able to watch the bounce. And Saad Khan says that moved that much. I don't know if it moved that much, but I think Saad Khan wasn't prepared to get his body behind it.
Even if you don't catch it, you're way better trying to get this on the full. See that he just stays flat-footed, and this one really could have bounced anywhere. Could have knocked his teeth out, to be honest. Because the first bounce does really skip. And so, unfortunately for Linköping, but fortunately for Wachirka, it's another boundary.
And well, this is up in the air. Somebody's got to get there. The wicketkeeper says it's mine, and he does ever so well. He makes up a lot of ground, and Mahmood goes. I'm quite surprised here. This is one he's dealt with really well all the way through his innings. Anything that's sort of in that zone, but he sort of, this one squares him up. I think it's the extra bounce, really. He's looking to play this away in an area where he scored a lot of his runs. Gets the top of the bat. But good work from the keeper. Had a long way to come, Asad Iqbal, and takes the catch.
Yeah, well, that's actually Ruhul Halim.
Halim, sorry.
But you're right. He just turned his face on that, I suppose. And then it was everyone out my way, said Halim. He does take the catch. So nicely done by the keeper. Mahmood's got to go for 37 off 19. The score 73 for 4. And Taranjeet was asking me, how was my trip back to Australia? Well, it was my first in a while, Taran. And it was very nice to catch up with some family and friends there. And also, I was surprised how many of them have been tuning into the European cricket. So hello to all of our viewers watching from Australia. It was nice, but also fantastic to get back on the tour as we see the last ball for Javed here.
Hit well, chase on for the fielder. Will he get down? Well, he uses his feet. He does stop it. It's Cameron Rashid, and he needs to be warmed up because he'll be coming on the bowl pretty soon. Not the next one, but in 6 balls' time. The umpires just want to check this one.
I think he's fine though. No real issues as far as I saw it. So it'll be 75 for 4 after 8 overs. Got to say to Mohammad Ashfaq, it was nice that you commented in there, and can tell you that his question was to do with, does the ECS come to Asian countries like Malaysia, Singapore, those kinds? Look, we haven't ever had a series outside Europe, but I do think the day will come where we'll have some ECS abroad. And yeah, it would be nice to go to some of those countries. I think Hong Kong, there's a lot of good cricket there. Anything's impossible.
Yeah, it is. But look, what we will say, if there's any big corporate giants out there that would like us to come, well, why not? Why not sponsor us?
That's true.
I don't mind. We'd go, won't we?
It comes down to it. It's the almighty dollar that determines a lot of what we can and can't do. It's always a bit of a juggling act.
Well, they're juggling here. They don't have to juggle so much. They do make 2. Now it's got to be, this is where you've really got to see the batters really hustle for every run. I mean, the big hitter's gone. Merchant's out there. He's had a bit of luck and a bit of fortune go his way. He's joined out there by Osama Qureshi. And let's see what they can put together here. Predicted score on the screen, 91. I think they'd like to do better than that.
Yeah, no doubt. Last 2 overs coming up. This is all happening in the 9th.
And, well, you can't be leaving that. It's the second time he's done this.
He's hoping that maybe
Merchant.
in some universe it's a wide, but it's not. And you see he advances and then kind of changes his mind. He stops advancing, but he forgets to swing the bat.
Yeah, it's 2 dots he's played like that. I just think he can't play outside the off stump. That's what that tells me. Bit of power in that, but they've got the field well set to him now, and got the 2 men. So you've got the captain who's pretty straight and long off, and you've got one who's just about, 15 metres away from him. They're just patrolling that area. They don't want to give any boundaries away there. Qureshi, big swing, and well, the keeper has blundered this totally. He's looked for the stumping, and he's looking to throw the balls forward, and somehow it's gone backwards. Have a look at this.
Yeah, well, he was advancing and just goes straight through the legs. So Halim won't enjoy that. You see, they had plenty of time, I think. And just left the ball behind. Back to live action.
Firmly struck, but like I say, they have got that fielder there now. They sense there could have been a second. It's worth taking at this late stage, I would say. All depends who's going running back to the striker's end, though.
Yeah, setting up the kind of total that could make for a very interesting second innings already, Rico. He's got 2 to spend here.
In the air, fielder. It looks like Rashid. He looks nowhere near it. Doesn't look comfortable at all. And they run 2. Just never got under it. Never looked like he was going to take this catch, did he?
Never easy running with the flight of the ball. And who knows? We don't know how greasy his fingers are after making those pastries for us this morning. Though we did see him rock out a pretty good over first up. He's likely to have the last over as well. Kamran Rashid right now. There's the last ball of the 9th coming up. They get 2 there. It's Qureshi on strike.
Oh, it's up in the air. They'll just be looking to pick up and get the throw in nice and needed. Not being put off by the false calling from the batters. It's just a 1 and the end of the over, 84 for 4.
Hey, we're always saying the batters should call more. So, I think it's just, I didn't really hear what word it was, but I think they were just saying they weren't going to have a second run. So 84 for 4 after 9 overs. 6 balls left in the first half of this one. These two teams, I think they're going to be grappling for second and third the way things are shaping up. It's a big difference because if you do finish second, then you play a lower ranked opponent in quarterfinals Friday, coming up in just over a week's time. And also, if for some reason the rain intervenes and you don't get your quarterfinal played, then you make it through to the semi-finals. We have seen that 2 or 3 times.
Rashid sort of has that walk about a purpose as he marks up his run. He starts with that little foot spin, and then he gets going. He bowled 2 very quick, fast deliveries, short, fast deliveries in his first over. And he's looking to get a wicket or 2 here as well. And that's pretty quick, and it's a double appeal. I'm not sure why the batters have not taken a run here. That's not good cricket at all. You see the keeper's not got this. Here you go. I mean, there's no backing up at all from Merchant at all. He's sitting in his crease, doesn't back up, and you should have taken the one. I mean, it would have been a leg bite. You need to take those.
Yeah, I mean, might have got run out, but yeah, it is last overtime, isn't it? So strap yourselves in. Let's go.
It's nicely played, and this is just going to keep rolling, rolling, rolling. They've got to try for 3 here. I think go for one for the throw. Merchant doesn't want to chance it, and probably wouldn't have got there, but it's certainly worth trying. He's leaning on his bat now just to get some air back into his lungs, while Kamran Rashid wants the man at square to go behind. He doesn't. Stays where he is. It's well hit. Watch the bounce. It does, and deals with it really well as well. If this one hits the deck, there's such a hard surface here. But I'll try the one. This time does not let this ball go past him.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting finish, isn't it, here? 3 more balls. She hasn't gone for too many.
There's the short one, and it gets the edge, and there's the wicket as well for Kamran Rashid. He knew it was coming, and that was it there. Just bangs it in short. The batter, his eyes lit up for a moment. Good short ball. It's full. It's short and straight, I should say. It doesn't really give any real room to manoeuvre for Merchant. Well, Merchant, I think he ran out of path. He's probably pretty happy to go back and get a bit of oxygen in it as a new batter comes up and has to go to the striker's end.
Pretty good bounce, that.
Ashfaq.
Yeah, Mohammad Ashfaq, the new batter, 2 to spend. Yeah, pretty good bounce. You see, it was above the shoulder. You do get one of those, but he spent it, but he does get good reward for it. So 97, can they lift it up into the 90s? Wachirka, after being sent in here in match 15.
And that's coolly done. And ice cool behind the stumps there, because it is Rahul who is cool. Rahul Halim just takes it. Doesn't panic here, does he? He knows what's happening in front of him. Everybody's shouting around him, and he says, look, leave it to me.
Yeah,
Hides it up and does the job.
Never really miss from there. I'm surprised how often keepers do miss those, but yeah, it will be another wicket. So 87 for 6, and the captain, Asad Iqbal. Rare chance to get to see him with the bat. He'll be coming out to face the last ball. Yeah, I still think with those, if the idea is that you try to actually manipulate the strike, then maybe the way to do it is to kind of have the striker hold their ground a little bit to force the keeper to go to the bowler's end.
Yeah.
As it is, maybe they're just trying to get the extra run if the keeper misses, which they would have. But
yeah, they'd love a boundary here, really. We'll get them to into the 90s. Whichever one. I mean, the 6 would be fantastic. A little edge, inside edge to fine leg would do just as nicely.
Last ball.
And it's not going to be. It's full. It's straight. It's a Yorker, and he knocks him over. Well bowled from Kamran Rashid, and doing what he's done well all the time we've seen him. He opens up well, keeps it tidy, and finishes well as well. And this one is as good as they get. Perfect Yorker right in the block hole. And not much there that the captain, Asad Iqbal, could do. He has to go for, it's the first baller. But you can't blame him. It's all that he had to try and do to try and get his team into the 90s. 87 they finish on. What a fantastic final over that was from Kamran Rashid. He picked up 2 wickets and only conceded 3 runs.
Yeah, so let's go back and look at some of the highlights. And, well, it was getting through everyone, slicing through them like a knife early on. And then we did see Sid Saminathan for the first time in the series. He went for quite a few in the second over. You see, this one was one of my favourites. It's an expansive cut stroke that went well over the boundary. They needed someone to bring them back into the game, and it turns out that someone was Sabr Ali Saeed. First with the LBW of Tara, and then he knocks over Khawaja, and that's really just put a bit of a dent in the momentum of this innings from Botchuka. But still, Zishan Mahmood, he batted pretty well. In the end, 87, it's one of those middle-of-the-road scores. I think it'll be a pretty interesting second half to this one, Rico.
Yeah, it will be, and I did like, the intent there. I loved the way that Khawaja started. I think he played some cracking shots, and then once those 2 wickets went, that man there, Mahmood, knew that it was his turn to get going. He played some fantastic strokes on the way to 37 from 19. But they just couldn't keep that momentum going towards the end. I think once they got into the 80s, that big over didn't come. But it's all down to the bowling of Naik. I think Naik, you'll see in the bowling figures when they come up shortly, he bowled particularly well. And then, of course, you're always going to get 12 very difficult, spicy deliveries from Kamran Rashid to try and get runs from. This was a poor bit of fielding, and that's one thing that they will look at. There was a couple of errors there in the field, and that one there also from the captain, who's pretty guilty. That you just think that score could have been 10 to 15 runs less, and that could play a big part in this match. But it has finished in the grade 80s. Rashid there, he didn't want to do the catching. He said, "I'll just do it with the ball, thank you very much." And that was the one that was caught behind, and then there was one that was spot on from the wicketkeeper. Good work there from Rahul Halim. And then there's the Yorker, and superb delivery. He's got very good variations as Rashid. He's got a quick short ball, which gets a lot of batters into trouble. And then he's got that Yorker as well. And there was contributions, good ones from the batters. It was a good start from Khawaja. Tara couldn't really get going. He played one good shot for 4. And then other than that, he goes early again. It was Sabr Ali Saeed, didn't he bowl well? And wasn't he chuffed to be getting those wickets as well? He really was. He was on a high. But Khawaja, 16 of 9, very well. Zishan Mahmood, superb innings from him. Merchant, well, he didn't run very well. And I think they'll look back at some of that running. If they did take those singles and took those 2s, I think a 96, 98 score would have been on the board without them trying to do anything else. So that's where they could be better. But those runs also were given to them, the same number of runs in the field, by some sloppy fielding from the Linköping players as well. And the bowling figures, I'll be interesting to see these, because I think Naik, he bowled particularly well at a time when they needed to bring things back. 1 for 15 he took, but right there at the top, it was all about the pace of Kamran Shahid. 2 wickets just for 7 runs, and the good contributions also from, of course, Sabr Ali Saeed, who came on to bowl at a time when his captain needed something special, especially after that 1 over from Siddharth Simanathan, went for 16. So I think it's interesting points. I think the captains, certainly the captain of Linköping, he used his bowlers really well. It was intelligent from him. He set the field well as well to the way that the batters were playing. And how about that? That tells you that this is going to be a scrap, isn't it, between 2 teams? They're gonna have to battle here, and they're going to have to do duel. It can go either way, and it looks like just another match similar to the 2 that we've already had in the day. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. Mid-inning summary. So for Shurka, they've gone out there, they've had a bat. 87 for 7. They would have liked to have been in the 90s, I think, and only have themselves to blame. Needed to run harder and run better, but they finished on 87. They have got the runs on the board, so 88 required for victory for Linköping. Join me Rico for Mr. Maximo as we come back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 15. Hello to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back to this lovely location in Stockholm. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and it's coming for you from the Nuremberg Cricket Ground. It's a fantastic setting here amongst some beautiful scenery. Got lakes to our far left and the forest that surrounds us. And we're told plenty of animals in those forests as well, from the rabbits to deer and moose as well. The moose, of course, is the sort of national animal, if you like, the pride of Sweden, and also is a national delicacy as well. So work that one out itself. It's going to be Qureshi with the ball. Porsche can remember putting 87 on the board, so 88 required. All in chopping if they do register a victory here. And the man who's opening up is a man who's been in good form. Finished the last time we saw them on 57 of just 51 of 17 deliveries, helping Lynchip into a convincing victory over the Titans yesterday. Plays this away out onto the offside where it's fielded in the covers by the fielder. So off the mark straight away. Halim did well behind the stumps as well. And he's joined out there by Ali Raza. Plenty of noise in the field. 2 men out at the moment. Third man and the man at the boundary on the offside. Good delivery. Third man very, very late to move to this. He literally had to, it was almost like he was having a doze. It's that sort of weather. If you've had a heavy lunch, well, it's quite easy to have a nod. Maybe do it Spanish style, where I'm from in Spain. Have a bit of a siesta. Why not? Osama Qureshi looking to get the breakthrough. And gets away with this one. Andres in my headset saying, yeah, he'd love a bit of a siesta just now. Andres, you stay with us, don't you start falling asleep. You don't want any cartoons appearing on the screens. Andres is having a snooze. Qureshi. Oh, that's the better delivery. That's the areas that you want to be. Both अच्छी bowling. Both अच्छी line. Ball short नहीं ज़्यादा over pitch to नहीं. ये line अच्छी है. थोड़ा जा movement भी हैगा, थोड़ा जा way swing. Good start from Qureshi. He gets the edge, and I think this will still go to the boundary despite the efforts of third man Kasif Khan. He does get some body onto this really good ball, and just not able to get any part of his body to back him up. He races away to the boundary. That's unlucky for Qureshi. And he wants to... What's he wanting here? He's bringing... Okay, right. He's bringing the man that was out on the boundary. That point in, so third man can go back. And this one right on the pegs. And Halim just deciding he'll play this one out. I think that's a wise choice. If somebody's bowling well at you, you've already got a sneaky boundary from him. And that'll do. Just take whatever it is you can and keep your wicket intact. That's what Halim opts to do. 6 runs of the first over. And it's a good over from Qureshi. Certainly had the batters in some trouble. It's unfortunate. One ball that went to the boundary. Man that's got to keep the pressure on now is going to be Zishan Mahmood. Well, he was in the mood with the ball, wasn't he? Now, with the bat, I should say. Now, can he do it with the ball? Oh, and this one goes all the way through. Thought they were almost celebrating here a wicket, but the umpire hasn't made any judgment. He's just having a little chat with the umpire now, saying, "Are you sure?" Hello to our umpires. That there is Samir Ali, and joining him out there at square leg is Saeed. This is an up and over, and it will go all the way over. I think this goes for 6 runs. Yes, it does. Manos arriba, arbitro. Qué increíble. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, that one flies over. I think they're also going to make a decision here with the third man. They're either going to have him back or in. At the moment, he's going in, out, shake it all about. Leave him where he is, otherwise he's going to get quite dizzy as well, Asif Khan. Asif is saying, "I'm staying here." And they're saying, "Okay, you can stay there, but you're too wide, get finer." Another man comes across onto the offside. So now we've got this, just 3 on the leg. Good shot. That's gone all the way over. Watch out, Andres. Is another one coming your way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. And well, forget Dennis is probably saying, "Forget Andres. What about me? This is coming in my direction." You see there, the camera has a pretty good shot of that kookaburra coming its way. This is firmly hit as well, and it's been fielded nicely. Osama Qureshi doing the stop. Andres is actually now in the tower, I'm told. So no wonder the camera was shaking a little there. He's probably having nightmares about these white balls attacking him. Mahmood. Short, punished, and that's gone a long way. What a powerful shot this is. Picks the line so quickly, doesn't he? Knows that it's short, it's in his zone, and he just wallops this away over that man. He already knows it's gone. He's already after it before it's even gone over him. It's a good shot. As they wait for the fielder and the ball to come back into play, you can see that Dara is having a bit of a chat with Lisa Mahmood. And this is a bit of payback time on behalf of his own bowlers, Halim, on Mahmood. And he gets this one through. It's a wild swing. He's not happy with that effort. You can see Halim, but he does well. He's got the acceleration in that they needed. It's a good over. And Zisha Mahmood goes for 19. The score after 2, 25 without loss. And Vinny coming in at the right time to have a look at these tables.
Yeah, for sure. You can see that Bachirka, if they were to lose these games, they are kind of at risk if they were to go down to Indiska, who they play tomorrow. And look, based on what we saw from Indiska today, they're going to be a bit of a handful. So I would say it seems likely they'll qualify. But the other thing is, this game's far from over. It's going to be Osama Qureshi to bowl over number 3, last of the power play. Reasonable start this. 3 big maximos in the second over. Zisha Mahmood got a bit of payback there, didn't he? But here's Qureshi. And there he goes. So this is an interesting start, that's for sure. We haven't seen that many power plays really going off. This is Ali Raza, who's facing up now. And I do like the approach from Lintraping. Not being too conservative here. They got 10 wickets in hand, and obviously I'm trying to make the most of these power play overs.
I was going to say it should be taken. It probably doesn't quite carry to the fielder. And get away with that one. I think it's got to make perhaps a bit more of an intent to try and get there. That was Merchant. Just dropping in front of him.
Yeah, still again, tempted Loftus shot. Gets away with it.
delivery. It's in the block hole. It's played out to Tara. Take the single.
It's funny when you are aggressive as a batter, it does kind of put the bowler on the back foot sometimes. You know, I think if you're a bit tentative, if it's clear you're just playing to survive, the bowler gets a lot more confidence. But it's never easy to bowl to someone who's really going after you. Raza on strike again now.
Firmly struck. Work to be done by the fielder. And does really well. Good clean hands, good clean pickup. Zisha Mahmood.
Excellent fielding by Mahmood, who took a pounding in that second over, but still, he got to his left pretty quickly. It was really nicely struck by Raza as well. But here's the man. He was the man of the moment yesterday, Rahul Halim. It was 2 days ago now, actually, wasn't it? When he brought up the first half century of the series.
So, a bit of bat, I think, here first. Or at least a bit of glove anyway. And see here again, yeah.
Yeah, I just felt there was a big inside edge there. So pretty high. Hit him just above the pad, I think. Certainly think this could be another one of those Grady 80 type games. Plenty of cricket left, but yeah, the better this start is, the more Linköping will feel they can cruise to victory here. And 2 big points to get them back on track.
Goes for the fuller delivery, gets away with this really. The batter not moving his feet well here, just swinging. Not getting himself in line with the ball.
Yeah, Qureshi is a bit of a unit, isn't he? Bustles in. Nice ball, the power play coming up. It's been a good comeback this over. Just 3 singles of it. Coming off 2 dot balls now.
Yeah, this is a very good finish, very good over. He just goes for 9, and his spell has been very good. It's been lively as well. And, he's given his team a good comeback after that one expensive over from Mahmood. This is where they now need to change it. Be interesting who they go to. It looks like it's going to be Tara. The score at the end of 3, the power play is done, 28 without loss.
And Linköping playing themselves into a winning position according to that. See, now they're kind of as good a position as they have been at any point in the game. You can see how it was very topsy-turvy through that first half of the game. And now we're going to see Tahir Tara bowling a bit earlier than usual. Sometimes he does bowl one around now. Often does his best work at the end of the innings, but he's got a very good slower ball. He's got a couple of different slower balls that he bowls. He's also got quickish bouncer. I think for me, pound for pound, he's probably the best of the bowlers for Wachirka. And here he is bowling over number 4. Let's see what he dishes up.
Well bowled, good start. Full, straight. And all the batters can do here is hit it back straight down the ground. And it's well fielded by Mahmood. Just a single.
Yeah,
Raza.
Pretty nice looking shot first up. I like the way batters have been more likely to hit through the line. In the last couple of days, I think they've had some more success rather than trying to swing across the line on absolutely everything.
This one is feisty. And he gets it right inside. Yeah, that sort of tram line, if you like.
Brilliant bowling.
Really good bowling.
Brilliant bowling. Not much you can do with that. Maybe throw your hands at it, but you won't be in control of the shot.
Yeah.
The thing is, okay, let's see what he does here, because that's the quicker one. He's got a very good slower ball. Let's see. I'll whisper it so he doesn't hear me, but I got a feeling this one could be on the stumps, the slower ball, trying to deceive the batter who'll be playing for something quicker.
It is the slow ball, but it's going down leg side. Yeah, well called, Vinny.
Call me Nostradamus. That's why. You can see it's a mind game for the most part, because, okay, if I was batting, I would be expecting a slower ball because he thinks I'm not expecting one. Yeah. But then he might know I'm thinking that, so he might bowl a quicker ball. Yeah. You know, it's like one of those things that it's a lot of the battle is done upstairs.
Well, you may have gone probably too wide here, and it has been signalled.
Got to say hello to Amar Ami, who's in the chat. And I've also got to say hello to Rahel Khan, who's got the day off today because his army not playing. He even had the day off yesterday, but he did come up in the afternoon and he challenged me to face him for an over. I've got to say, he's been bowling pretty well, and he wanted me to then report to Azam saying if he was bowling well. And I can say, yeah, he bowled pretty well. Let's just say that the honours were fairly even. I think so. Got him for a couple away, but, you know, probably got a couple past me as well. Gone. What a really good slow ball that is, and that's the one I was talking about. And he's completely bamboozled the batter. Had no idea. He pulls the chain on this one out of the sky, and it's the first wicket down. Great bowling by Tahir Tara. And Linköping lose their first, 31 for 1.
Yeah, excellent. Absolutely excellent. The one he tried earlier, he just got the line wrong, didn't he? It went down the leg side, but this one is an absolute beauty. And Ali Raza, well, he can come back saying he's been done by a good one. He's looked pretty well out there. He was timing the ball well. But once again, you see just the variations, and you do need variations to change up a pace. Very clever, full straight, deceived him, and gets the wicket.
Good partnership breaker there. And this is why you gamble bringing Tara on rather than just bowling him the 8th and the 10th. You may not have a game by the 8th or the 10th, depending on how Linköping go. So you bring him on here because he's not just a defensive bowler. He takes wickets because of the tricks that he's got, and that was a perfectly executed plan. Maiden Waters giving me a bit of credit, saying that I knew that was going to happen. Well, it's nice when you're right, but I would say that's one thing as a batter. You'd feel you could never settle against him because even though that slow ball is quite slow, it's not really a slower arm action. It's just really cleverly released out of the fingers. This brings Sad Khan to the crease, the captain, coming out in the number 3 position at a crucial time for his team.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's see if he can make a good contribution in this match.
You need to talk about Test cricket and the longer forms of cricket, setting a batter up. You can still do it in these short forms of the game. You just don't have as long. Anyway, should be a good battle.
Well, he's sort of grunt echoes around this ground, doesn't it? And you can certainly tell, there's a lot of bowlers that do the grunt when they're bowling the slow ball to put you off. Yeah. He's grunting when he's putting his quick ball in.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That was meant to be a bit wider. I think that's the faster one. And I'll eat my hat if this isn't the exact ball that got the wicket earlier in the over. This is definitely a slower ball on the stumps. So I won't say it so loud, otherwise Sad Khan will hear me. But here we go, last ball of his over. There it was, but it was a bit too full. So it will be just the one down the ground. And Sad Khan is away with a single. It's the end of 4 overs. The score is 32 for 1. And a very, very good afternoon to you, or good morning, good evening, wherever it is around the world. It's Finny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is none other than the late, I was going to say the late great. I'll just say the great Rico Full. Whoops. And come back, Rico. I need you. And look, beautiful sunny skies today. Hello to Rahel. And look, the thing about Rahel, I know he's a good driver of cricket ball. He's also a great driver of a motor car. He took us home yesterday. So hello, Rahel. I really love being in the passenger seat for that as well, Rahel.
He likes to put his foot down, doesn't he? Let's just say that. And of course, because he is a taxi driver, he gets to go in certain lanes that other cars aren't able to. And he certainly loves that, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he does it with a big smile as he passes all the other cars, saying, "Yeah, here I go through the traffic."
He's a bit too classy to be called a taxi driver. I'd call him a chauffeur.
Chauffeur, yeah.
He's a chauffeur. Yeah, ECN chauffeur. Well, he was yesterday. Big thanks to all of the local organising committee for feeding us and transporting us around and just looking after us. We appreciate it. Anyway, Imran Merchant will be the bowler here in over number 5. His game tightening up.
Nice start. Doesn't get too much height on the delivery. He's bowling here to Sad Khan, the captain. And this is Gandhi. And, well, where's this going to end up? It's not going to be case. Well, he doesn't do the best bit of chasing here, Asif Khan. Not sure how he goes to this ball.
This really hurts. I mean, it probably looks worse on camera because it looks like he's just given up. But I think the ball's past him by the time he reaches the line of it. Cinco carreras, not ideal at all. Merchant needs to find the target and find it pretty quick.
Big bonus, those 5 runs. How does he do here? It's going to be called a wide. It's very close, but the umpires have been very consistent with that. Side Arif and Samir Ali. Anything that's thereabout is called, and that is a wide, yeah.
That's better. So, yeah, 6 wides, and then 6 in a dot. And a dot ball, first ball of the over as well.
this one's going to go all the way as well. Oh, he stops it. As if, well done. And gets his foot on it at the last moment. I don't think he knew too much about it.
Poor Asif. I mean, we're already into day 4 here. Asif looks like he's run about 38 kilometres of a marathon the way that he's trotting around. But he does stop that with the boot. And that was just a full toss. It went straight through the keeper. That's a dick bolt.
Contact made. They take the single. And bowler had to stop that, otherwise there was a possibility of overthrows. The next man on the leg side is a long way away on the boundary. Nobody inside the circle in that area. This one's hit out towards long on, and it's well fielded by Tara, who's, I'm sure, looking maybe to come back to bowl the next over.
There's a few people thinking that you should be allowed to stomp on my shoes for my commentating slip. I just thought it sounded cool because it rhymes, but it's not true. Rico is here. We haven't regenerated him. Well, this is really close. I think it'll be called a wide. Yeah, I got a feeling a fraction of the ball gets the tram line here, but just a fraction, but that's enough. See here, I think that's a good call. I know a lot of the ball's inside, but it's got to be completely inside. All right, so last ball of the over.
He's going for the big one, and I think he's going to get it as well. He does. It goes all the way. Kidna Sona Shaka Lagia. Boom! And over it goes. Mickey Bra. Que grande, que guay. Que genial.
Mar. Bang. As Ruhul, he's an entertaining player. Halim goes Maximo last ball of the 5th. Gets the score up to 48 and gets them ahead of the rate. Again, in one shot they go from behind to ahead. Now they need 40 off 30 at 8 and over. And so we head into the 6th. Just getting a few questions about what shoes I'm wearing. Well, if you saw my belt, the shoes match the belt. So I don't know, maybe we'll sneak up in a minute and show you. But this means I need to do that thing where you hold my foot up because it's not so easy. All right,
come on, then. Give it up here.
Here we go.
Come on.
Rico, there we go.
Man.
Oh,
Higher,
there we
higher, higher.
Well, here you go. Rico got his revenge. He almost tipped me over. Wow, that could have ended very, very badly. Anyway, we've got to find a way to get the camera to pan down a bit. I'll stand on a chair or something. Anyway, crucial overs ahead. 40 off 30. So anybody's game here.
Tara will continue. So they're not holding him back. Remember, you've still got 1 or 2 options there.
I'm a bit surprised, but it's a gamble, but maybe a gamble worth taking to bowl him again. He was bowling well.
Starts with a slow one, and it's through the fingers of the fielder and goes to the boundary. Gets a full toss, that did him. And it wasn't the best of his slow balls, but it still outfoxes the batter slightly, but he gets a fair chunk of the bat on it. The fielder inside the circle here. I think maybe he is there. I think he needs to take that catch, and he's not able to.
If there's one man that could have caught that, it was Amir Khan. He's so tall. He's right on the edge of the circle there at mid-wicket, and I think that goes through his fingers. So this is a huge over.
Shot. And this will probably go to the boundary, and it does. The other thing I like Tara as a player in general. He hasn't quite clicked with the bat. We know he can be quite dangerous with the bat. We saw that in the very first match. With the bowling, he's predictable. That's the only thing I'd say. I think good batters will know what's coming next. You knew that next ball, after that slower one, was going to be that quicker one attempted outside the off. Same way you're probably thinking and waiting to see this is going to be the slower ball. That's how he seems to work. The quick one, the slow one, the quick one, the slow.
Yeah, it tends to go 1 and 1, doesn't he? Yeah,
I don't think he will here because I think he knows that himself. I think he'll probably try and just a quicker one to try and throw the pattern out.
It was a slow ball, so I would have thought it would be the slow ball. I guess the whole point is we're guessing. But sometimes you lose the element of surprise. Let's say if you bowl 4 of 1 ball or 5 of 1 ball in an over, then the other one comes as more of a surprise. I think you lose the surprise element. Some bowlers bowl backwards that bowl really good slow balls, a bit like a James Faulkner kind of thing, or a Sohail Tanvir, that will bowl mostly slow balls, and it's like the normal one is the variation.
Yeah.
I think he could be one of those kind of bowlers, I think.
And you see that then follows up with this quick one, which the other thing about this quick one is it wouldn't be so bad if he could get this straighter. The quick one is always in that area, and that just catches the line as wide as court. So have the quick one, try a different variant, but have it come straighter. So the batter, if the batter's already going to try and play that shot, think it's going to be outside the off stump, you can surprise him.
It's a good chance for wicket as well, Boulder LBW.
Yeah.
The gamble not paying off at the moment to bring Tara back. Back-to-back boundaries start the over, and a single and a wide.
Full slot. That's the slow ball against C. So he's gone exactly the pattern so far. And it's been the quick, the slow, the quick, the slow. And a good batter like Halim will pick that up straight away.
Would say he's an interesting player to watch though, Tara, isn't he? Because it's got us talking. He does enjoy his cricket as well, for sure. But Chirka, pretty happy to have him. But they won't have him for much longer in this game. Just 2 more deliveries for the all-rounder.
Edge goes pretty quickly, and it does get stopped. They do change the fielders around there. As I think Asif, who was there for a while, is having a pit stop. And, this really has gone quickly. Keeper sort of rooted to the ground, and
he's lucky that doesn't bounce off his knees straight out with the rope. This one, yeah, see the keeper. I don't know if he's better balanced there, then maybe he can make a play at that. I know it goes quickly, but he just found himself wrong-footed slightly. And so I think Tara's happy it's only a single. He's got one more ball. This is where you're really feeling it. You'd love to finish with a wicket. Let's see what he does to Halim.
In the air, and the fielder does actually very well. He commits himself to try and take the catch, realises then the catch is not on, does Mohammed Ashfaq, and then decides the best thing he needs to do next is to stop this ball getting past him. Otherwise, it will be a boundary, and he does that pretty well.
Yeah, not sure what he stopped it with, but whatever it was effective. So 6 overs down, 61 for 1. You can see they pulled ahead. I'm not so sure about the 85%. I mean, it took a big jump during that over, but that's probably because of the 2 boundaries. You can see these 2 teams have been neck and neck through the first half of this game at least. So now they need 27 off 24. That over ends up going for 13. They're probably regretting that decision now because it also means Tarak can't come back later. But I can understand why you would have bowled him because he bowled such a good first over where he took a wicket, only conceded 4, which included a leg bye. Now they've gone for Merchant, who went for 16 in the last over, but they don't care. He's going to get a second.
It's another edge. And where's this one going? And I think they're just taking the one, have they?
Yeah, they didn't run the first one hard.
The second.
So, otherwise they would have got a second, but it's just a single. Look, they do look on paper like they're cruising in this Linshiping, Ping, but you just feel a wicket or 2 could change the face of the game.
Yeah. Hit up in the air, and it will stay hit. It goes all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagia, grande. Eso es 6 carreras.
He gets plenty of this, doesn't he? He goes straight, and he goes long, he goes strong. Saad Khan enjoyed that one. He sails out of the ground. That one for the first time now makes them under a run of ball required.
Oh dear.
I hate that voice so much. But anyway, it doesn't matter what I think. We had to do a poll about your baby voice. But I tell you what, Blind Freddie could have told you that was going to spin that way off the surface, but nobody told the fielder. And ends up going to the rope, so 6 and 4, hungry for more. And Linshiping really firming as favourites now, as they've got it down to 16 off 21.
Yeah, good knock. This has been for Saad Khan. Catches up with Halim pretty quickly. And now he sort of shovels this up in the air, and it gets it over the tall, lanky figure of Amir Khan. It needed Tara to make the stop on the boundary.
Yeah, so 15 off 20. Merchant. He just wants a wicket here. See if he can make something happen for his team. Gets a dot.
And you can see there the keeper saying, see, that's the line. Why aren't you bowling that line all the time? So you see there, as soon as he states this, he's saying, come on, that's it. That's the line. Come on, keep it there.
He said, I bowled a good ball. Stop yelling at me.
That one, he gets lucky, he gets hammered straight at the fielder. The wicketkeeper, if that had gone to the boundary, I just wanted to see what the wicketkeeper had to say about it, because I tell you what, I don't think Asad Iqbal would have been too happy.
Yeah, so end of the over. It's 74 for 1 after 7. Coming up, the last game of the day from Sweden. Match 16, a rematch between Botkyrka and Linköping. And this match, we will see Linköping winning the toss. And once again, they've elected to bowl first, so Botkyrka will be batting first and trying to defend. Plenty of players that we've seen during the week. And big name coming in for them, Navid Akbar for Linköping. He's coming in. I'm sure he'll feature with the ball in particular. That game is starting in about 35 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network. Join us. And I'm loving rocking the short sleeves at the moment. Hopefully the weather stays good for us going into the weekend and tomorrow as well. Now here is Amir Khan, who's going to bowl a crucial over. 14 required off the last 3. They need a good one, and he starts with a good one.
Yeah, this is, I'm just having to look through my notes and saying, well, who have they got that's different? And of course, Amir Khan was the name that came straight up on the list, so probably was an option. Instead of bowling Taro, he's second, just to try and break things up slightly. This has been launched, and that's going all the way over. Well, what a big hit this is. This has been muscled over the boundary rope, charges down, gives it the old long handle, and that's Captain Caveman style all the way over. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a big hit, wasn't it? And he really wasn't afraid to go down the pitch. Halim amongst the runs again. With that, they're getting close, aren't they? They only need 8 more runs now, and I think this game now for me is beyond doubt. Bold shot. When you think about it, if he gets out, if he misses that, could kind of just give them the staggers a little bit. Fake charge.
Yeah, strikes it well towards the fielder, who keeps it tidy, gets a good throw back.
It's a good tactic, that. It's the one that I always used to use, because I'd look like I was going to charge, and then the bowler thinks, okay, I'll dig it in short, and then it's just a fake.
Then you rock back, yeah.
Yeah, then you rock back, because then you can't be stumped either. So you're giving yourself a bit of a chance.
This is going a long way up in the air. It is an opportunity, and it's been well taken. It's a very good catch. Gets himself in a really good position. He makes no mistakes. There was no way that was going to be dropped by Gurpal Randhawa.
Yeah, nice catch. I mean, he judged it well. And so Amir Khan gets a wicket. Does seem a bit too little too late, but you just got to do what you can at this stage. But Botkyrka finally able to break this partnership. And the score is 81 for 2. Still pretty good knock from the captain, Saad Khan. 23 off just 14 balls. 3 fours and Maximo in there, and he's got them within sight of victory. It will be Asad Javed that will come to try and finish things off.
Yeah, Asad Javed gets an opportunity to have a
See
bit
how
of an innings.
he's very still under that.
Yeah.
He makes early position and he judges it well. And once you're in position, the less you have to move, the better. And that's why he does take it with a minimum of drama. It'll be the new batter facing up, of course. Asad Javed.
So, nicely struck along the ground. We'll get a single. But, we'll be saying to Rahul, there you go. You can have some more of the strike. Just the ball to go in the innings. It's the quicker one. It's another one that goes into that third man area. Quite a few have gone down there. And they've had to take it in shifts to do the work there. Now it started off with Asif Khan.
Into the over. It's 83 for 2, just 5 required off the last 2 overs. Geez, you're missing some good stuff in the chat. We've had, I think, some of the Bangladeshis not too happy with Luke Belgium and his predictions, or not he doesn't predict anymore, just something about him, and they're trying to block him. And then Riman has said, well, you can't block Luke from his own chat. So I don't know what that's all about. But very interesting. So a few people are having some fun in the chat. Appreciate all our Bangladeshi viewers, of course, as well. No matter where you are from, we love you. Thanks for tuning in. And well, let's go on with this game. Have to fall over to lose here, but Zishan Mahmood, he's going to bowl, and he is a match winner. He'd need to have some sort of miracle over here worth, say, 1 or 2.
Coming from a longer run-up.
Fields all back. Good start, though.
Yeah, he's come from a longer run-up. He started the first time he bowled. He was sort of bowling from just before, around about where those footmarks are on the pitch.
I think my tactics here would be to give Halim one if he wants one, then try and put the squeeze on Javed because he's new to the crease. It's probably my only way to get this to be close if I was the fielding captain.
The ball is joining the dots up so far, and you saw there Rahul Halim just pacing it away. He's having a little chat to himself and thinking, okay, do I take it on? Do I just try and get the single? Do I try and play the big shot? I think he'll be looking to cut this. If it's a similar sort of length, he'll try and go back.
They're a bit too close to cut, though. Just want to say a quick hello to Kroom, who's in the chat. Hope you're well, Kroom.
Well, he decides to have a big swing, so it's dot to dot at the moment, joining up the dots.
It's been good. That's not even quite above the shoulder. It's a very hard ball to hit unless you get inside the line and try and pull it away. But it's almost impossible to cut or drive.
Yeah, what he's got to do is rock back or step back and try and guide it in the gap.
You know it's going to be short. I'd be getting across.
You'd be getting across
a long way, yeah.
I think there's a bit too much bounce really outside the off for it. If this is banged into his own foot, he's going to feel that for a bit.
I think I went across at least. Oh, hello. There's one way to throw the game away. I need 5. We almost had a 5. It will be 1. And now I think they're going to ring the changes. Yeah, the reason I'd say that is I think that the bowler would have tried something similar. And all of those ones, they're not that wide. So by getting across, I might be able to kind of turn it around the corner. And there's no one at fine leg. But anyway, 4% according to the win predictor. The chances of Bachirka. We have left the field pretty deep for us at Javed, who's on the walk.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it, but there's nobody there. They'll take 1, and that's all it should be. Even though there's nobody at the wicket keeper's end. I mean, I would certainly be saying,
there he is.
I would certainly be saying, look, why don't we just go for a second?
Yeah, I mean, he's delivered so far. He's kind of walking on a high wire with no kind of support, or no net. And he's bowled a good over so far, just the 2 off it. I'd love a dot here. Even a 1 is not a disaster. Here we go, last ball of the night.
Gets the dot in, so well we go into the last.
What a good over. I mean, this is where I think you got to put the squeeze on. Have a little hug there. And Rahul, he's batted really well for 32, but he didn't get too much bat on ball. And he actually, it's a nice bit of sportsmanship as well. It says, look, you had me that over. So yeah, they needed, what would they need? They needed 5 off the last 2 overs, and they got 2 that over. So now they need 3. And now I think you've got to gamble and bring the field up. They got a bit lucky there because I think they should have had the field up, but they just got lucky that the batters couldn't hit the ball. And that's why there were dots. I think any time the batter's hitting the ball, unless it's straight back at the bowler, there's going to be runs.
Yeah, Javed is
at least a run
on strike, so he will want to try and get off strike. Well, will he just try and finish it with 1 shot? I mean, Javed is probably thinking, well, yeah, you can bring him in. I'll take the bowler on.
Amir Khan. Oh, and this is another dot. Wow, they've really got the shakes here. Wow, didn't see this coming, but it is getting close, and if it is tied, we'll get a golden ball. Haven't had one since the 31st of March. Didn't have one in April. Well, May is quickly running out. It's the 19th at the moment.
3 for 5.
Yeah, 3 to win.
Goes for it. This is catchable. Big moment in the match. It's Tarar, and he takes a catch. It's another wicket, and there's more frustration there for the man Halim because he'll have to stay at the non-striker's end. It's now going to be 3 needed from 4 deliveries.
Well, if you want pressure, just turn on to the European Cricket Network because this one, if he drops it, they're going to get 2, and it would have tied the game. So Tarar is under it. He's a pretty good fielder, and it's almost a little ice cream cone. Look at it trying to come out the top, but Tarar does hold on, and he's relieved. I'm telling you, he wouldn't be human if he didn't feel some sort of relief after that. So, yeah, if he drops that, the game's tied at 87. As it is, they still need 3, and it means, and this is why this rule is so good, the new batter has to face up, which I think is fair. It rewards them for taking the catch, rewards the fielding side. It's going to be universal in all cricket come October. So now it's 3 off 4. And now, yeah, this is where I wouldn't be afraid to bring quite a few in.
Mike is a good batter, though. I mean, I'm not going to...
True. He's still new to the crease, though.
He still comes in lower down than I think he should.
What's his approach? Is he just going to go for it?
Yeah.
3 off 4.
That will do it because it's a full toss. It's a Gundy ball. And I think the umpire's sticking out his hand there to signal on a no ball as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So that finish it with 7. And after all the pressure, after making this tense, he bowls a full beamer. And I said, Ike is a good batter. What's he going to do? He's going to finish it with 1 shot. Of course, he's finished. Told you so. And that's the way. That is the end of it.
Yeah, it's a no ball +6 to finish. And they built up so much pressure, hadn't they? And they hadn't been able to score hardly anything. I mean, they scored 2 runs in the last 8 balls. They get 7 in, well, basically a ball that doesn't exist at the end. And just like that, it's all over. So Nike says, what's all the fuss about? And it's Linköping that win with 4 balls to spare and roll the highlights. Once again, we had a middle-of-the-road target.
He doesn't even wait for his partner. He just smashes the ball out of the ground and walks off.
Well, let's go back and see what happened early on. And it was a pretty good power play first up, wasn't it? As Linköping were able to put together a 28, but most of them came in the second of Zishan Mahmood. Uncharacteristically, he was destroyed. He went for 19 in the second over, although they pulled it back in the third and fourth. And particularly Tara, he was a key man to bring on. They brought him on early, and the gamble paid off with the wicket of Ali Raza.
Yeah, he bowled really well. Ta-da, ta-da, he says to Ali Raza. It was a beauty, but it wasn't the best of starts for the bowler, Merchant. When he bowled that one, it was 5 wides. Wouldn't they have loved to get those ones back again? And then there was some good hitting, and it was all to do at that time from Rahul Halim. But I do have to say that, and this is going to be important going into this next match, I think he really looked exhausted by the end of that innings. He wasn't running freely. He seemed, he had a big knock yesterday, didn't he? So he's probably not 100%, but certainly he's got them a very valuable victory. There was some loose fielding as well, but there was some really big hitting. And I think there was also a very good knock there from the captain side. Khan, he came in, put a valuable contribution in that partnership. But there was that catch. You needed somebody who was going to take it, and that man there, Gurpal Randahawa, made no mistake. This is another one, went a long way up in the air. And Tara says, thank you very much. I'm just going to keep this exciting. And we thought, well, we were all excited. And then there's this gundiest of Gundy balls that got smashed away for a big 6.
It really did. I mean, oh, well, it shows you need almost everything to go right if you're trying to defend 5 in the last 2 overs. Just 1 bad ball and the game slipped away. Halim top scoring with 32 off 29. That wasn't his prettiest innings, but he did score 3 6s and a 4 in there. And I suppose he saw them through, batting all the way through the innings. 23 to Saad Khan, the next best score for only 14 balls. Pretty handy knock from him. 17 from Ali Raza. Gave them a bit of momentum at the start of the innings. And Ankit Naik, well, he was the one that finished it. He said, yeah, what's the big deal? He went out and he whacked his first ball, only ball, over the boundary. So they win with 4 balls to spare. And if we look at some of the bowling figures, again, a bit of a mixed bag. When I look back at Zishan Mahmood, a really good comeback for him because he went for 19 in his first, only went for 2 in his second, kept them in the game. Yeah. So all over, it was a kind of average game from him. Qureshi, excellent first up, only conceding 9. Also, Tahir Tara, his second over didn't go quite as well as his first. He took 1 for 16. Merchant was a little bit expensive this game, and Amir Khan, well, he wasn't able to pull off the miracle in the 10th over, but still, he did pick up 2 wickets, 2 for 16.
They're missing a bowler, aren't they? I mean, you saw that there. There was a couple of bowlers there. The first overs weren't the best, but they had no other options. And that's where they're letting themselves down slightly. I think just don't have the options that they need. One more bowler there could have varied things up slightly for them, for Bushuka, but it was not to be. 87 wasn't enough.
That's right, Rico. So that's 3 games down. We have 1 to go. Hopefully you can stay with us. We're having a great day here. Loving the short sleeves, and hopefully I can stay this way over the weekend. But we will be back. And this is what's coming up. It's the final game of the day, Bochuka and Linköping. They were really kind of closely matched in that game, and I'm sure Bochuka would want some revenge. Otherwise, they risk kind of losing touch with Linköping. And Linköping, don't forget, it'll be their last game of the group stage because they have the day off tomorrow. Anyway, we hope you can join us when we return in around about 20 minutes. But until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more action and thrilling, exciting cricket. Vinny Sandu saying goodbye to you for now, but see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Well, it's time for the last game of the day. It's match 16 on the calendar and a rematch between Botkyrka and Linköping. Well, I'm sure both these teams will be desperate to finish their day with securing the 2 points here in match 16. Let's go over to the pitch where Stefan Gooch is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Okay, Botkyrka the call.
10.
Tails the call. Heads. We're gonna ball. Okay. Good luck, my friend.
So it is Linköping. Once again, they've won the toss, and once again, they've decided that they want to field first. So we'll see Botkyrka batting first. Look up, it's going to be really interesting. These two teams, either they will be on the same points or there'll be a 4-point gap between them. Of course, it's all about this race for second at the moment. And if you are second, you'll be higher ranked than your opponent in the quarterfinals. I think both these teams, they've done enough to qualify, it seems, but still a crucial match to finish the day. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready for some big Maximos, no doubt. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss here, once again in match 16. It is Linköping that have won the toss. They're going to field. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Yes, big Maximos are definitely on order. Well, we are starting to see those runs starting to creep up slowly. I think it's going to be very much the same as what we found in Landskrona when we started that series the last couple of weeks. That well, runs started slowly, and in comparison to 2020 and 21, the runs were a bit behind, but they came back well at the end. You see teams there just doing their little warm-ups there. Isn't that a lovely shot there? Beautiful ground. And it's played so well as well, hasn't it, that pitch? It's been one that bowlers have been able to generate some good movement and good pace on. And also, as we've seen the last few days, batters have started to find their rhythm as well. And after it took 3 days to see the first half century come up from an individual, we saw a few more, and we've seen some today as well. These two teams, are they going to give us a blast to finish off day 4? And I think they will. I think we're going to see some good scores out there. I think they both have seen each other well. But there is, of course, one change, and that is that we've had notification that Ruhul Halim has got a slight injury. He will not be in the lineup in this match. And behind the stumps would be Adil Asgar. So that's going to be a slight concern for them because, of course, he has been one of the key batters for them, hasn't he? And he's at 32 of 29, helped them to secure a victory in that match. And it almost seems that every time he scores runs, they do well. Botkyrka, well, they're going to need somebody like Kawaja to go big, Zisham Mahmood, but maybe one other that can help them out. And who will it be? We'll have to keep us guessing. Could it be Ashfaq? He's out there as well. Amir Riaz is another one. Just need to find a way to get a victory here because that just keeps them in it, doesn't it? And it certainly keeps this Group A very much alive. Certainly looking forward to having a quick catch-up of the tables as they get updated. We'll have that for you by the end of the second over. So keep your eyes pierced on the screens because it will come up pretty quickly, but it will give you an idea of what's going on. And the umpires will be waiting to take the field of play. And the umpires for this match will be Samir Ali and Mohammed Bilal. And just to take the opportunity to, well, thank Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, and all the umpires that we've seen so far in this series for doing a magnificent job. And also a quick thank you to the Federation of Cricket Sweden and their president Denish Akadiri, and also the likes of here the co-founder and secretary of Al-Bizami for all the work that he's done behind the scene, and of course the club captain Azim Khalil, and also Rael Khan, who we've mentioned today. They've looked after us very, very well. And thank you to everyone, and thank you for all your hospitality. And that's on behalf of myself and everyone from the ECN crew. I see the umpires there. They have made their way out into the middle. They're followed by the openers. They're going to go with Tara again and Kawaja. That doesn't surprise me. I think Tarar, he is due a good innings. He's an attacking player. I want to change it. I mean, whether he's been in the runs or not, he is the ideal person, I think, to go out there and be supporting Kawaja. I think the two of them, if they get going, they can certainly get runs on the board very, very quickly. And though Tara has been through a bit of a bad patch, he's sort of got a boundary and then got himself out. Hasn't been able to stay consistent. Well, maybe he's going to end with a flurry here. There he is. He's just taking guard. And of course, no surprises. Who's going to be bowling to him? It's going to be Kamran Rashid. Rashid, no doubt, will bowl the first and the last over. I'm just wondering, when you know teams that are going to be fairly predictable, as I think you know that William Shopping, you know that is going to be Kamran Rashid to bowl the first. I just wonder if that gives you the opportunity when you're batting against and saying, okay, we know that's what's going to come the first over. Why don't we try something different? Why don't we have somebody who can probably play this sort of bowling better than maybe what our openers are? Or we'll even take a gamble. Just go for somebody else. I don't know, maybe you go for somebody like Asif Khan, perhaps. Just say, look, you're going out there and your job is to swing wild from the first ball of Rashid and see just what you can get on the board. And if it doesn't work, it don't work. You don't lose anything. But if it does work, then you've just a player that you've struggled to get, I don't know, between 4 and 7 runs off in the first over. You certainly have. And he's going for a big swing straight away from Tara. Oh, he's probably thinking, well, Rico, you don't need anybody else to do it. I'll try and do it. He steps right across. Because that trigger movement is the one that could get him in trouble. And that certainly is something that I think the likes of the experienced Kamran Rashid, a quality player, would have seen straight away. This one for me, well, it'll either be short, it'll be right in the block. He goes for a slightly shorter one, and this has been worked away nicely. Well, that's the 4 that Tarar has picked up regularly. This is not probably the ball I was expecting. I was expecting the fuller Yorker because he goes right across his stumps. Or the shorter one. And Rashid just stands there. He's probably waiting for the fine leg who retrieves the ball to come back in and tell him, I want you just there, he says, as he takes that purposeful walk back to his mark. So Tarar is up and running. And he comes again. And that's well bowled. Where does this end up? It's going pretty quickly. Oh, and well, the fielder, he makes a bridge. And we've already said that Stockholm is it's a country which has 14 islands, which are connected by 57 bridges. We'll make that 58, because that was a nice bridge there from the fielder. You won't be happy to see that again, Ali Raza. And that's not good. And there's more evil stares now from Kamran Rashid as he sees 2 balls going to the boundary. Yeah, they've got to be better than that. They are better than that, and they've got to show it. Tara goes big. Balle. Ginna Sona. Ginna Bada Shaka. Oh, that is out of here. That is gone a long way. And, well, that kookaburra, we might as well put it in the museum. There's nearly 100 museums in Stockholm. More per capita than anywhere else in the world. Well, that's a kookaburra that's going in one. And, it's not coming back. That's gone a long way. So, Tara. I remember that song. Some of you would know that song. Ikatara Bajida. Ikatara Bajida. Well, we've got our own little Tara. And it's working pretty well here at the moment. And, oh, he's got completely under this, but he may get safe. It's going to, oh, he doesn't get safe. It actually is a very, very good catch. I never thought any one of the 2 fielders was going to get there. And somehow he does. That's a really quality catch. And that's Ashad. That is brilliantly done. Ashad Awan. This goes up in the air. I thought this was going to drop right in the middle of the 2 fielders. None of them looked like they were going to take it. And then he just sticks out the hands and in it drops. We focus on the fielder, Awan, that takes the catch. The other man that was in the picture is running around on the floor. And Tara again. It's Tara. He had a few moments, didn't he, this time around? One particular good shot, the big 6. got himself to 14. And the Tara, that was working. Jera Tara Bajara Sierra. Bapas Agya Tara, courtesy of a very, very good catch from Ashwat Awan. Well, what a start. Electrifying. Still 2 balls to go in the over. Well, 1 ball, sorry. 14 for 1 as a new batter comes in. And it... ooh. Exciting stuff. This is going to be Zishan Mahmood. It's all happening out there. A lot of noise around the ground as well. Quite a few people have come to watch. Sat in various parts, enjoying the sunshine and the cricket. So Mahmood to face his first delivery. And he just defensively plays his away. I think he knows better than to give up his wicket to the 1 ball left in the over from Rashid, who we probably won't see him now until the final over. It is 14 for 1. And it's been an exciting start and a good time to welcome back into our commentary position a man who's very exciting in his own right, Mr. Maximo.
I like to think so. Well, I didn't do too much yesterday except go to bed and sleep until the morning. But what I will say is I'm really thrilled to be here for the last game of the day. I want to say hello to Arun Khan. He said he's loving this European Cricket Series. Hello to you, Arun. And of course, we saw Lily Panda make an appearance. I noticed her at the end of the last game. Hello to you, Lily. And I hope you're having a great time there in New Zealand. To Luke as well, and to James Stewart. He said he was lurking while working. Paneeth has a really interesting question. He wants to know what happens to all the used balls that we use in the European Cricket Series. Well, typically we'll leave them with the country that we're in so that they can use them for practice and hopefully get something out of them, even if we have a few new ones left over.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
I mean, we gave quite a few in Landskrona to the president there to use, for the clubs to use, for them to use for training. A lot was given, would have been given and used for the juniors and the women's cricket. So yeah, they all get left behind.
Good question, Paneeth. Next one is driven away from the bowler. They've got a pretty strong top 3, Bachirka, and that's what they rely on. And they kind of shuffle them. Sometimes you'll see Mahmood opening. Sometimes you'll see number 3. Same with Shani Kawaja. Tara, typically you always see opening. Didn't he provide a bit of spice in the opening over with 2 falls and a Maximo? And then Cameron was pretty excited to get rid of him, wasn't he? Right, here's Saber Ali Saeed. He's having a good day with the ball. He's been really good at getting it up in the block hole, hasn't he? This one, well, good attacking fielding, attacking that ball, trying to create a run out from nothing. And that is Siddharth Saminathan, who was a late in, because unfortunately we saw that there was a late injury to Raheem. This one's hit really well, and in fact it's almost going to go all the way. It'll be 4 runs, and yeah, nice elevated off drive. He knew the long off was up. He was up at mid off, so he goes, I'm going to go over the top, and he does effectively 4 runs to Bachirka.
Yeah, very nice shot, good bit of timing, and it's another one that just goes over the outstretched hand of Saad Khan. You just get the feeling that at some point, somewhere along in this series, Saad Khan is going to take a fantastic one-hander because he's only been, well, inches away from some that have gone over him.
Matter of time. It's Ruhul Halim with that slight injury keeping him out. As this next one is banged straight. This will be pretty difficult. Now, this is stopped, but I just want to see where his last step was taken off from.
I think he's okay.
I think I got my little tingle inside, which is telling me he could be in trouble. Because just watch, if we can slow it down about here, if we can see his foot, maybe we can't. Okay, he'll be all right because it doesn't show it. I thought maybe his last step took off from the rope, but it'll be considered fine. So I guess we'll never know. My instincts were right there. Saeed pushes this one a bit wider, a bit too wide. And so, yeah, Paneeth, nice to see you in the chat. And any other questions you like, please put them in there. It's match 4. Yeah. So this is when we normally talk a bit about food.
Mm-hmm.
We have talked a bit about food earlier because thanks to Cameron Rashid, he gave us some nice pastries earlier on today.
Yeah.
This
Beautiful shot.
He's absolutely smashed that. And it's gone a long way. Well, that's 6 on any ground, Rico. Maximo time. Saeed, well, he's normally been good getting up in the block hole, but this is in the slot and it disappears. Airmail out of here.
Yeah, this is so nice, isn't it? He just gets... the timing is perfect. His positioning is perfect. and he backs himself to put it away, and he does. What a lovely shot that is. Nice shot there also in the background of some of the Federation flags that are going up around the ground.
Yeah, looking very nice there. Yeah, Zishan has been sixes flying off his bat, and sometimes when he's been bowling too today. Next one is worked away into the gap. Rashid uses his foot, but that allows the batters to come back for a second. Good running there by the two batters.
Yeah, I'm just looking at those flags there. Are they sort of behind the bowler's arm? They're not far off, are they?
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care. They don't care at all. Hey, listen, you were talking about the cakes that we got from Rashid. Oh, look, it looks like there's going to be an amazing change here. Looks like we're going to see Cameron Rashid actually come and finish his spell early. Well, how about that?
All
so
right.
it's 20, 29 is the score up on now? 20, no, 30. 30 for one. And Rashid is going to come and bowl his second arm. I'm going to talk about Rashid. He bought some lovely cakes. Your one was a bit cinnamon. Mine a bit of banana. But
Yeah.
of course, it is also International, yes, it's that time again, International Devil's Food Cake Day.
Okay. It's Rashid starting the third over.
Get a single. Here comes the throw.
So say that again. Devil Cake Day. So
Yeah.
what's the Devil Cake?
Devil's Food Cake. It's rich in flavour, so it's moist and textured, and it's the one that all chocolate lovers like. So there you go. And I know you had a bit of cake. You've had too much cake already. I
Yeah.
did see you having
was-
some carrot cake for
was Deanna's.
breakfast. For breakfast, Vinnie Sandy
Well, they
carrot
don't
cake.
normally, but I do like carrot cake, and someone told me it was there, so I decided to have dessert at breakfast. This one's a pretty good ball from Rashid. It's dug out for one.
He did leave a slice for anybody else that wanted to try some.
There was plenty there.
You tucked into
I
that
really
carrot cake proper.
jammed a lot into my 15 minutes of breakfast this morning. It was almost a 3-course meal. And got to say, it's always nice. It's nice and bright at breakfast. That's the thing as well. Think about all the times that we go at the start of the year where it's still dark when we get to the ground. Certainly not the case here in Sweden, is it? Edged and dropped. This one was almost on the way down, wasn't it?
Oh, and how about this? This is going to be close. This is going to be very close. I think he's out. I'm going to say I think he's out. I don't think the bat is there. Let's have a look.
Uh-oh. I think if you say it, I took my eyes off the prize for a second, but you're right, he is gone. Well, how unlucky can you be? In fact, it's probably a better result because it's going to be Mahmood that's going to go, and he was the one that seemed in form. But how about that? So it's a direct hit. Well, I tell you what, that's one time as a keeper where you're not that unhappy to drop a catch because the main man, at least from Mahmood, nothing against Kawaja either because he is another dangerous striker, but they still get a wicket off the delivery. It's going to be 32 for 2. Only here on the European Cricket Network will you see something like that as Randhawa comes to the crease.
Full credit to the fielder. I mean, everybody else is disappointed about the catch going down. It was a tricky one because it was one that was really dipping vastly, but the fielder there thinking, I don't care about that. I got a chance. Picked it up cleanly, has a shy. And there it is. There's the man we're talking about. And it's Ankit Naik, the man who came out for one ball and smashed it.
The funniest thing
6
about
to
that
win.
is that the keeper, Adil Askar, he gets half credit for the run out because it's the last two players to touch it.
But even though he dropped the catch.
You know, it's the last two players to touch it. So it's a run out. Keeper to Ankit Naik. And anyway, moving right along, Randhawa gets knocked over first ball, and that is about as comprehensive as it gets. Well, nothing sweet about this delivery because it is spicy from Kamran Rashid, and he knocks over the number 4. Bang, bang, and suddenly this innings looks very different now. And, well, can you believe that Rashid doing a number on Randhawa first up, and it's 32 for 3.
Yeah, well, what a beauty this is. And he's got to go, and he goes first baller. Rashid, one thing I like about him is that when he gets a new batter in there, he doesn't waste it. He gets that Yorker length delivery in. We saw him do it in the first match, and he's done the same thing here. It's right on the money. It is a difficult ball to deal with for when you're going out there to face your first ball, and that was just too hot, too spicy to handle for Randhawa. And it just goes to show that when you get a bowler who, like somebody like Cameron Rashid, when he gets warm, when he bowls his first over, keep him going because he can reward you.
Yeah, I mean, also Puneeth made a good point about some extra bowling cover, allowing Cameron to bowl Miss Owen. Well, again, Asker struggling to handle the heat, as is the batter. Out there's Imran Merchant at number 5. But yeah, because they have Naveed Akbar coming in to decide this game, so I think they're a bit more confident they've got what it takes down the stretch. But Taranjeet's saying, what about Gajrella? You know about Gajrella? It's a dessert. Gajrella.
Yeah, Gajrella is, yeah,
Talk about that? That's also pretty nice.
It's my wife Charlie's favourite, Gajrella. Yeah, a bit of Gajrella, it's nice. It's been played nicely. Fielder, oh no, it's not good. And this is where they let themselves down sometimes. They put pressure on and then it's released with some poor fielding. And that's one that man out there won't like to see again. It goes through him. And that's Ashad Awan once more. He's you can't hide anybody in this game, and Awan, we saw him take a fantastic catch, so I can't be too mean to him when I didn't understand how he took it. Maybe he doesn't know himself how he took it. That is, well, that's the weirdest signal that I just saw for the end of the power play. That was it? Like that was a free, look, it was a free hit signal. And I thought, well, hang on.
A circle.
What's going on? But it was the end of the power play.
I always wonder why they signal the end of the power play, because everyone should just know. Anyway, it's
36
not
for
a
3.
good misfield. What was it? 36 for 3 now after 3. So here we go. And we talked about Naveed. Here he is, Naveed Akbar for over number 4. Now I've noticed this bowling, a lot of it full, straight, can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, for the most part. The only counter to it is maybe if you can execute the Yorker all the time on the stumps, you know, some players can paddle or kind of, I suppose maybe charge, get it on the full. But I think at any stage of the innings, it's pretty good if you can keep pumping them out. Once again, that one turns into a slow full, a small full toss, but Richard just plays it back. This is good from Linköping, trying to sweep this series, which will put them in a very good position to skewer second place. Whacked. Yeah, this will be 4. This one races to the boundary. This is the first one. He gives him a bit of length, and this one, you have to find that in the circus tent. Might take some finding. There might be a hole in that tent, Rico, because this one goes smacks, and there's Fletch. Well, finally, and he's even misfielding. I bet that ball had stopped and he still misfielded it, Fletch.
I think that's the first time we've seen him come back out since he dropped that catch, Fletch, and he gets him on camera again. Look, I'm looking forward to seeing that wicket that Rashid took on the pictures from Diana Orris, because she was right by us when it was taken. This is going to go over the infielder. It's going to race away, and there's going to be 4 more. So even though they've lost those wickets, they are getting runs quickly. Yeah, that Randawar getting bowled by Rashid. I think that's going to make a magical shot from Diana Orris. She was right by us when you were talking about your carrot cake. She was disappointed because she wanted some carrot cake. And,
well, she was the one that told me about it. She was the one that told me about it, and then
who ate all the cake? Vinny Sandhu ate all the cake.
Plenty there for everyone. Anyway, it probably wasn't the smartest food decision, but I don't regret it. That one
You're
running away.
Pretty healthy with your breakfast, I have to say. You're pretty good on the old salads.
Normally I am, but problem is I've been getting ready a bit too early, and I've been there a bit longer, and it just gives me the ability to eat more and more, because it's one of those buffet deals. Anyway, down the hill, that one was always running away for 4. Akbar with a comeback ball. Full straight, and straight through his legs for 1.
Yeah, look, we are in Sweden, of course. So only in Sweden would you get, you know what I'm going to say, meatballs for breakfast as well.
Yeah, they do.
We get meatballs for breakfast, and they're pretty tasty as well.
That's what they said the other day. Everyone said there's a fresh batch of meatballs out just as we were leaving for the ground. Nice ball the over. Wow, he really does walk a long way. Just drags it out for 1. It'll be the end of the 4th over. So Akbar goes for a couple of boundaries, but still only 11. Not a disastrous over. It's 47 for 3 after 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. And loving being here in Stockholm. It's been an excellent day. I mean, what's interesting today is we've had the 2nd and 3rd teams playing now. I mean, earlier we had the 4th and 5th teams. So it's really a battle, in a sense, for the top 2. I think for these 2 teams, seems like a battle for survival this morning. Although we still have 4 matches tomorrow. Anything can happen, really, but it does seem Albi Zalmi are in a good position to top the table, but everything else feels like it's up for grabs.
Everything else is up for grabs, yeah, very well put. I mean, this will be interesting as well. I mean, Linköping will be hoping to get another win here. That will put them in a good position. But yeah, everything up for grabs. And look, we were talking about breakfast.
Wait for this ball, which is just going to loop out of the grasp of the field at Naveed. Can't chase that down. It's another boundary to start it over. And so Nasar Javid comes on, immediately whacked away, and that's good batting because there was a big gap in the outfield over there, 4 runs.
Yeah, I would say the Swedish, they probably do need the meatballs for breakfast because I think they certainly are people that like their exercise. They're always walking all the time. They're always doing some kind of exercise. 70,000 Stockholmers take to the bike every day. Did you know that? 70,000.
That's crazy. Now this is also crazy good if you're a batting supporter because this one has gone a long way. Maximo! Now Khawaja, he was the one that survived the caught behind. There was collateral damage in Zishan Mahmood on that occasion, but now he's putting his foot down and that was a big 6.
He only knows one way to bat, doesn't he, Khawaja? He's got butt on the back of his shirt. Not sure what that's about. We will find the answer to it. But he just hit so aggressively, and this one goes to the fielder.
No, you were talking about bikes. I want to talk about cars. Did you know, and I knew this before, that in 1967, Sweden changed from driving on the left-hand side of the road to the right-hand side of the road. They're one of the few countries to actually make the switch.
I didn't know that. When?
It was in 1967. There's this one. We'll take a bit of stopping as well. Those ones are a bit easier, if anything, because at least there's one bounce and you've got plenty of time to kind of see how it's bounced. Anyway, yeah, so as I believe, it was before my time, but there was 15 minutes where they kind of just stopped all cars. So obviously there's a fair bit of there's a fair bit of preparation that went into it. And this one, kind of a roundhouse kind of shot round the corner, glancing for one. Yeah, so there was 15 minutes where they stopped all the cars and then everyone had to go the other side. I don't know what time of day it was. I feel like it was midday or something. But it was a bit of a referendum, and it was just to bring them into line with a lot more of the European countries. They do drive on the right.
Can you imagine that? It's this one. Oh, he gets so lucky.
So lucky.
He really gets lucky there. I don't think he has much idea where this is going. But he just catches Naveed Akbar.
Here we go.
On the legs.
I found the exact time. It was actually 4:50 in the morning where they stopped. It was only 10 minutes. They stopped all cars, and there were big crowds everywhere watching and everything. I don't know if I'd be getting up for that.
Can you imagine
and
that?
5 a.m., bang, they made the change.
Talk about bang. I want to know how many bangs there were in the first few hours of that change.
Yeah.
And can you imagine if you're like, you know, maybe you're a postman or a milkman and you're off to work in the morning and like everybody's saying, you can't be out now. Well, why not? Well, we're changing everything.
But you know what they actually think? Is actually there were less accidents. And do you know why? It's because people were being so careful to try and stay with the new rules that they were just a bit more careful and a bit less likely to have an accident. Isn't that interesting?
That's an interesting fact.
There you go.
61 for 3, 5 overs down.
So new over starts and should start with a single. In pretty good shape here with half the innings to go. I want to say hello to Zahid Riaz, who's joined us once again from Rawalpindi. Hello to you, Zahid. Hope you're having a lovely day, lovely evening. This one's pretty lovely as well as Khawaja launches it. Oh, this one is launched into outer space at a furious pace, and Khawaja just keeps on keeping on. Survived a bit of a scare. But now he's moved up to 27 off only 12 balls.
Oh, he's batting with freedom here. And of course, look, he also knows that there's going to be no Rashid to come back into the attack. So the door is open for him to just keep playing these shots, and he will. Look at here. We saw him do this in the first match. He doesn't really time this as well. Oh, this ball, it's gone over the boundary. And Naveed Akbar is unfortunate here. This is the uppercut. And the fielder looks like he's got it covered. And Naveed does everything well. And then it hits the deck, comes out of his hands. And bloop, goes over the boundary rope, 4 runs.
He tries it again.
He missed one. Cannot believe he missed one.
It's been going pretty well, hasn't he, so far? But yeah, misses out on that one. Just going to post the link in the chat to that article if you're interested in knowing more.
Interesting to see how far outside of his crease he's batting. This, no, there's nobody there. It will go all the way. It does. just by a couple of yards. And that's 6 runs. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras.
Well, he's going to get done for jaywalking in a second, isn't he? He's really showing his hand early. He's out of the screen.
Yeah.
Can't even show you how good a shot that was.
He starts that far outside. The wicketkeeper, Adil, has to come up. Adil Asghar. He cannot stand where he is. He's not putting any pressure on him. Look at him. He's just dancing down the wicket. And, well, by the time he gets the ball, well, he's not even hitting the stance, which doesn't help. But by the time he does react, he's already danced back into his crease. He's like the Muhammad Ali of cricket. He's he's dancing around. And
floats
he's
like a butterfly, stings like a bee.
Yeah, well, yeah.
A bit more than a bee sting, some of these blows. Anyway, 78 for 3 after 6. Zahid's saying that it's his birthday today. Well, hello, Zahid. And Wazza isn't believing him because he's just timed him out for 5 minutes. So I don't know
whose birthday? Zahid?
It's Zahid in Rawalpindi.
Okay.
Now Wazza having none of it. He's blocked him for 5 minutes. Hopefully you come back soon, Zahid, if it is your birthday, which I believe you. I don't think he'd lie to us. Anyway, Wazza. Who is he blocked now? Oh.
What's going on in the chat today?
Underground Bodega, who's normally pretty good.
I don't know how many.
He's just lost it in the chat, and so Lily's blocked him. Well, you don't see too many blocks out there in the middle. It's going to be aggressive strokes. Last 4 overs of this innings. They're on 130 pace here. Can they keep it up? That's the question. I'm not going to make any more comments on the chat in case I get blocked. All right, here we go. Ooh, flat bat smack. But the field's pretty straight as well. And that is Sid Saminathan, who does well to knock that down and keep it to 1. Yeah, Wazza thinks that Zahid said it was his birthday too often and that's why he blocked him. That's fair enough. But, I mean, some people on their birthday, they do get a bit excited. And let's just remember that, though, Wazza. If Zahid says it's his birthday again tomorrow, well, you know that he's pulling our leg. All right, next one. Straight back to Nike, who just thumbs it.
He
So this will be 1.
feels the sting, doesn't he, Nike? Well, there's a man who... well, he's probably hoping he does get another chance to bowl. He only bowled the 1 over in the first match between these two. It wasn't a good one. And he's not been called upon by his captain since.
Hello to Raja Shaker. I think he's watching from the USA. Where in the USA are you, Raja? Let us know. Love to find out. This one turns into a full toss. And this is a pretty good stop. In the end, he'll block it. Saad Khan. Again, having to cover the bounce. He did well to block it. Not much of Saad Khan, actually. He's one of the more narrow fielders, but he does well to knock that one down.
He's a busy man always, isn't he? He's always fields on long off for us. Always working hard.
This one smacked. Does he have enough to cover the fielder? He doesn't. So what a good catch that is down there. And it looks like Naveed Akbar who takes the catch. It was a pretty good shot, wasn't it? I mean, he just gives himself a little bit of room and he opens him up and he really smashes it, but he picks one of the longer boundaries on the ground. Naveed does the rest. It's the end of Khawaja for 38, and maybe that'll slow down this innings from Butchirika. At the moment, you could book them for speeding, but with the departure of their opener now, it's 81 for 4.
Yeah, well done, well bowled from Aniket Naik once again. He gets called upon pretty late, but he does deliver for his captain. And also, well done to Naveed there. He's had all sorts of trouble out in the field.
Pretty close, you know. Maybe just sliding. Have a look at this. This is Muhammad Ashfaq that's come out there. Tell me what you think of this one. I mean, it probably is a bit leg stumpish, but not far away. Probably maybe just missing. Or just clipping, but umpire's call for me on that one.
Umpire's call. I think it could have been just clipping.
Yeah, last ball of the over. Been a good one from Nike.
Oh,
this is not good. This will be a no ball. And so just when you think you're getting out of the over, and you deliver one of these. Now, how high is this? This is over the head. That's pretty well done by the keeper to knock that down. Merchant will get a free hit at this.
Oh, this could be a second one.
It's the second one, and it won't be caught. And so it'll be no ball +1. Now, this is the thing now. You do get a first warning and a final warning. So Nike cannot bowl another one of those now. And if he does, he'll be out of the attack.
Yeah, I got to admit, I'm not a fan of it. I think 2 balls like that, you should be off. That's my own personal opinion. I think 2 balls like that, you should be off.
Well, here's the thing. As we wait for the free hit. Uh-oh. Gets through everyone. Don't know if there's any bat on this or not. Maybe a light, small bottom edge. It will be the end of the over. And somebody count up the score.
He gets
I'm
away
gonna
with it,
say,
doesn't he?
Yeah,
Those two no balls.
86 for 4. But here's the thing. Sometimes they're getting taken off, and the batters don't want them to be taken off because they've bowled 2 Gundy balls and they've whacked them, and then somebody else comes on. So I actually got to say I don't mind it. Most of them aren't that dangerous because you could even argue a lot of the spinners are not particularly dangerous. It takes out any reference to danger. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Anyway, tomorrow we'll have Group A continuing, and it will be the final Group A matches. Albies Army, after a day off, they'll take on the Titans in the first half of the day. But Chirka in Disca, well, that could be a very interesting couple of matches as well, depending on how this game goes. So join us for Friday action on ECN starting at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. Got a really nice feel-good ending to the Wazza versus Zahid story, as this one is going to be a one-hopper out to deep mid-wicket. So after blocking him, and I think he is still blocked for a couple more minutes, Wazza has wished him a happy birthday. So good on you, Wazza.
Well done, Wazza.
So when Zahid comes back and can comment again, maybe he'll say thank you. But I don't know. So anyway, let's move along. I notice that Raja is watching from Colorado. Well, that's a nice mountainous region of the US in the west of the continent. There's another full toss, and this one is going, it's gone. Maximo! Well, they can't turn off gravity at the moment. This one hangs in the air just below the waist, but not for long. This one flies into the sky. 6 runs. Machirka, despite losing the wicket of Kawaja, they just keep on keeping on here in match number 16.
Yeah, full toss, not a good delivery from Sabarelli. He's normally a pretty good bowler. I think that's just the Yorker going wrong.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. That one gets it right, carves it out to Saad Khan. So that's pretty well bowled and well played. Let's see if Ashfaq can come up with a little cameo here towards the back end of the innings. It's 2 off 3 so far. And Zahid, well, the 5 minutes is up. He's back, and he says he's not lying. He really has his birthday today. Well, good on you, Zahid. I believe you. Happy birthday. And no presents for Saber Ali Saeed in this innings so far. He's been uncharacteristically expensive. This is another one in the slot. Could have gone, but he just tries to hit a bit too square and misses out.
Yeah, Ashfaq can't believe it. Somehow missed the off peg.
Last quarter of the innings coming up. They're ready 94. 125 pace. Well bowled. Saeed's got his length back. Where's he going? He's going to be gone here. I think he's run out. Ashfaq's had enough. He said, well, nothing's happening for me. I think he almost jumps off the ledge here. He says, look, this isn't working for me. I don't really want to be here. I know you can retire out. And let's just say that he didn't get much of a response from Merchant. And so the keeper, Askar, says, well, I'll take the stats. So this is a run out that Askar deserves. And yeah, I think that'll be run out because I don't think it's him playing the shot. He actually takes off for a run. And
I think, yeah, I think that's the case. If I'm not hitting it, I'll just go. Because
that's exactly what happens there. So stuff you'll only see here. Another full toss. Well, this is going to be another boundary. Not a good ball. And so, yeah, just the bowling here from Linköping, letting him down a little bit. But Jurka, with that shot, they move up to 98. You see, new batter out there is Osama Qureshi, and he doesn't have too many problems dealing with that.
How bad is that? I mean, you just got Ashfaq, who couldn't hit a ball because of bowling well to him. So he says, I'll come out, and the next ball that's bowled is a filthy full toss.
That's true.
Which gets put to the boundary by Qureshi.
So that's 8 overs down. The score's 98 for 5. I'll just update that for you in a second. But I can tell you there's 2 overs to go now. It's time for the 9th. Yeah, but you're exactly right. I wonder if he would have bowled the same ball if he had to bowl it straight away, or the fact that Ashfaq ran himself out made him wait another minute or two, and suddenly he couldn't locate it. So Saeed ends up with none for 28 of his 2 overs.
98 for 5, so on course for, you would say, at this point, 110, 115?
Yeah, maybe more. This one is going to be 4 right into the gap. Well, they didn't look at each other. And I think he heard a call from somewhere, Saad Khan, so he doesn't really chase it. But the fielder who's next to him says, it didn't come from me. And yeah, it was a bit of musical statues there as the 100 comes up in the first ball of the 9th.
The fielder did not move. And the captain not very impressed with that that lack of attempt from the fielder. Well, he moves this time.
Thinking of a second, but I don't think it's there. Yeah, once again, these little things. I've never seen such aggressive running as I've seen in T10 cricket, and particularly in the European Cricket Series. So, you know, bowlers blocking balls from the outfield, that's just a whole new skill. Like it used to be, you know, as long as you touch it, you'll be fine. But now, the batters are going on the fumble of the bowler, aren't they? More and more. This one is into the gap as well. It's blocked by the shin of Asad Javed. So you can just walk that off. And so, yeah, good compiling of runs continues. Merchant up to 31 now. Here he is facing up. This is hit pretty well, but it's going to be over the fielder and it's going to be 6. Wow, this is slight misjudgment, I think, from the man on the boundary. He steps in, doesn't think it's going to carry this far. He gets a rude surprise as this one sails over his head. 6 carreras.
Well, poor old Atif Mohammed. He was the one who didn't move to try and stop the ball last time. And then this time he runs inside, he overmoves, and it goes over his head. It's in that direction again. And he is not able to stop this one. It bounces hard to his right and goes over his hand. And this gets past both Atif Mahmood and Saad Khan. And it's not going well, that end of the ground, is it?
Oh, it's all out assault now. It's an offensive outburst at the end of this innings. It's all happening in the 9th. Naik is getting the treatment. Now Saad Khan's going to make the switch and put himself in the hot seat. Just slight misjudgments of the angles to run there. I think that was the issue. Last ball of the over. This is hit in the air. Slightly mishit. The fielder is going to drop the catch but keep it inside the field of play. That's Saminathan down there. And then he almost kills the bowler, Naik. And the throw comes in. There's a lot of emotion out there. It's the end of the 9th over, 115 for 5.
Well, it all happened in that one, and unfortunately most of it was not good cricket. We saw some bad fielding where a fielder doesn't move at all. And, well, that was Saminathan dropping the catch. And he's still not in favour with his captain. I would have still bowled him, you know. He only got that one over. We went for 16. Second over in the last match, and he's never been called upon again.
He's a late inclusion.
Just think that's a mistake.
All right, 10th overtime. And it's going to be Asad Javed. That's been another full toss. Been so many of them in this innings. Saminathan is going to whistle this in. I think they get back for 2 here. Now, what happened here with the running? I saw. Don't know if it was. Oh, he was so slow to get going that it's just the first one he has to time for. So it was only the one to start the over. Now, next one, slower ball, pulled away, and there's nobody back here. It's going to be 4. So Bocioka, they're trying to avenge that loss in the first match between these two teams today. This is a slower ball, but just dragged down a bit too much from Asad Javed, and the result is 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, the scores piling up. 120 on the board now. Still 4 balls to go. So by easily the highest score we've had in the series now.
Yeah, and there's still 4 balls to go. Qureshi on strike again. And now a wide, well handled down the leg side by Adil Askar. One thing you would say, Linköping, they do have some exciting batters, but with Halim out of this side, that hurts them a bit, doesn't it?
That's the one that is going to hurt them. You're absolutely right.
Ali Raza, will they throw him up top of the order again? Probably. Straight pull. This one doesn't really bounce from Javed. Should just be a single.
I mean, Merchant, remember him in the first match? He just looked at all sorts. He wasn't running well. He wasn't hitting the ball well. And he came out there wearing a red cap. Well, he's done away with the red cap, and he's found this a much nicer blue cap.
Working for him. And well, he almost gets caught here. The fielder throws from a lying down position. So Merchant will move to 44. See if he gets a chance to make his half century. He'll be off strike. There's 2 balls to go, so he'd probably need a 1 and then a 6 to do it. That is Ali Raza I was just talking about. Let's see what happens here. Last couple of balls, swing and a miss. So I think Merchant will be stranded at the non-striker's end on 44. 123 plus this. Hasn't been the worst over, actually. This one from Asad Javed. Just gone for 8 with a ball to go. Last ball of the innings. This one's full toss, hit high in the air. Well, this is coming down. He's got room to move, and he's dropped it straight off the collarbone. They'll get 2. I don't think they'll get any more. They're just pretty much happy to jog it in the end. So, well, he does stop the boundary once again, but he gets collared. And it's 125 for 5 at the end of the 10 overs. Have a look at this. I mean, this one really does come from up on high. Oh, it's a finger onto something else. But what he does do is he keeps it inside the field. So 125 with the final score. Qureshi finishing on 12. Merchant finishing on 44. And 126 will be the target for Linköping if they are to sweep this series with Bochirka.
Yeah, I mean, round of applause for the batters. Round of applause, Merchant batted very well. I like that from Bochirka. They just were in... they were just hungry for runs, weren't they, right from the word go? And this was how it started. And one thing that worked for them is with Rashid bowling himself out early. The power play ended on 36 for 3 because, well, there was the big shot from Tara. And that certainly meant that Rashid said, right, I'm going to get you. This was not a good shot from Tara, really. He'll look back at that and be wondering why he took it. And that's when things were going pretty well for the man who took the catch, Awan. And this one was hit down the ground. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attacking power play once again, despite the loss of that 1 wicket, and then they lost a couple in the third, but still 36 for 3.
This was great.
This was the one, and you think you're safe. You've seen your partner get dropped by the keeper, but then the very next ball, it was Randhawa that was cleaned up, and Rashid, well, he was fired up, wasn't he? He normally delivers for his team, but I think apart from that,
like a
didn't have a lot of
charging
help.
line, wasn't he there?
He was.
And then it all went wrong, and things were going from bad to worse, bad fielding. Fielders not moving, fielders not trying to stop it. There was a bit of luck involved as well. Some balls went aerial, didn't go in the hands. But it was I just liked the fight. I just liked the way the batters came out and thought, you know what, we're just going to attack. That's what we're going to do. We're going to throw the bat and everything. And it worked for them.
Yeah, it sure did. That one was one of the biggest of the day. And yeah, I think it was Merchant that really stepped up. And before that, Kawaja, he was going absolutely crazy. He was on the walk so far there. He was out of the camera shot. Still went all the way. They just needed to get rid of him at any cost. And eventually they did. That was a pretty nice catch taken on the boundary by Naveed Akbar. But then Merchant took over, didn't he? And he really finished this innings with a couple of big thumps.
Yeah, he did. And it didn't bowl particularly bad to him. And at that moment, I think that was good from Ashfaq there. He thought, I'm not hitting nothing. They're bowling well to me, and the next ball was a full toss that was put away by Qureshi, and Qureshi's probably saying, what are you talking about? It's all right out here.
This is the thing, Ashfaq was really unselfish there. He was out for 2 off 5, but Qureshi came in and took 12 off 6 that he faced, so he was able to just do something Asghar couldn't manage to do in that innings, and so this one is a bit of the rubber ball tactics as well, bounce over the outfielder. And this one, well, there was a couple of chances to get rid of these batters towards the end, and that was the first one Samanathan wasn't able to hold on to. And this is a smart bit of batting. There was nobody back at deep square leg. And this one, I'm not sure if he gets on the full thought. Maybe he did, Ali Raza. And as we got down to the very end, well, this is another one that went miles. And yeah, well, I know that could be a bit of FaceTime if it was a form of electronic communication. But Saminathan ends up putting that one down, does keep it in the field of play. And so 125 is the score. And so it'll come out, it'll be 126 for victory for Linköping. Looking at the score, well, we had 5 batters reach double figures, with Merchant ends up top scoring with 44 off 22, 38 for Kawaja. We also had Tara, Zishan Mahmood and Qureshi making double figures. With the ball, the wickets went to Kamran Rashid, 2 for 20. The other one went to Nike. And all the bowlers fairly similar with their economy rates, all in double digits. So no one really able to keep the bats quiet. We're going to take a quick break. Back in around about 5 minutes with the final chase of the day. It'll be 126 for Linköping if they are to win this match. Join us to find out very shortly. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm in Sweden, day 4 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with you for this last innings of the day. Should be an interesting one in the first half of this one, but Shirka, who lost the previous meeting between these two teams in match 15, they did get the chance to bat. They put 125 on the board, pretty good going. 126 will be the target for Linköping, who won, I suppose, I'd say comfortably, but wasn't that comfortable in the end. 4 balls to spare in match 15. They chased down a total of 88, 9.2 overs. Right here, right now, 126. It's really going to test their batting unit. No Rahul Halim either in their lineup. So here we go, 126 to win, and it's Osama Qureshi to bowl the first ball. It's a wild swing and a miss. Bounces off the keeper. They don't take a run. And that's one that I think probably you probably have to take. And so he's out there with Sid Saminathan. Surprises me a little bit. He's gone like for like. He replaced Halim as a late injury replacement. So they've literally replaced him at the top of the order. Wild swing. Ali Raza is out there to get things moving in the power play. At the moment, the bat is moving, but it's nowhere near the ball. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me once again. The last innings of the day is Rico Full.
Great to be back to the conclusion of day 4. These two teams have given us an interesting battle. We've seen the highest score posted in the series so far. Vaibhav Chirka batted very well as well. And they're now hoping to level this series.
And grabs a bit of the pad, or more likely leg. It will be one. That hurt. Don't know if he's wearing a thigh pad, Ali Raza. That'll be a leg bye. Let's watch this one. Bang. We've all been there.
It's high up. You used to wear a thigh pad?
Yes, eventually.
Okay.
But I must admit, I didn't for quite a long time. But when I started playing, good level of cricket, it's a must-have if you want to be able to walk properly on a Monday. Here's the next one. Big swing and a miss from Saminathan. A few people talking about the win predictor. You might have spotted it in the break. One thing I would say, it's a bit of a conversation piece. You can sit there and you can say, it may look surprising at times, but it's just a little fun tool that we're using. And you're right, it can change really quickly.
Yeah.
But I do want to say hello to Lily and Neil and Luke and Wazza and everybody else in the live chat right now. Oh, so far, I've got them on toast, don't they? But Shirka, hard to believe they're a team that lost to Linköping in the earlier game. That one just moves a bit too much.
Oh, wow. This one, I was wondering how it doesn't hit, and that's how it doesn't hit the movement. I'm loving Qureshi's reaction there. He's doing a little bit of his own special dance.
Going to make a little prediction that he's going to swing pretty hard at this one as well. No runs off the bat in the first over. The bowler's on a maiden, essentially, because there's only a leg bye so far. There you go. And so that's how you do it. Qureshi only allowing one off the over, but essentially, because there was nothing off the bat, it will be a maiden to his figures, and it's 1 for none after 1.
Yeah, well bowled, and they've opted for Siddharth Simanathan to go up the batting order. And, well, maybe after that ball that hit him late on towards the end of the first innings here, he's probably still recovering from that. It was hit him quite hard on, I think it probably caught him just under the chin to the side of the face. And now he's had to quickly recover from that and go out there and bat. And with this rate already at around about just about 13, you've got to get bat on the ball.
Here's Ra to bowl over number 2, opening the bowling for a change. This first one, pretty pacey. Also want to say hello to Philippe, who says that Saturday will be his first league game in the UK. And for Frogmore, good delivery by Gerard, Frogmore against the Northampton Exiles Cricket Club. We're wishing you all the best, and to everyone else that is playing on the weekend.
Yeah.
Or whenever you're playing, hope you go well. 2 feet in his crease here. Raza, he's 0 of 4. And then he gets him out on this, but this flies, and it's gone almost straight backwards.
Oh,
And,
my word.
Look at this.
Oh, dear, he can't believe it.
That is an incredible catch.
He's
An
over the
incredible
fence.
catch, and he's over the line. Oh, Ashfaq, and he cannot believe it. He has no right to catch this. First, I can't believe just where the ball goes. It pretty much goes straight back. And zoom in on this guy. He's already actually got his foot on the line when he catches it. So, wow, what a highlight that wasn't for Ashfaq. He's already done the right thing. That's karma because he ran himself out.
Unbelievable.
Well, karma that he catches it. Maybe bad karma that he's on the line when he does. So Tara goes for a Maximo. We finally have some runs off the bat, and there's the slower ball full. It's pretty predictable.
Yeah.
Can't believe that.
That was crazy.
How's your luck?
Absolutely crazy. I suppose at least when he actually first catches it, he's actually already on the line. It would have been even worse if he caught it inside then stepped outside with it, which is what I thought initially he may have done.
Next one. Maybe a little bit too wide this time. He's getting some good away movement, isn't he?
Yeah, the thing with him is he always starts pretty wide. I don't know if it's a deliberate attempt from Tarar to just get the ball just inside that guideline there for the umpires on the wide. But he certainly could start to try and attack the stumps more. I mean, here we probably will see it's the slower ball if he's going to go with the pattern he normally bowls.
Tarar gets his fuller. Nice delivery. Reynolds saying this bowler has an action similar to the Australian Sean Tate. And he's one of my favourite players to watch. I actually faced him. Remember Sean Tate?
Yeah.
And it's to do with the fact that there's a bit of a sling to it, a bit of front arm, but there's a bit of a sling to it. And there's a lot of shoulder in it. I would say facing Sean Tate was frightening. And I remember this is one of the few games that I was opening the batting for my school. See the next one once again. No swinging. And I just remember, this is in school cricket, so again, even his teammates obviously were a bit scared of being in the slips to him. So I remember that I turned around and I looked and they were all arguing about who had to go in the slips. And the keeper seemed so far away. I'd never seen anyone
So far back.
so far back. Yeah, and it was just something. Didn't give you a lot of time at all. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over from Tarar. Down the leg side. It won't be last ball. In fact, Ashfaq's had an absolute shocker there. He tries to get down and he's gone past it. Well, I don't know if Ashfaq has been kicking black cats or something, but he's out of luck here. And this one, keeper can't get down to it. The result's 5 wide.
Oh, wow. How quick did that happen? Here we go again. Oh, look. I love this. Why haven't we done this before? Here we go.
Oh, dear me. Oh, poor guy. Anyway, into the over. Oh, no, it's not the end of the over. It can't be. It'll be 13 now with the ball to go. Oh, I don't know if that was on purpose, Andrus, but it was genius. Andrus, our director, in the background. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over. And this one bangs straight down the ground. This will take some stopping. And, oh, no. I think he's done fine here. Mahmood. They kind of got in each other's way. They'll hustle back for 2. He's not interested in grounding the bat. But that will be a boundary stop. Have a look at this.
They bang into each other pretty firmly here. Look at this. Watch it.
And it comes off the toe. He has to get out of the way of the other guy. He's fine there because he gets back in the field play when he kicks it. So 15 for no loss off 2. The other thing about that game is I scored 66. It was my highest score as a batter for my school. And they never asked me to open the batting again. I went straight back down to number 8. Anyway, we have a look at the standings here. You see, but Shirka, to be in touch, they kind of got to win this one. But see, the thing is, Linköping, this is their last group game. It's their last chance to put points on the board. So here's Qureshi coming back for a second over. Dragged to the leg side, and Tarar will make sure it's just a single. That was something, wasn't it?
Qureshi finishing his bout. I want to try and get a wicket here. I mean, this is a genuine leave by the batter, which is crazy, really. We've seen a bit of that here today. You just got to swing the bat wild here. You get a thick edge, it's going to sail away. You certainly can't be leaving those.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know what he essentially was thinking. Sometimes you just kind of, we call it in baseball, you kind of freeze the batter where they just can't decide what to do. They end up not doing anything at all. Raza had a good start to the last game, but now we're struggling 8 off 10. He goes full, goes straight, and this one straight down the ground. Just the one. At the moment, when you're chasing 126, you essentially need a power play of something like 40. And at the moment, looks like they might struggle to get half of that. 17 halfway through the third over. Qureshi's been so good in this power play. And this time's full toss, and he even gets away with this. Just one hand, one bounce job from Zishan. Throws it in, but just a single. Here's Amir Riaz. He's dropping a few subtle hints that maybe he'd like a ball.
Hint to the captain there, saying, hey, Skip, have a look at this.
Yeah, but I mean, only 3 off the bat to Qureshi after 10 balls bowled. It's pretty good stuff. And this one's gone straight up. Qureshi should clean this up himself, and he does. So he does get a wicket, and he deserves it. He's bowled so well here in match 16. He gets Raza. He swung it, missed it most. This one, he does get some bat on it, but it goes straight up in the air. And Osama Qureshi takes the catch. The first wicket falls. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled to Qureshi. He's bowled very well, actually, all day. And though he hasn't been rewarded with wickets, he's been very economical. He's certainly a very good athletic player.
And so he walks off with 2 helmets. And
I think he's told there by someone, and I said, before you go, just take this for me. Just, why don't you make yourself useful?
Hopefully Saminathan doesn't live to regret that decision. It'll be Nike coming out at number 3. No Rahul Halim, remember, he's out with a slight injury for Linköping.
Yeah, this is, for me, it's an opportunity for Nike here. I mean, I've been saying that I'd like to see him higher up the order. It's not ideal because a lot of runs needed per over, but at least it gives him an opportunity to make him play an innings.
Yeah, for sure. So here's the last ball of the power play. Nike comes in, and they already need over 15 and over, so they're going to need to do something drastic here. Linköping. Qureshi's bowled so well. He's got 1 for 3. Here's the last ball of his day. Driven nicely by Nike. He'll get a single. He's off the mark. He'll retain the strike as well. 3 overs down. And an excellent power play for Bajirka, mostly because of the work of that man Qureshi. 3 overs down. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, 19 for 1. Good tidy work. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Qureshi's bowled really well. It's a good way for him to finish his day with the ball. And looking at rate here now, it's already beyond the 15 mark. So for them to stay at that pace, they've really got to go. Sam, I mean, look at that. Those lines couldn't be further apart, could they?
Oh,
yeah, I mean,
7 times the chance they were at the start.
It started with 99%.
You got to just
to 1.
It's interesting to observe. Compare the win predictor's output with your own internal win predictor, which is your brain. We've all got one, I believe. Anyway, Merchant's going to bowl over number 4.
Short and hit firmly and hit over the boundary for 6 runs. Shaba. Manos arriba, Vitro. Arriba. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, Merchant's gone for a few today. He batted well, but this one is dragged down. Look, there is a way back into this for Linköping, and it involves a magical over. That's what I think. And you've got a great opportunity to get after Merchant here. He was a bit low on confidence, and Nike is just the man to take him down. So 6 off the first ball. Goes again. This time, miscues. 1 bounce to Zishan Mahmood. Just a single. Now, Saminathan has got to put something together here.
Yeah.
They trust him at the top of the order. At the moment, he's 2 off 5. And so now, the bare-headed Saminathan will face up to Imran Merchant. Won't catch up with this one.
He's get back in his crease. Look where he is.
Yes, I'm very surprised.
Oh, my
With
word.
the keeper right now, probably saying, well, you're dotting up a few balls.
Oh,
I'm not going to fall for that one. Does get some bat on this, but it might be trouble. It should be gone, and it's taken. So that's a nice catch taken there at mid-wicket. It's a fairly simple one, you'd have to say. Mohammad Chaudhry is the man that holds on to it. Imran Merchant gets his wicket. And Saminathan didn't have a very happy time out there. He ends up going for 2 off 7, and it's 26 for 2 in the 4th over.
Yeah, he's. I don't think you mind me saying so. I don't think being up in the order with the bat is quite where Saminathan needs to be. I think he's very much more of a bowler than a batter.
He might get that experience I was just talking about being sent to open once and never being asked again. But you never know.
He didn't do as well as that what you did, though. But look, you know, it was worth a gamble. Perhaps they probably thought, big, strong, strapping lad. Maybe he can get us some quick runs in the power play. It wasn't to be. But look, it's not a bad result because that sends the captain back in. And these two, they get a partnership together. They're more than capable of bringing in this result in their favour.
I do like Lily Panda's little musical interlude in the chat. I won't try and sing it out loud, but it's pretty catchy to me, Lily. Here's the captain, Saad Khan. So you got the two at the crease that maybe, you know, the two that might be able to put something together. Starts with a single out to the offside. So yeah, I mean, I said this is the over. Maybe they could take down Merchant, especially with the 6 off the first ball. But since then, it's been only grief for Linköping. Last ball of it coming up. Can Knight finish it the way it started? Maybe. It should be 4, I think. Turns it around the corner, and it will be 4. Not a good delivery. It just angled into him and was able to get inside the line of it. It's pretty good footwork here. See how he just shuffles across slightly, swivels around. Not a good ball. Gets the result it deserves. 4 runs to finish the 4th, and it's 31 for 2. Hope that you're having a great day. And once again, hello to all of our friends in the chat. We do love it that you do contribute so much. And we've had a few lurkers in. We've had a few people drifting in and out. And I know a lot of people just mentioning they might be playing cricket for the first time this weekend. Good luck to you if your season's starting. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico 4. We're your friends from ECN. And we love when you join us for some live cricket 6 days a week right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, absolutely love it. And thank you to everyone that has contributed to what's been a great day here. Everyone on the chat. I know it's been busy. And well done to you keeping up with it because it's been all happening on the chat today.
It has been. Uh-oh. Just a big foot stop. And starting with the 5th over. Reynolds asking how long did it take to get my 60-odd runs. It wasn't too slow. I never batted that slow. Probably, maybe 20 overs or so. All right, this one is down the ground and it should be 4. So it's a good flat bat smash by Saad Khan. A little bit short. Could have picked his spot, really. So he goes for somewhere there's no fielder. Straight down the ground. He gets 4. And the boundaries, they're going to have to keep coming, aren't they, if Linköping are going to survive here in match 16.
Yeah, that's nicely played. That's what they've got to do. I mean, he's backing it up. I mean, he got the one there, but he's following up with a few more. It's clever bowling. He says, okay, if you want to hit me down the ground, I'm not going to let you do it again.
Yeah, this one is outside the off stump and the feet never really get anywhere near the ball. So it's a tough one to reach for. This one's launched and wow, this one's gone a long way. Well, backing back and guess what? That was Aman Zahid that just dropped it. He went with the one hand from Albi Zalmi. Remember he dropped 3 catches already in the series.
This
Jeez, I don't think the camera gets round this far. Yeah, it's just out of the screen because it was so far back. That was an absolute bomb from Saad Khan. 6 of the best right there. And he's trying to hit Linköping back into the game. And don't worry, we were watching that. Aman, what a guy. Ball magnet. Next one has him reaching. It'll be called a wide. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, that's the consistency from the umpires. Been very good here, the men in black.
This is big, tall Amir Khan. How many leggies actually bowls here? That's not one of them. I'd like to see him bowl a few more over the wrist deliveries. I just think they're a bit more challenging. He gets good bounce with them as well. Anyway. Score now up to 43. Last ball of the over coming up. T10 goes pace on, bounces off the keeper. Don't think Shani Kawaja enjoyed that too much. It will be the end of the over. And the score is 44 for 2 after 5. So 44 in the first half. They're going to need 82 in the second half. That's not going to be easy at all. And so a pair of 12s there. So these two are going pretty well at the moment. This is what they needed from the beginning of the Rico, because the openers, between them, they were 11 off 19.
Yeah, they're approaching your point of no return, aren't they? I mean, it's over 16 required. But look, I'm still not gonna say that it's beyond them, because you've got two guys in there that can certainly accelerate pretty quickly. We know that. And this is a man who's had troubled times today, Asif Khan.
Here he is, bowling over number 6. Drifts into the pads and chipped up. But the fielder is going back. He's not going to get there, Chowdhury. Just over him. He was hoping he might come out of the sky. Just be a long single in the end.
Yeah, Nike hasn't quite found his range, but still he's going okay. 13 off 6 deliveries, but so much depends on the captain here, Sad Khan.
Oh, it's a really good shot. Waits for this and times the absolute cover off it. It's going to be 4 runs. Cracked behind point. Beautiful batting as the captain, Saad Khan, tries to keep Lynch-upping in the contest.
Yeah, this bat really goes a long way back, doesn't it? It's a long way back, and then it's like pulls the trigger and bang. Cuts it beautifully to the boundary. Lovely sound of the bat on the ball there as well.
You need 3 boundaries and over, I think, to keep yourself in this contest. And so there's one pretty early on. And this one, don't think he'll make it all the way to the boundary. It's a long chase for Kawaja. They should get 2 here. There's no one at the stumps. But they don't. They'll just get a single. Will Lily say in the chat, yeah, a keeper who can open the batting is gold. Not maybe ideal, but if your keeper can open the batting, it frees up a place for another batter or bowler or rounder. She likes the versatility it offers the team. Yeah, it just depends. Now, I think it depends on the form of the game as well. I'm a big believer, especially in T10. Pick your best keeper because you shouldn't need to rely on needing 6 genuine batters, for example. This one is cut away. This is going to be a lot of work for Ashfaq. And this time he will stop it with the ankle bone. And Nike thinks about a second. He's sent back by his captain. Yeah, same with Test cricket. I think that keepers, if you have an out-and-out keeper, even though it's great if they can make runs at number 7, but you trust your top 6 to do the job. I mean, I was lucky in my club team. The reason I batted so low, and the reason I could play as more of a lower order batter, was we had a lot of all-rounders that batted in the top 6. This one is going to be kicked down. This could be a record for foot fieldings in and over. That's Chowdhury, who does keep it to a single. Yeah, but we had a bunch of guys that could bowl spin. We had our 2 spinners that batted in the top 6, and so I could bat anywhere from 5 to 10 or 10. 5 to 10 depending on who's playing. But anyway, let's see what's happening here. This is ball number 5.5. It's hit down. Should be 1 bounce. Merchant cleans up. Scoreboard seems to be a bit stuck, but I can tell you at the score now, in fact that's the end of the over. It is 53 for 2 after 6 overs. So, well, I know it's kind of a siesta time, but unfortunately our scoreboard on the...
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go. It's just jumped up.
Just a run behind.
It's gone 5 balls in 1 there, but now it'll probably show you it's 53 for 2 after 6. So now that run rate has gone past the point of no return. Run rate required up to 18 1/4. Having said that, it works almost all the time, but not all the time.
Yeah,
the point of no return.
Not all the
Lance
time.
Cronin went up to 23 and came back. But they need a huge over here, don't they? Merchant bowling the 7th. Pretty well bowled. Pretty well played too. Zishan deals with a bit of a Tortuga, but still is able to keep it to 1. Got Sai Krishna saying looking forward to the ECN in Krefeld. Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to being in Germany in August this year. Big full toss. Cut away. The outside half of the bat. There's a bit of fancy footwork. We'll get back for 2. I already saw that the 4 overthrows, the 2 plus 4 overthrows has already gone on social media.
Is it there already?
Yeah, it's already up there at European Cricket. Check that out. And a few people have already tagged Panda from Portugal who did something pretty similar. Drags this one. This could be a boundary, you know. It's into the gap, and it is 4. So that's good batting from Saad Khan. Well, here's the thing. I mean, they got their hitters here. I think you had to be a bit more proactive and get them batting up higher, maybe get him opening. I know you lose them early, but at the moment, you know, things are looking pretty good. And Linköping, not given much of a chance by the wind predictor,
That's
despite that boundary.
I reckon you're doing these because now it's gone to the
I'm
point of no return.
Doing it
to
just to mess with everybody. Merchant reaches for this.
Watch the spin. Watch the spin.
He does well eventually until, there probably was another run there, but they're not going to take it. He did go a long way to his right, and look at this. He has to reverse course. He's just lucky that one doesn't really travel once it bounces.
They need to finish with a boundary here. They really do.
Oh, finger tipper. And Merchant might have to count his fingers to make sure they're all there after that, because that was hit back pretty hard. Oof. Ouch. I'm going to say goodbye to Reynolds, he said it's home time for him. Hopefully we see you again, Reynolds. Reynolds watching from South Africa. This is in the air. It's just out of the grasp of the fielder as well. It's going to be another boundary. So Saad Khan playing a great cameo here, but it does have a bit of too little too late about it at the moment. He's 29 off 13 now. That's 7 overs down, and the score is 66 for 2. Coming up tomorrow, the final day of Group A matches. Albies Army, the defending champions and table toppers, they'll be up first against the Titans. And you never know what you're going to see when the Titans are on the field. And then Bochirka and Indiska. Well, it's going to be an interesting clash as well. Indiska, they certainly had a good performance this morning, winning both of their matches. But depending on what the Titans do, and who knows what sort of Albies Army team we'll see, Indiska may have to do a bit of work in the afternoon. It all starts again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for another exciting day of ECS cricket, as we see Asif Khan ready to bowl the 8th over. Full toss. This is straight down the throat of the fielder, and he gets down on his knees, and he's thankful for that opportunity. Gurupal Randhawa gets Naik, and once again a full toss. There's been so many in this game. It was turned away on the leg side. Gurupal, he let it get really low on him. I was a bit worried about the way he took this, but in the end, good catching technique with the hands at least. And he holds on. The result is a 3rd wicket. Knight goes for 17 and it's 66 for 3.
Yeah, good catch there. The bowling off Asif Khan. And Arwan makes no mistake. And really, it didn't have to move, did he? He just had to get himself in a comfortable position to take the catch.
The win predictor's just gone up to 104% now for Bochirka. I'll wait to see that. Anyway, do appreciate all the work that goes into these things on ECN. Well done to Asif Khan for taking a wicket, and now he gets a bowl to Ashad Awan. Swing and a miss. It does feel like from here could just be a pedestrian finish to the day, but let's see if Awan can provide some fireworks. We'll have to reach it first. This one's called a wide.
Yeah, I mean, it was, we were saying at the beginning when we were looking at the fantasy dashboard the first time up for these two teams that we thought that they could finish up even Stevens. It's certainly the way that it's gone. And we said it will leave the table looking very interesting. I mean, Albad's Army tomorrow, be interesting what they do. I mean, they've won 6 out of 6. They're playing the last 2 games. I just get the feeling that in one of those games tomorrow, that they may just change things up. Talk about changing things up. 2 men. Oh, no. Oh, I don't like to see that. And
oh, dear.
I was worried that there was going to be a massive collision here. Fortunately,
that's the last thing you want.
Avoided each other.
You got the game on toast. You almost needed a double ambulance because these two, they both had irons on the ball. And well, just lucky, I think, that the bowler, Asif Khan, hears the footsteps and pulls out. And Chowdhury, well, he's not able to get next to it either. All's well that ends well for Bochirka. This is in the air as well. Catching opportunity, I think. Oh, Merchant gives it a double knee slide. Air guitar style. He's not able to get there on the full. It'll just be a single. Hold on a second. This one could have been another run out, so they'll get 2 in the end. Oh, this is good. I'm like, Talk about your challenge. Here comes the ball.
I was thinking here,
Drops down the first time.
why don't they run? You see this? I see what happens here. I said, why are they not running? And then all of a sudden, think, shall we? Yeah, why don't we?
Yeah, well, this is why, because he would have been out by a long way. I guess.
If they
why
went
not?
straight away, maybe. But hey, they get there.
But this is the kind of run where you're asking yourself, am I seriously going to run on this? And the time it takes to say yes, it does stop you going, because if you do run, you get run out by half the pitch, you look pretty stupid. Okay, so we're going to miss
Bowling.
end of the over. 70 for 3. In the end, Linköping, they're going to end up on a score that's, I guess, more or less par for the course. Let's say if they end up on 85 or something like that. But yeah, it's just not good enough compared to what Bochuca were able to deal in the first half of this game. Their bats really were on song.
But just got to show that how much they're going to miss somebody like Ruhil Halim if he's not playing. I mean, he is a big player for him, and it goes without doubt. I think it's a sensible call as well. If he has got a slight injury, they still obviously believing that they are going to make it into the quarterfinals. They'd rather not risk him playing with an injury, so he's going to have time to recover, of course.
Right, ninth overtime to Ra. They're going to get a run here. I think he's in.
Yeah, I think well, they're going to go for a line call here.
Because I think he's already in.
Probably because he ain't got the bat.
See, oh.
Well, let's see where this bat plugs. Bat plugs.
Doesn't actually make the line, the bat. You know, I think he could be in trouble here. I don't think that's in yet, or maybe it is. I don't think it is.
Yeah, just in.
You think so?
Yeah, it just. I think it's like turning a
isn't, he's
screw. The bat goes round and round, and it just makes its way in. I think not by a lot.
I think
but
that
only
when
just.
it first goes down, it's not in, and then a little bit of it drags in.
Just a little, not a lot, a little. And he's sort of like.
Yeah, I think it'll be in.
Yeah.
But that was such an interesting one. And, this is full speed. So this is what the umpire sees. And so good luck with this. Certainly.
Well, they're still in discussion here. I mean, it looks like the batter's got ready, and then the umpire's still talking. Yeah, I think he.
If the bat is ever
forward.
in, he's in. If it's never in, he's out. It's as simple as that. So is this bat ever in? Is it ever over the line? That I'm not so sure. That is inconclusive.
I think there
that
it is.
one.
There
yeah. Benefit of the doubt. I think he'll probably get away with it. And also, I'm getting hungry, so let's give that one and let's get moving. But then he is in the air. So yeah, I think they'll let him survive. Be unlucky though when you get out. They try to do everything right, slide the bat.
It's up in the air. We'll just bobble around a couple of times. They think about the two. Here comes the throw. I think this is the point now. I mean, look, for the sake of getting an extra run and being still so far away from the target, there's no point getting your wicket away, especially someone like Khan. I might as well just try and bat the next 10 balls and try and, well, if you can, I mean, look, mate, set yourself a challenge, try and get to a 50. You know, it'll be something.
Yeah, running out of time though. Here's Tara, slow ball, I think. There it is. And now it's turned away on the leg side, just for one. So there's another thing. If I'm batting against him, I seem to be guessing right all the time. It's one thing to know what's coming, another thing to actually hit it. You know, it's still a difficult delivery. And even if you kind of know it's a slower ball, it's pretty hard to kind of make the adjustment, especially when his arm comes over pretty quick. He's a good bowler. Shot. That's an absolute blast. You know, that might have gone all the way. I'm not sure. I think it's 4 actually, but
just dropped short.
It's pretty close. But that is absolutely collared by Saad Khan, who moves to 36.
Yeah, beautiful shot. He plays that one so well. What I like about that shot is when it starts, before he actually sort of, if you like, unleashes the coil, you can see the bat right behind his back. So it comes from a long way, and he absolutely crunches it.
Can't hit a cricket ball much harder than that. 36 off 18. They just needed him there a bit earlier, didn't they?
Slow ball or short ball?
Slower and fuller. Oh, I'm wrong for the first time today. He goes fast. He probably thinks the game's probably in the bag now. I'm just a bit surprised. So he went the faster one, but didn't give him the width this time. And maybe that's the case, that he has been a bit predictable today, and people are starting to catch up with him.
Yeah.
And normally that's what he would do. So he does the opposite. He gets fast again, but gets a bit straighter.
Yeah, I mean, if he adds that to it as well and just varies it up. So normally it's quick and wide, looking for the dot, the straight, slow delivery. Add that to it. I think it gives another one you're thinking about. There's the short one that I was expecting. I knew it was going to come at some point. Gets called a wide.
That was miles over his head, even for a tall man. Look at this. Well, grab your tennis racket if you want to try and hit that one. That'll be the one for the over, no doubt about that. Tara. Yeah, they'll be happy that they're able to get a win here, but Chirica, they didn't want to lose touch with Linköping. Now there are a chance for Chirica to actually kind of grab second place if they can get 2 wins over in Disca tomorrow, you know. Okay, slow ball to finish the day for Tara.
It all depends on who they have in the team, the availability, and also the availability of Indiska, because they played really well today. I was very impressed with the way they came out. A team that struggled to get any sort of runs on the board today. We saw them get 83 in the first and 111 in their second match, which was, until this match, the highest score that's been posted. So they will come back on a high and better for what they've done out there today. And think again, if they look back at some of the work that they've done, there was a lot of good. There was a few areas that they can get better on, and if they identify and act on those areas, they're going to be a challenge tomorrow.
That's a good point. So Zishan Mahmood's going to roll the last over. The thing is, with this win, Chirica are just 2 points behind Linköping, but Linköping are done with their games. Well, this is a bouncer, and it's in the air. Well, guess who?
Can it be?
Well, unfortunately, Varsraki's fielded it. He doesn't even know he has. And we'll get back for a couple. That's the only question. Maybe he can get this half century here. But have a look at this. This hangs in the air a long time. I thought he was going to get there on the full. Because look, it flies miles in the air. And Ashfaq, when it comes down, he doesn't get there. But it just gets enough of him to bounce back. And then he's looking for it over the boundary. He finds it behind him. And a good accidental fielding by Mohamed Ashfaq. 5 balls to go. Side cut on 39. Hits this pretty hard.
I don't know why we were so surprised whether he was going to catch it or not. Don't forget, that's the man that took a one-hander.
That's what I mean. Blind. Yeah, and then slid past the next one.
Slid past the next one, yeah.
But he just, didn't get in. Just need to get in 1 more metre. Okay. Well, this is a really exciting moment for me as well. After this ball, I'll let you know why. From Mahmood, goes short. This will be 1. Well, James Stewart has let his son on the keyboard. He said that Dad said that I could say hello while he packs up. So he's saying hello to everybody, to Mr. Luke, Mr. Rico, Mr. Vinny. It's Jacob here. Hello, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
Hope you're well, and your dad is a good man. And Jacob, we hope that you enjoy watching the cricket. It's wonderful that we can bring you the entertainment, and Dad's always saying that you're enjoying it. Hit back down the ground. And well, it's a flying judo-style kick effort. But he does do it. So anyway, Jacob, this is Vinny here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico, saying hello to you. And we're glad that you're enjoying the cricket. And hopefully join us again tomorrow and going forward for more cricket. When your dad lets you, though, you better do what he says, because dads are always right, aren't they?
Dad's always right.
Mums contradict them, in which case mums are right. Don't ask me how I know that. Anyway, the next one is in the air, and he's slightly misjudged this Tara. Now he's really kind of sent Merchant up the river. Merchant kind of could see what I could see.
He did the dummy.
Well, he knew that Tara wasn't going to get there, so then he thinks, well, maybe if you're not going to catch it, I'm going to try and catch it instead of backing off and saving the boundary. The result is going to be 4 runs.
Oh, well. Tara, first of all, he runs in too much, and he knows he's cooked it. He knows it's going over him, so he does the dummy, hoping that.
All right. Hey, last ball of the day. Saad Khan's on 46. Let's see if he can bring up his half century. I think he deserves it. I just wish he'd batted a bit earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't see him until kind of well into the 4th over.
He doesn't bat high enough for me.
Yeah.
23 or 14 he made in the first match.
Especially on a day like today. All right, last ball of the day. And he does hit it, and he will not get his half century. I think they're going to come back for 2. And they will. So that'll end it. So Linköping, not a bad effort with the bat from them. They're going to finish on 91. Saad Khan top scoring with 48 not out of 25. it was a good effort from the skipper, but it was all in vain. And ultimately, these two teams, they split the points on a Thursday afternoon, Rico. Look, I think ultimately it's a pretty fair result. They each had their moments, and they do walk away with a win apiece.
Yeah, and that's a nice touch there as well. I think Saad Khan, he's helped with his helmet from Zisa Mahmood, and the players just appreciating a good competition in both matches these two have given us. The spoils have been shared. I think that's probably fair, Vinny. I think both teams played well enough in both games to take something away from this little duel that they had between themselves. And we saw some good cricket. We saw some good bowling, good batting. So we saw some great fielding. This was sensational. And then he's so disappointed with his... then the next ball, well, you can see he's angry. Then the next one goes right from... I don't know if you have that one here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, this one, he slipped straight past it.
It looked better with the quick speed.
It was a bit of grease lightning to this. And yeah, here's the thing, they were just bogged down early, weren't they? It's an interesting one as well. I think this one, pound for pound, might have had more foot fielding than any innings I've ever seen before. Eventually, Qureshi got some reward for his really tight couple of overs. Merchant came on and he thought he was going to get taken downtown time and time again. Ultimately, he would get amongst the wickets though. That was a nice catch taken by Chowdhury. And look, about this time, Saad Khan comes to the crease. It was just a little bit too late already. The rate had kind of climbed to something like 15. And along with Nike, they tried to build something. Ultimately, they were just never going to catch up after the slow start.
No, I mean, once they got... I mean, it was already about 15, 16 required after the power play. And that was going to take some doing. I think it was all about trying to take something positive from it. I mean, the key thing was they did win that first match. And the other positive thing is that somebody like their captain, Saad Khan, he batted really well there. And they gave an opportunity for Ankit Naik to come out there and play some shots. He did very well there as well. So that's going to be important for them going forward. That was a very good catch that was taken. And that was the one that got rid of Naik.
Yeah, Randhawa, nice piece of fielding from him. And then this one, we thought it might be a real hospital moment. Luckily, they avoided each other. And then when it came down to it, there were more high balls flying around. Merchant spent a fair bit of time on his knees. And this was a pretty ambitious bit of running as that keeper just points to someone to get the ball. And he says, well, maybe I'll have to do it myself. That would have been out if he hit, but it wasn't directed in the end. Have a look at this one. Played onto his foot. And this was a funny one where I think a little toothpick-sized bit of the bat may have got over the line. I think it was inconclusive on the replay. Not out was the decision. Fair enough. Meanwhile, there was one more chance for Ashfaq down here. And then he's looking for the ball in the flowers. He sees it behind him. What an interesting time he had down in that area. And then, well, a bit of entertainment to finish things off as Tara completely gets this wrong. Merchant tries to back him up but can't get there. Ultimately, we see some of the kids going onto the ground, which I really like. Means they're going to be playing a bit of cricket because the big boys, they're done, but they will be back tomorrow. Albi Zalmi, they have the morning fixture against the Stockholm Titans. Well, who knows what we're going to see when those two teams hit the park in matches 17 and 18. But Chirika, we just saw them. They'll be playing in Diska in the afternoon, matches 19 and 20. The final two matches in Group A. And tomorrow, Rico, we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams in Group A, whichever team finishes in 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the moment, it's really too hard to call who it will be. I mean, Indiska, they come back and they're coming back from a good performance today. Then you also need to have a look at, of course, the Titans. Titans didn't have the best of days. They lost both their matches to Indiska, so it's going to be interesting. I think it's all about what Albi's Army, maybe, which team they're going to field there, because if they field the strongest team, you'd have to fancy Indiska to take that 4th spot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, 125 to 91 in the end. You just think, the openers 11 off 19, you take that out, maybe they can push and they end up going down by 34 runs. So some distance here for sure. But you got to say, Saad Khan batted really well. 48 not out of 25 with 6 fours and a Maximo, and really carried that innings, but it still wasn't enough, was it?
No, it wasn't enough. And we'll have a look at some of the bowling here. I think the bowlers all did really well. I did like the use of the slower bowling. I think Amir Khan, for me, he bowled a good couple of overs. We'll probably see that coming up here now. And there we go. So first of all, I mean, Tara, him coming back, I think he's just becoming a bit predictable. I think some of the other teams will be watching him and say, yeah, okay. Amir Khan, you see there, just got the one over in, and Asif Khan, oh, very well as well, 2 overs for 13. Just changes things up a little. But for me, the guy that always keeps things tidy, and I certainly like the energy that he puts into his play as well was Osama Qureshi. 2 overs, 4 runs, just the 1 wicket. But it's not about the wickets, it's about the energy he puts in there. And I think he really does help to boost and motivate the others out there in the field as well. And I think he played a key part in that match. And well done to all the bowlers that were used there. And Zishan only required just to bowl the 1 over.
Yeah, there's the confirmation of the result. 125 to 91. And you can see Merchant 44 not out in the first innings. He had a pretty good game. I wonder if they'll give him man of the match too. There's a few good performers. Saad Khan 48 not out, but a lot of those you felt the game was beyond them when he scored his runs. Anyway, we do want to say thanks again to all of our fantastic viewers. I often say I think we've got the best viewers in the whole world. And Jacob, it's great to see you in the chat. I don't think your dad's let you write some comments in the chat, and to James and to Luke and Lily and everyone else that I can see there. I want to say a big thanks to you. No matter where you're from around the world, no matter which part of the planet you are watching from, we certainly appreciate it. And look, they have made it a little bit easier for me to show my shoes now, because now the camera zoomed out a bit. I still can't really do it. Okay, no, we've seen them now. We've already seen them. They match the belt, okay? Anyway, I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew here, all the ECN crew, and all the kids as well that love to play the cricket as well in the breaks. I'd love to see them enjoying it. And I want to say a big thank you to Azam and everyone from Albi's Army, even though they had the day off. They were working tirelessly to make sure the day went smoothly. And to everyone from Spring Productions as well. I want to say a big thank you to them. As you see Tahir Tarat walking past, he's a really smiley fella, isn't he? I really like him. I think he enjoys his cricket. Yeah. And we'll be back tomorrow. It'll be Friday. Now the weather, I'm going to cross my fingers because it's actually pretty hard for me to cross my fingers.
Only 1. 2 is bad luck.
Well, my fingers are already crossed naturally, but we hope that the rain stays away. We want to make sure we get the games in. One thing I would say about this ground is that if there is some rain, if it stops, we can get on pretty quickly. It is pretty hard underneath. I don't think we have too many problems with drainage like at some of the other grounds this year. But the last day of Group A, it'll be sad, but we'll have to say goodbye to one team tomorrow night. Yeah, we'll have to say goodbye to a team. You're absolutely right, and we'll know which 4 are going to be representing Group A in next Friday's quarterfinals. And then on Saturday, looking forward to seeing the teams in Group B. I know we're not going to see them all, but we certainly will see 4 of them. So looking forward to start Group B on Saturday. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day as the 2 teams in the afternoon session, they split the points. But from everyone at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. Please join us again. We have more action coming tomorrow, and we love you guys very much. Please join us again for more action tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. I'm Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, along with Rico Full. Hope you have a great night. See you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night. Adios, mi familia.
Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the bowler runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar. Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la. There he goes. He sent that pack in. But the shaka 6-4. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers.
another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.